Chapter 2690. The power of the three devastating strikes was indeed amazing. Just the first level had broken Huang Qing'an's second-level divine skill. However, this was also supported by the battle incantation. After cultivating the battle word essence, any divine skill or secret skill that he cast would be more powerful than others. In addition, the destructive three strikes was already very powerful. Hence, Lu Ming was able to break the other party's second strike with his first strike. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and stood in the fighting ring like an invincible god of war. For a moment, he was the center of attention. Is there anyone else who wants to fight? Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he looked around. As he spoke, Lu Ming took out a pile of divine gems and absorbed the energy in them to recover his divine power. Using divine skills consumed a lot of divine power. Although he had only used one move, Lu Ming had used up a lot of his divine power. After all, his cultivation level was still low. Those who were glanced at by Lu Ming changed their expressions and did not dare to look at Lu Ming. Even the supreme talents on the empty god list looked gloomy. Huang Qing'an was ranked 98th on the empty god list, which was far superior to Dongfang Hao. Moreover, he had cultivated divine skills to the second level. With his current combat strength, he might be ranked higher, but he had still been defeated by Lu Ming. Some of the people present were ranked higher than Huang Qing'an, but not by much. They were not confident that they would be able to defeat Lu Ming. For a moment, no one stepped up. Who else? Lu Ming asked again, his eyes shining brighter. I'll take you on. Just then, a cold voice sounded. In the distance, a figure came like a whirlwind and landed on the fighting ring. It was a skinny young man with red skin. Obviously, he was not a human, but Lu Ming could not tell what race he was from. It's Scorpion Tiger, ranked 51st on the empty god list. Seeing the young man with red skin, many people were shocked. The Scorpion Tiger is about to attack. I wonder if Lu Ming dares to accept the challenge. The Scorpion Tiger's strength is far above Huang Qing'an's. I heard that the Scorpion Tiger once fought with a level 1 true god expert. Although he wasn't his match, he still managed to escape. I heard about it too. Many people started a heated discussion. The difference between the empty god realm and the true god realm was the difference of a large realm. The difference in strength was shocking. It was difficult for an empty god realm expert to fight with a true god realm expert. Not to mention fighting, it was difficult to even escape. This showed how strong the Scorpion Tiger was. Ranked 51st on the virtual god list, Lu Ming muttered as a powerful battle intent surged from his body. I'll bet a level 4 divine skill with you. If you lose, you have to give me 10 million divine gems. If I lose, the level 4 divine skill is yours. Scorpion Tiger took out a scroll and said, Sure. Lu Ming accepted the challenge. 4-level divine techniques could only be cultivated up to the 4th level. Lu Ming did not think much of it. Then 9-level crimson gold armor and apocalyptic 3 strikes that he cultivated were both 9-level divine techniques and could be cultivated up to the 9th level. However, the market value of a level 4 divine skill was extremely high. If it was sold on the market, it could be sold for tens of millions of divine gems. Lu Ming naturally would not reject it. The two of them handed the divine gems and skill scrolls to each of the enforcement elders. Lu Ming actually accepted the challenge. He's really bold. Bold? I think he's just greedy. However, the Scorpion Tiger is far stronger than Huang Qing'an and Dongfang Hao. Lu Ming is definitely no match for him. Look at how confident Lu Ming is. Could it be that he still has a trump card? Let's just wait and see. This time, it was different from the previous time. Some people felt that Lu Ming was unfathomable and might have a trump card. They were not certain that Lu Ming would definitely lose. Boom, boom. On the fighting ring, the two people's auras erupted. The waves of divine power collided first. Whoosh! The Scorpion Tiger moved. Although he was skinny, his explosive power was astonishing. He rushed towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. A blood-red long sword appeared in his hand, and he stabbed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming only saw a blood-red sword light piercing towards him at an incredible speed. Retreat. Lu Ming took a step back and quickly retreated. His long spear swept towards the scorpion tiger. However, the scorpion tiger's sword momentum changed midway, and he actually avoided Lu Ming's long spear. "You want to use this move to stop me? It's useless." Chonglu's swordsmanship. A cold voice came from the scorpion tiger's mouth. Then, streaks of sword light bloomed from the scorpion tiger's hand. They were densely packed and rushed towards Lu Ming. Each of the streaks of sword light was extremely fast. Level 2 Divine Skill. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The scorpion tiger's divine skill had also been cultivated to the second level. Moreover, it seemed that his mastery was higher than Huang Qing'an's. 3 strokes of destruction, sky-piercing. Lu Ming whispered. His divine power surged, and he stabbed out with his spear. Whoosh! The dazzling spear light lit up again, like a star in the dark night, illuminating the night. The first style of the 3 strokes of destruction was displayed again. Wherever the spear light passed, the scorpion tiger's sword light would constantly shatter and explode. Just as the scorpion tiger was about to end up like Huang Qing'an, his body suddenly trembled, and he moved a few hundred meters away, avoiding Lu Ming's attack. Speed Divine Skill. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The scorpion tiger had not only cultivated its attack-type divine skill to the second level, but it had also mastered a speed-type divine skill. Just now, it had used its speed-type divine skill to move horizontally and evade Lu Ming's attack. Amazing! The scorpion tiger has cultivated a speed divine skill. He is only an empty god, but he is so powerful. He is indeed powerful. No wonder he is ranked 51st on the empty god list. Many people exclaimed. A level 9 empty god realm martial artist could cultivate 1 divine skill to the first level. The scorpion tiger had cultivated several divine skills, which was indeed terrifying. Based on this point alone, he was far superior to Huang Qing'an. Lu Ming's ultimate move can't hit the scorpion tiger. He is probably going to lose. He is definitely going to lose. With his divine power, he will not be able to display much of the power of his ultimate move. He is going to lose. He is finally going to lose. Ha! Some people burst out laughing. Your attack is useless against me. Stand there and let me hit you, the scorpion tiger said coldly. Then, he moved and rushed toward Lu Ming. His speed was several times faster than before. Whoosh! Whoosh! The scorpion tiger's body appeared on Lu Ming's left and on Lu Ming's right. Rays of sword radiance bloomed continuously, slashing toward Lu Ming's vital points. Lu Ming waved his long spear and tried his best to block the attack. Clang! Clang! The two of them exchanged more than 10 blows, and Lu Ming kept retreating. Let's see how many blows you can take. The scorpion tiger's voice rang out, and his attacks became more intense and violent. All of a sudden, Lu Ming revealed a flaw. Now, the scorpion tiger's eyes lit up. He became one with his sword and performed his strongest move. His entire body turned into a ray of red sword radiance, rushing past Lu Ming's flaw and attacking Lu Ming. Lu Ming could not avoid this move. Chapter 2691. Grasping Lu Ming's weakness, the scorpion tiger launched its most powerful attack. Lu Ming had nowhere to run and was about to be hit. You'll lose, the scorpion tiger said ferociously, as if it could already see 10 million divine gems waving at it. Lose? You'll lose. At this moment, Lu Ming's indifferent voice rang out. Then, his body emitted a crimson light, and a crimson golden armor appeared on Lu Ming's body. It was the 9-layer crimson golden armor. Lu Ming had purposely exposed his weakness. Lu Ming did not cultivate any speed-type divine skill, so he could not keep up with the scorpion tiger's speed with the incomplete wings rock skill. If he wanted to defeat the scorpion tiger, he would have to lure it closer. Therefore, he purposely exposed a weakness. The scorpion tiger was fooled and charged at Lu Ming. Clang! The scorpion tiger's sword hit the crimson golden armor, producing an ear-piercing sound and sparks. The crimson golden armor kept shaking, but it finally blocked the scorpion tiger's attack. I blocked it. Lu Ming was delighted. Lu Ming had only cultivated the 9-layer crimson golden armor to the first level. He was afraid that he would not be able to block the scorpion tiger's attack. However, he had obtained the 9-layer crimson golden armor from Jingyu's portrait. It was as mysterious as the 3 strikes of destruction. With the help of the sovereign's divine power, its defense was amazing, and it successfully blocked the scorpion tiger's attack. How can this be? The scorpion tiger was shocked when it failed to break through Lu Ming's defense. It wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Lu Ming would not give it such a chance. Buzz! A long spear swept towards the scorpion tiger at a terrifying speed. Bang! The scorpion tiger was hit squarely. It screamed and flew out like a broken sack. It landed heavily on the fighting ring and slid a few thousand meters away. Its body was almost split in two. Blood flowed out. It was severely injured. Lu Ming moved, and his long spear stopped in front of the scorpion tiger's forehead. "Don't kill me!" The scorpion tiger roared and broke out in cold sweat. Only after shouting did he realize that they were not fighting to the death. Lu Ming could not kill him. "You lost," Lu Ming said indifferently. With a shake of his spear, a burst of energy gushed out and sent the scorpion tiger flying out of the arena. The scene was in an uproar. The scorpion tiger was defeated. A supreme talent who was ranked 51st on the virtual god list had been defeated by Lu Ming, a disciple who had just entered the school. This was extremely rare in the history of Kongxin School. Most importantly, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at level 4 Empty God Realm. This kind of battle prowess was too terrifying. A defensive divine skill, level 4 Ethereal God Realm. Not only did he cultivate an offensive divine skill, but he also cultivated a defensive divine skill. What kind of monstrous comprehension is that? Is he still a new disciple? His combat strength is too strong. Today, he has defeated 3 geniuses on the Empty God list. From now on, Dongfang Hao will fall from the Empty God list, and Lu Ming will be ranked 51st on the Empty God list. Many people looked at each other in dismay. A level 4 Empty God Realm martial artist was ranked 51st on the Empty God list. This had never happened in Kongxin School. This Li Zhong, Huang Wen, and the rest were shocked speechless. Then, cold, killing intent gushed out from their hearts. The more powerful Lu Ming was, the greater the threat he posed to them, and the more they had to get rid of him. "Ah, the younger generation will surpass us in time." An enforcement elder laughed and handed over 10 million divine gems and the divine skill to Lu Ming. Lu Ming had earned another huge sum of money. Many people were green with envy. Who else wants to fight me? After putting away the spoils of war, Lu Ming scanned the surroundings. The arena quieted down and no one spoke. The geniuses on the Empty God list shut their mouths. What a joke. Even Scorpion Tiger had been defeated. If they went up, they would also be defeated. Lu Ming asked a few more times, but no one came up. This was because no one in the top 50 of the Empty God list was present. These people were either out for training, missions, or cultivating in seclusion. Even if some of them knew that Lu Ming and Dongfang Hao were going to fight to the death, they would not come to watch. Dongfang Hao, a new disciple, was not enough to arouse their curiosity. Therefore, no one dared to fight. Since no one wants to fight, let's call it a day. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the long spear. He then thanked the 3 enforcement elders and turned into a beam of light and left. He left behind a group of people gnashing their teeth. Lu Ming did not return to his residence. Instead, he flew directly to the inner sect area. It was no longer safe to stay in the outer sect area. He would definitely be targeted. Hence, Lu Ming might as well come to the inner sect area. Arriving at the inner area, Lu Ming took out 10 million divine gems and exchanged them for 10,000 points. He then entered the Spirit Vein Tower. In the Spirit Vein Tower, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and absorbed the divine qi in the outer area to recover his divine power. The divine power here was very rich. Soon, Lu Ming recovered to his peak state. After recovering to his peak state, Lu Ming moved his hand and a scroll appeared. This scroll was the royal gray divine skill that Lu Ming had obtained from Huang Qingan. Lu Ming opened it and read, "Ice divine skill. He opened it and saw the name of the divine skill. Lu Ming read it carefully. This was an ordinary royal grade divine skill. There were a total of 7 levels. When one cultivated to the 7th level, they would be able to cultivate the Ice Divine skill. The Ice Divine skill was considered ordinary among the royal grade divine skills. However, Lu Ming did not care. As long as it was royal grade divine skill, it was useful to Lu Ming. Lu Ming immediately studied it carefully. A few days later, Lu Ming began to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had stayed in the Spirit Vein Tower for half a month. For half a month, Lu Ming had been comprehending and cultivating the Han Ice Divine formula. After half a month of cultivation, Lu Ming finally cultivated a trace of Ice Divine skill. The trace of Ice Divine skill mixed with the Sovereign's divine power and flowed through his meridians. Success! Lu Ming was overjoyed. He immediately gave up on circulating the Ice Divine skill and began circulating the Heaven and Earth 10,000 Tao technique. That wisp of Ice Divine power instantly merged with the power of the ruler, becoming one. A few days later, in Lu Ming's Dantian, near the divine fire, a light suddenly lit up. As time passed, the light became brighter and more resplendent. Slowly, it turned into a wisp of divine fire. Another divine fire appeared. This was the second divine fire. If others knew that a person had 2 divine fires in his Dantian, they would be scared to death. In the desolate era's cultivation knowledge, a person could only ignite 1 divine fire. It was impossible to ignite a second divine fire. However, Lu Ming had done it. He really ignited a second divine fire. This universe myriad Tao technique is really amazing. Lu Ming exclaimed inwardly. Jing, you had obtained the universe myriad Tao art from a ruin. Even he didn't know where it came from. Chapter 2692. Continue. Lu Ming closed his eyes and focused on cultivating. Right now, the Ice Divine skill was no longer of much use to Lu Ming. He only needed to continue cultivating the Heaven and Earth 10,000 Tao technique, and that wisp of Ice Divine fire would gradually grow stronger. Time flew, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. In this year, Lu Ming focused on cultivating. The frigid Ice Divine flame had finally grown to the size of the sovereign divine flame. 2 divine flames burned in his Dantian, looking extremely mysterious. At this time, Lu Ming ended his cultivation. Swoosh! Lu Ming waved his hand and circulated his frigid ice divine force. A long spear condensed from ice appeared in his hand, exuding a bone-chilling aura. Haha, now I don't have to worry about others discovering my sovereign divine force. Lu Ming laughed. Lu Ming could now use the frigid ice divine force alone. Although it wasn't as strong as the sovereign divine force, it was very useful to fool others. Moreover, when Lu Ming used the sovereign divine force, the frigid ice divine force would erupt together with the sovereign divine force. Lu Ming's sovereign divine force was 20% stronger than before. Don't underestimate 20%. 20% stronger was already shocking enough. One had to know that Lu Ming could continue to cultivate other types of sovereign divine forces. When a number of sovereign divine forces increased, their power would be shocking. Lu Ming was very satisfied with this result. Now that I've cultivated 2 types of sovereign divine force, it's not a good time to break through to the next realm. I should consolidate my cultivation before coming to the Divine Vein Tower to cultivate. Lu Ming pondered. 1 point was required to cultivate in the Divine Vein Tower for a day, which was equivalent to 10,000 sovereign divine crystals. Although Lu Ming was rich and had more than 200 million sovereign divine crystals, he didn't want to waste them. In the past year, he had spent close to 400 points, which was 4 million sovereign divine crystals. If it was in the past, Lu Ming wouldn't have been able to afford it. The scripture depository in the inner courtyard is said to have a large number of divine skills, divine arts, and even secret techniques. I can use points to exchange for them. Let's go take a look. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly brightened. He planned to exchange for a few more divine techniques to cultivate. Sharpening a blade would not delay the work of chopping firewood. Even though it would take some time for him to cultivate the divine art, he would not waste that time. As long as Lu Ming could cultivate the divine flame and the power of the divine flame would increase as well. If Lu Ming waited until his cultivation base improved and then cultivated other divine abilities and magics, it would take him a lot more time to refine his new god flame to the same level as the Sovereign Lord's god flame. His cultivation was still low at the moment, so he didn't have to spend much time on it. Once he succeeded in cultivating it, it would be best for him to raise his cultivation along with it. Lu Ming immediately walked out of the Divine Vein Tower and headed for the Scripture Depository Pavilion. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the Scripture Depository. The Hidden Scriptures Pavilion was a huge pavilion with 5 floors. It was extremely spacious. There were naturally people guarding the Scripture Depository Pavilion, and they were all terrifying experts. However, Lu Ming took out his golden token and was able to enter the Scripture Depository Pavilion without a hitch. So many. Lu Ming's eyes widened when he arrived on the first floor. What came into view were shelves after shelves. There were at least a few hundred of them, and every single one of them was filled with god skills. They were either in the form of jade talismans or scrolls. However, they were all protected by formations. They could only be taken out with the approval of the Scripture Depository Pavilion's guardian. There were introductions at the bottom of the shelves. Lu Ming looked through them one by one. They were all divine skills, but they were relatively low level. Most of them were between the 1st and 3rd tiered. Lu Ming didn't see anything above the 4th tiered. Next, Lu Ming went to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor also had divine skills, but they were of a higher level. Most of them were at the 4th or 5th tiered. Lu Ming looked around. Other than divine skills, he didn't see any divine arts or secret arts. Lu Ming walked around and came to the 3rd floor. The number of divine skills on the 3rd floor was much lower. Most of them were at the 6th or 7th tiered. The value of these divine skills was shocking. Generally, only high-level true God Realm experts or Heavenly God Realm experts could cultivate and display their power. Similarly, there were no secret arts or divine arts on this floor. Lu Ming's goal wasn't divine skills. Shaking his head, Lu Ming went to the 4th floor. The collection on the 4th floor was even smaller. However, most of them were at the 7th or 8th tier divine skills, and there were only a few dozen of them. Great Sun Divine Art. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He finally saw a divine art. This divine art was called the Great Sun Divine Art. It was also a king grade divine art. Compared to the frigid ice divine art, it was more profound. The Great Sun Divine Art cultivated was stronger than the frigid ice divine art. Finally, there's a divine art. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He looked at the divine art one by one. Subsequently, he saw more than a dozen king grade divine arts. All of them could cultivate king grade divine force, and each of them had their own mysteries. However, the points required to exchange for each divine art were shockingly high. The lowest cost was 1,000 points, while the highest cost 5,000 points. 1,000 points was equivalent to 10 million divine crystals. For example, the Great Sun Divine Art required 3,000 points. The price is really high. Even if I use up all my divine crystals, I can only exchange for a few. Lu Ming sighed. After looking for a while, Lu Ming did not rush to make a move. Instead, he looked at the 5th floor. If the 4th floor had a king grade divine art, then what kind of treasure would there be on the 5th floor? Would it be a saint grade divine art? Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he stepped onto the 5th floor. 9-tier divine arts and secret arts. There were even fewer divine arts on the 5th floor. There were only slightly more than 10 of them. Moreover, the points required to exchange for each step were shockingly high. 300,000 points. Even the cheapest 9-tier divine art required 300,000 points, which was equivalent to 3 billion divine crystals. Even a heavenly god would find it difficult to take out so many divine crystals, let alone a true god. Lu Ming gasped. With so many points, he could only look at them. Then, Lu Ming looked at a few secret arts. Amazing, really amazing, Lu Ming exclaimed as he looked at them. His eyes were burning with passion. Secret arts were different from divine arts. Secret arts had various mysteries. Once successfully cultivated, they would accompany the cultivator for life, and they would improve as the cultivator's cultivation level increased. For example, there were some secret techniques that would allow one's battle prowess to increase exponentially after they were cultivated. This was similar to the battle character formula. However, the battle formula was even more mysterious. Some secret arts would have all kinds of strange effects after cultivation, and their power was even more shocking than divine arts. However, there were too few secret arts, and many of them had very strict cultivation requirements. Therefore, very few people succeeded in cultivating them. The fifth floor contained a few secret techniques, but there were very few introductions, only a few words. However, the price tag made Lu Ming gasp. Among them, the cheapest secret skill required 100,000 points to exchange for, while the most expensive secret skill required 2 million points to exchange for. Chapter 2693. Lu Ming was speechless. He had made a fortune and thought that he had become rich. Now, he realized that he was still poor. It's a pity that there aren't any divine skills. Lu Ming looked around, but did not see any sacred-grade divine techniques. He shook his head with some pity. The divine skills were the divine skills of the Kongxian school, and only a few people were qualified to cultivate them. It was normal that there were no divine skills here. I'd better exchange for a few royal-grade divine skills to cultivate, Lu Ming thought to himself. He had the 9 layers of crimson gold armor and the 3 strokes of destruction. They were enough for the time being, and he did not need to exchange for anything else. As for the secret skills, although Lu Ming was eager to exchange for them, they were too expensive and he could not afford them. He had to give up. However, he did not have enough points with him. He needed to exchange for some points and then come back to exchange for the royal grade divine skills. Lu Ming walked out of the scripture depository and came to the exchange point. He took out 150 million divine gems and exchanged them for 15,000 points. He then came back to the scripture depository. This golden dragon divine formula and this great sun divine formula. Lu Ming was interested in the 2 divine skills. The golden dragon divine skill cost 5,000 points and the divine sun skill cost 3,000 points. Lu Ming decided to exchange for these 2 divine skills. Senior, I would like to exchange for a royal grade divine skill, Lu Ming said to an old man at the entrance of the scripture depository. Exchange for a divine skill? The price of a royal grade divine skill is not cheap. Which one would you like to exchange for? The old man looked curiously inside the scripture depository. Lu Ming's cultivation level was obvious to him. He could tell that Lu Ming was a level 4 empty god realm martial artist. How could a level 4 empty god realm martial artist have so many points to exchange for a royal grade divine skill? Senior, I would like to exchange for the golden dragon divine skill and the divine sun skill. Lu Ming nodded. What? You want to exchange for 2? The old man was truly shocked. Then he said with a straight face, Little guy, you only need to practice 1 king grade divine art. It's useless to exchange for 2. Junior knows that I didn't exchange for it for my own cultivation. One of them was for someone else. Lu Ming said. Of course, he couldn't say that he had cultivated it himself. All right, since that's the case, this old man won't say anything more. These 2 techniques are worth a total of 8,000 points. The old man said, Senior, this is my identity token. Lu Ming handed his identity token to the old man. The old man took it and swiped it on an array disk, immediately earning 8,000 points. This little guy actually has so many points. The old man was slightly shocked as well, and then he said, Wait for me here. I'll go get the 2 divine techniques. The old man stood up and entered the scripture depository. Soon, he came back with 2 scrolls and handed them to Lu Ming. They were the 2 divine techniques. Lu Ming was overjoyed as he kept them. He left the scripture depository and went straight to the Divine Vein Tower. After entering the Divine Vein Pagoda, Lu Ming devoted himself to the cultivation of the two divine skills. These two divine skills were indeed more mysterious than the Han Bing divine formula. The divine power that could be cultivated would also be a level higher. Of course, it was more difficult to cultivate. Lu Ming spent a few months to cultivate the two divine fires. However, the divine fires were dimmer and needed time to grow. Time flew by, and Lu Ming stayed in the Divine Vein Tower for 5 years. In 5 years, Lu Ming had finally cultivated the two divine fires to the same size as the sovereign divine fires. Moreover, when the two divine fires were as big as the sovereign divine fires, Lu Ming had a breakthrough, and his cultivation level rose to rank 5 Empty God Realm. My ability to challenge those who are of a higher rank than me is stronger than before. Lu Ming smiled. Now, when he used the sovereign divine force, the other divine forces would merge with it, and the power would be even more shocking. I've cultivated for so long. Let's go out for a walk. Lu Ming smiled and ended his cultivation. He walked out of the Divine Vein Tower. After such a long time, Lu Ming's points had decreased by almost 2,000 points. Adding the points that he had used to exchange for the Royal Grade Divine Skill, Lu Ming was left with about 5,000 points. This is the Inner District. I can ask around about you, Xian, who the Ancestor of Techniques is looking for. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Back then, the Ancestor of Techniques had given him a dagger and asked him to bring it to Xian. In the past, Lu Ming was in the Outer District, and he could not find her. However, now that Lu Ming could enter and leave the Inner District freely, he could look for her. Who should I ask? Lu Ming pondered. Suddenly, his eyes glittered as he thought of Yulinglong. Lu Ming immediately took out his communication jade talisman and sent a message to Yulinglong. To his surprise, Lu Ming received a reply not long after. Yulinglong asked him to wait for her outside the Divine Vein Tower. She would be there soon. Soon, a ray of light flew in his direction, and a figure landed in front of Lu Ming. Why did you take so long to contact me? Yulinglong glanced at Lu Ming. Haha, I've been too busy cultivating. I forgot. Lu Ming smiled awkwardly. Why are you looking for me now? Yulinglong blinked and asked. I want to ask you about someone. I don't know anyone in the Inner District, so I'm here to ask you about it. Lu Ming said. I know you're looking for me. Tell me, who do you want to know? It can be said that there's nothing I don't know in the Inner Sect. You found the right person to ask me about it. Yulinglong said proudly. I want to know if you know Xian. Lu Ming asked. Xian. Yulinglong's eyes suddenly widened. She scrutinized Lu Ming and asked curiously, Why are you looking for Xian? Could it be that you are her illegitimate son? Towards the end, Yulinglong's eyes lit up as if she had discovered something new. Lu Ming's forehead was full of black lines. What was this girl thinking about? Please don't make wild guesses. I'm here to look for Xian. Yulinglong said. Are you sure you're not her illegitimate son? Yulinglong asked again, as if she was not convinced. Lu Ming's eyelids twitched. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, Absolutely not. Oh, then why are you here to look for Xian? Yulinglong asked again. I'm here to bring something and a message. Lu Ming said. Oh, is the person who asked you to look for Xian's old lover? Yulinglong blinked. The fire of gossip was burning fiercely. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This girl was right. However, his expression did not change. He said, I don't know. You've asked so many questions. Do you know who Xian is? Nonsense, of course I know. Xian is my aunt. How can I not know? Yulinglong pouted. Chapter 2694. Aunt. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He did not expect that Xian, who the Ancestor of Techniques was looking for, was Yulinglong's aunt. That was too much of a coincidence. Is she really your aunt? Lu Ming asked again. He felt that the problem girl was not very reliable. Nonsense, of course she's my aunt. If you don't believe me, I'll bring you to see her now. Yulinglong pouted and flew in a certain direction with a proud expression. Lu Ming hurriedly followed. In the inner area of Xianxia School, there were several incomparably huge mountain ranges intertwined with each other. There were countless strange peaks that were boundless. After flying for a while, Yu Linglong flew toward a mountain peak. The peak of the mountain was surrounded by clouds and flowers. It was a beautiful sight. From afar, they could see a bamboo forest. In front of the bamboo forest was a lake, and between the bamboo forest and the lake was a building. At that moment, in a pavilion by the lake, a woman was sprinkling some golden grains into the lake. Immediately, golden carps jumped out of the lake and fought for the grains. "Aunt," Yu Linglong called out from afar. The woman turned around and revealed her true appearance. What a beautiful woman! Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The woman looked to be in her 30s, but she still looked as beautiful as ever. She was a rare beauty. "Is that you, Xian?" A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. "It's you, girl. Why are you here today?" The woman smiled and said, "Auntie, I missed you, didn't I? I'm here to see you." Yu Linglong smiled and said, "Do you think I don't know you, girl? Tell me, why are you here?" The woman said, "It was obvious that this woman was Yu Xian. Aunt, I'm really here to see you. I'm also here to do a small matter." Yu Linglong stuck out her tongue guiltily. Then she looked at Lu Ming and said, "It's him. He said that he's looking for you." "Looking for me?" Yu Xian looked at Lu Ming curiously. "Senior, are you Yu Xian?" Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, "That's right. I'm Yu Xian. Why are you looking for me?" Yu Xian said, "Senior, it's like this. I've been entrusted by someone to bring something to you." With that, Lu Ming took out the dagger that was given to him by the ancestor of techniques. At the sight of the dagger that Lu Ming took out, Yu Xian's delicate body trembled. Her gaze was extremely complicated, and she seemed to be reminiscing. After a long while, Yu Xian let out a long sigh and said, "Is the person who gave you the dagger called Fa Ming?" Lu Ming nodded. "What else did he say?" Yu Xin asked again. "He said he." Lu Ming repeated the words of the ancestor of techniques. Yu Xian's figure trembled even more. Her eyes were filled with tears. After a while, she let out a sigh and said, "He didn't do anything wrong to me. I'm the one who did wrong to him. If you see him next time, tell him the same thing. I'll leave the dagger here. Go." In the end, Yu Xian took the dagger and waved her hand. She then headed to a house in a lonely manner. "What's going on?" Lu Ming felt that the situation was a little complicated. "Lu Ming, what's going on? What's going on? It seems like I'm right. Aunt's old lover is the one who asked you to come." After Yu Xian left, Yu Linglong's eyes were burning with the flames of gossip. She stared at Lu Ming curiously. "Let's go. We'll talk after we leave," Lu Ming said and headed outside. Yu Linglong followed closely behind and asked a bunch of questions. "I finally know. Back then, grandfather asked Aunt to get married, but she didn't seem to be willing. She even caused quite a stir in the end." Yu Linglong said, "Your aunt got married?" Lu Ming was startled. "Yeah, she caused quite a stir back then, but my grandfather suppressed it in the end. But I only heard about it because I wasn't even born back then." Yu Linglong said, "No wonder." Lu Ming finally understood why Yu Xian said she was the one who did wrong to the ancestor of techniques. The ancestor of techniques had always missed Yu Xian, but Yu Xian was already married to someone else. Sigh. Lu Ming let out a sigh. He did not know how to tell the ancestor of techniques about it the next time he saw him. That was the reality. That was how helpless the reality was. Shaking his head, Lu Ming put the matter aside. He had already done what he promised the ancestor of techniques. As for the rest, he could not do anything about it. "All right, I have something to ask you. Do you know how to cultivate the Kongxian school's Holy Gray Divine Technique?" Lu Ming asked. "You want to cultivate the Holy Gray Divine Technique? That's a bit difficult. First, you have to enter the true God realm and become an inner disciple. Then, you have to show your talent and go through a series of tests to prove that you're loyal to the Kongxian school and not a spy sent by other sections. Only then will they teach you." Yu Linglong said. "So difficult?" Lu Ming was speechless. "It's that difficult. You have to know that the entire Kongxian school only has 2 Holy Gray Divine Techniques. As the treasure of the school, it's too difficult to learn the complete Holy Gray Divine Technique. At most, you can only learn an incomplete one." Yu Linglong said, "An incomplete one? Where can I learn an incomplete one?" Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. He did not need a complete one to cultivate the other divine techniques. An incomplete one was fine too. He only needed to cultivate a strand of divine power. You can exchange it in the Scripture Pavilion. You just have to ask the elders guarding the Scripture Pavilion. However, the price is shockingly high. The Holy Gray Divine Technique is divided into 12 levels. The first level costs 50,000 points, and the second level costs 100,000 points. The price keeps increasing. The key is that it's not very useful if you don't have a complete one. Yuling Long said, I can exchange it. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He did not need a complete one at all. He only needed the first level. Once he cultivated the first level, he would be able to cultivate a strand of divine power and ignite the divine flame. That was enough for Lu Ming. However, he sighed immediately. The first level required 50,000 points. That price was ridiculously high. Even if he exchanged all the divine gems he had left for points, he would only have slightly more than 10,000 points. It was still far from enough. Kongxian School, where can I earn points? Lu Ming asked again. The place to earn points is, of course, the mission hall. The sect will release a series of missions. As long as you complete the missions, you will be able to earn points. However, I suggest that you don't accept any missions. It's not worth it. Yuling Long said. Why? Lu Ming asked. Because there is a limit to the level of missions. You are now an outer disciple, so you can only accept the lowest level missions. Those missions are usually time-consuming and laborious. The rewards are also very low. Most of them only reward 1 or 2 points. The most you can get is 10 points. Yuling Long said. Lu Ming was instantly speechless. Completing a mission only gave him 1 or 2 points. How long would it take him to earn 50,000 points? Chapter 2695. However, if you want to quickly earn points, there will soon be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yuling Long suddenly smiled. What opportunity? Lu Ming asked. The Nether Dragon's secret realm will open in a few days. As long as you enter the Nether Dragon's secret realm and obtain some treasures, you will be able to exchange them for a large amount of points. Yuling Long said, Nether Dragon's secret realm? Lu Ming was curious, as this was the first time he had heard of it. That's right. The Nether Dragon's secret realm only opens once every 100,000 years. Moreover, only those below the true God realm can enter. Thus, it is a paradise for outer disciples. At that time, all the powerful outer disciples will be able to enter. In the Nether Dragon's secret realm, there are 2 main treasures. One is the Nether Dragon Beast, and the other is the Dragon Bone Flower. As long as you obtain the Beast Core of the Nether Dragon Beast, or the Dragon Bone of the Dragon Bone Flower, you will be able to exchange them for a large amount of points. In the past, 1 Beast Core or Dragon Bone of the Dragon Bone Flower could be exchanged for 100 points. Yuling Long said, 100 points. Lu Ming was shocked. 100 points could be exchanged for 1 million divine gems. This price was extremely shocking. If he could obtain 100 Beast Cores or 100 Dragon Bone of the Dragon Bone Flower, he would be able to obtain 10,000 points. If it was 500, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. If that was the case, he would be able to exchange for the first level of the Saint Grey Divine Technique. Yes, the reward is too shocking. Even many inner disciples are envious, but they can't enter. Let me tell you, there are many outer disciples on the empty God list who could have broken through to the true God realm long ago. However, they have been suppressing their cultivation in order to wait for the Nether Dragon's secret realm that opens once every 100,000 years. This is a good opportunity to earn a lot. How about it? It will open in 3 days. Do you want to go together? Yuling Long said. Of course, I'm going. Lu Ming said. He would be a fool if he didn't go. Then let's wait a few days. We'll go in a few days. Yuling Long said. Then they went to the Divine Vein Tower and cultivated for a few days. 3 days later, Lu Ming and Yuling Long flew out of the inner area and headed for the outer area. The entrance to the Nether Dragon's secret realm was in a huge palace in the outer sect area. This hall was normally closed and would only be opened when the Nether Dragon's secret realm was about to open. In these few days, Lu Ming had a better understanding of the Nether Dragon's secret realm. The great desolate universe was vast and boundless. It was the most perfect and stable world in the great thousand realms. Around it, some small kiliocosms would evolve, such as the Heaven Realm and the Primordial Realm. At the same time, some mystic realms would also evolve. These arcane realms were of a higher level than many minor kiliocosms and were tightly attached to the Yorwild's universe. For the creatures in the minor kiliocosm, reaching the demigod realm was the limit. If they wanted to advance further, they would have to enter the primitive universe. However, in some secret realms, deities or even stronger beings could be born. The Nether Dragon's secret realm was such a secret realm. When Lu Ming and Yu Linglong arrived, they found that there was already a sea of people outside the palace. Countless outer disciples began to gather at the scene. It's Lu Ming. Many people recognized Lu Ming as soon as Lu Ming arrived. Back then, Lu Ming had become famous after defeating 3 geniuses of the empty god ranking. His name had already spread throughout the outer sect. This brat also wants to enter the Nether Dragon's secret realm. Fine, I'll get rid of him inside. Some people harumphed coldly in their hearts as their gazes were like lightning. Furthermore, there were many people with such thoughts. Shua, shua. At this moment, several white-haired elders flew over and landed in front of the palace. The inner elders are here. The door is about to open. Many people became excited. Many people's cultivation could have broken through to the true god realm, but they had suppressed it to the peak empty god realm. They were waiting for the Nether Dragon's secret realm to open so that they could gain some benefits. There was a total of 3 inner sect elders who landed in front of the palace door. Then, they struck out with their palms, and 3 streams of divine power slammed into the palace door. Rumble. The palace's great doors shone, and rumbling noises could be heard as they slowly opened. However, there was still a light barrier above the door. In the Nether Dragon's secret realm, the Nether Dragon Beast and the Dragon Bone Flower are both very powerful. Those with weak cultivation and insufficient battle power will not only not be able to obtain beast cores of dragon bones, but will also die. Therefore, only those who can break through this light barrier can enter the Nether Dragon's secret realm. Now you can go. Remember, you only have 3 months. After 3 months, you must return here or else you will be locked inside. An inner elder announced. Let's go. Instantly, a group of outer disciples charged towards the door. The door was 100 meters tall and dozens of meters wide. It could easily allow 100 people to pass through. Boom, boom. The group of outer disciples all sent out powerful attacks that landed on the barrier, causing it to violently tremble. However, the majority of them were blocked. Only a few managed to break through the barrier and enter, disappearing in a flash. Damn it, I don't believe it. Break for me. Someone roared and used his strongest power, but he still couldn't break through the barrier. Trash, don't block the way. Behind him, other people charged over and sent out their divine power, wanting to push the person in front away. You're the trash. The person in front was furious and attacked, but after exchanging a single blow with the person behind him, he spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed into the barrier, his face pale. Dongfang Hao. That person's face was pale, and the person behind him was Dongfang Hao. Trash scram. Dongfang Hao disdainfully shouted and sent out a palm, breaking through the barrier and entering the palace. Those who can't break through the barrier, get out of the way. Don't block the way. An inner elder's voice sounded. He waved his hand, sending out waves of energy that sent those who couldn't break through the barrier flying. Shua, shua. People continued to dash forward, breaking through the barrier and entering the palace. Those who have the strength of a level 9 empty god realm martial artist can break through the barrier. At this point, Lu Ming had already seen through the trick. As long as one had the strength of a level 9 empty god realm martial artist, they would be able to break through the barrier. Those who didn't have a strength of a level 9 empty god realm martial artist would not be able to break through the barrier. Lu Ming, let's go in quickly. Yu Linglong shouted and flew forward. Lu Ming also flew forward and arrived before the barrier. Long sent out a palm, causing the barrier to collapse like water. In a flash, she entered the barrier. Lu Ming also sent out a punch, breaking through the barrier and entering the palace. Inside the palace, there was a huge, empty palace. In the middle of the palace, there was a huge black whirlpool. This was the entrance to the Nether Dragon's secret domain. The two of them charged into the whirlpool in a flash. After a moment of dizziness, Lu Ming discovered that he had appeared on a piece of yellow land with Long by his side. Let's go and find the Nether Dragon Beast and Dragon Bone Flower. 3 months will pass in the blink of an eye. Long said. The two of them turned into rays of light and flew into the distance. Chapter 2696. The Nether Dragon Mystery Domain was vast and boundless. Lu Ming didn't know how big it was, but he felt that it was at least bigger than the Heaven Domain, Yuan Domain, and Evil God Domain combined. The two flew for a few hours, but they didn't see anything. What entered their eyes was a vast expanse of yellow land. We're too unlucky. When we entered, we were sent to this piece of yellow land. This piece of yellow land is barren, and there are no nether dragons or dragon bone flowers. Long said bitterly. Lu Ming was also a little depressed, but there was nothing he could do about it. He could only focus on his journey. After flying for another 2 hours, mountains gradually appeared in front of them. Roar! 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 A series of roars could be heard coming from the mountains. It's the Nether Dragons. Long's eyes lit up. The two increased their speed and flew towards the mountains. But at this time, other rays of light appeared from other directions and also flew towards the mountains. They were the other outer sect disciples. Lu Ming looked around and saw more than 10 people. Let's increase our speed. Long shouted as she circulated her divine power, and a layer of rainbow light covered her body. Boom! At this time, several powerful auras came from the sky. The pressure was like a tide that pressed down in all directions, covering Lu Ming and the other outer sect disciples. It was extremely domineering. Then, 2 youths, 1 male and 1 female, descended and blocked the group. The Nether Dragons in this area belong to the 2 of us. You guys can leave. The male said coldly as he glanced at Lu Ming and the others. His eyes were filled with arrogance. Moreover, his tone was filled with a strong threat. It was as if he said that, and the others had to follow. It's Lu Yang ranked 35th on the Empty God list, and Xianxia ranked 37th. Someone exclaimed as they recognized the two. Why are we so unlucky to meet the 2 of them? It looks like we can only leave. The other outer sect disciples had ugly expressions, but they were also filled with helplessness. Those who could enter the Nether Dragon Mystery Domain all had battle power of the 9th level of the Void God realm. However, he only had the combat strength of a level 9 Empty God. He was far from being comparable to those geniuses on the Empty God list. This was especially true for the top 50 geniuses on the Virtual God list. Each of them had astonishing combat power and could survive the attack of a level 1 True God expert. It was said that the top 30 geniuses could even contend with a first-level True God existence. Although Lu Yang and Fong, you were only ranked 35th and 37th respectively, the 2 of them were lovers. They specialized in joint attacks, and when the 2 of them joined forces, they could fight against the top 30 geniuses. Ordinary 9th level Ethereal God realm experts were far weaker than them. Although the other 10 or so outer disciples were unwilling, they slowly backed away. However, Lu Ming and Long did not back down. Why aren't you leaving yet? Lu Yang looked at Lu Ming and Long with a cold glint in his eyes. Retreat? Why should we retreat? Since we've encountered a Nether Dragon, the Nether Dragon core will depend on our own abilities. Lu Ming said indifferently. Brat, you're very confident. Lu Yang's eyes became colder as he said, the Nether Dragon's secret domain is no longer within the sect. Killing is not prohibited here. Do you understand? This was a blatant threat. His meaning was clear. If Lu Ming did not retreat, then he could stay here forever. You talk too much nonsense. Either scram or attack. Lu Ming stepped forward and scolded. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with Lu Yang. He did not have much time. A piece of Nether Dragon Beast core or a piece of Dragon Bone Flowers Dragon Bone was worth points and money. If Lu Ming wanted to exchange for a sacred grade technique, he would have to rely on these few months. He did not have the time to argue with the other party. "You're courting death." Lu Yang snorted coldly. His finger was like a sword as he pointed at Lu Ming. A sword gleam burst forth from his finger. It was incomparably sharp and emitted a terrifying whistle as it charged towards Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming threw out a punch, his divine force surging as it struck Lu Yang's finger. Crack! Lu Yang's finger was broken and twisted like a fried dough twist. His face turned the color of pig liver as he screamed in agony and staggered backward, spurting out a mouthful of blood. What? The rest of the outer disciples who had already retreated opened their mouths wide in shock upon seeing this. After a single exchange, Lu Yang was no match for Qinan. "I recognize him. He's Lu Ming. He's Lu Ming." Someone yelled. "What? He's Lu Ming?" The Lu Ming who defeated Dongfang Hao, Huang Qinggan, and the Scorpion Tiger? That's right, it's him. Terrifying. His strength has grown again after a few years. The others exclaimed. "You're Lu Ming." Lu Yang's expression was hideous as he stared at Lu Ming. "Scram!" Lu Ming shouted coldly. "Fine. I would like to see what you're capable of." "Fanya, let's work together." Lu Yang shouted. "All right." Fanya's figure flickered and arrived beside Lu Yang. Clang! Clang! Two sounds of swords chiming could be heard. Lu Yang and Fanya unsheathed their swords. Two rays of sword gleams soared into the sky. Then, the two rays of sword gleams intertwined and charged toward Lu Ming. The sword momentum was continuous, and its power was shocking. Both of them went all out, and their strength was much stronger than the Scorpion Tiger. However, Lu Ming's strength was no longer the same as it was in the past. In the past few years, he had cultivated 3 different royal grade divine skills and 3 divine fires. His divine force was much stronger than before. In addition, his cultivation had broken through to the 5th level of the empty god realm. His strength was much stronger than when he fought the Scorpion Tiger and the others. Buzz! Lu Ming took out his spear and swept it out. The spear did not display the destructive 3 strikes. What was used was merely an incomplete divine skill. The spear ray and sword ray collided with each other, and an intense battle ensued. Clang! 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 The sound of the collision was like a thunderclap. After more than 10 collisions, Lu Yang and Fanya retreated 1,000 meters before they stopped. Both of their faces were ghastly pale, and blood was seeping out from the corners of their mouths. There was a hole in their bodies that was penetrated from the front and back. It was obvious that they had been pierced by Lu Ming's long spear. "I'll let you off this time. Get lost." Lu Ming shouted coldly. Lu Yang and Fanya's faces were ugly, but there was deep fear in their eyes. They knew that they were no match for Lu Ming. "Let's go." The two of them turned into 2 rays of light and left. So strong. Lu Ming is so strong. Lu Yang and Fanya are no match for him even when they join forces. It's only been 5 to 6 years, and his strength has increased tremendously. His current combat strength is probably in the top 30 of the empty god realm. No, he might even be in the top 20. The outer disciples who witnessed the battle between Lu Ming and Lu Yang and Fanya were shocked. "Do you guys want to stay here and compete with me?" At that moment, Lu Ming's gaze swept across the outer disciples. The outer disciples' faces changed. What a joke. Competing with Lu Ming was the same as seeking death. Immediately, all of them flew away with their tails between their legs. Chapter 2697. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Yu Linglong looked at Lu Ming with shock written all over her face. Although she knew that Lu Ming wasn't weak, she didn't expect him to be so strong. "Let's go and hunt the Netherworld dragons." Lu Ming smiled and flew towards the mountain peaks. Roar! Roar! When Lu Ming and Yu Linglong neared the mountain peaks, a few Netherworld dragons appeared on the mountain peaks. The Netherworld dragons looked like tigers. They were 5 meters tall and 10 meters long. Their bodies were covered in black scales, and there were 2 dragon horns on their heads. Their auras were wild. Roar! Roar! The few netherworld dragons roared and kicked off with their hind legs. They turned into a few streaks of black light and charged towards Lu Ming and Yuling Long. So fast, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He shook his spear and stabbed out a few times. A few spear radiances pierced through the heads of the 3 netherworld dragons. Ding! Ding! When the spear pierced the heads of the netherworld dragons, there was the sound of metal clashing and sparks flew. The 3 netherworld dragons were forced back by Lu Ming's attacks. However, Lu Ming also felt a huge force surging through the spear, causing his arm to feel numb. What shocking strength! Lu Ming was slightly shocked. He could feel that the few netherworld dragons were at level 9 Empty God Realm, but their strength was shocking. With Lu Ming's current strength, there weren't many empty gods who could cause his arm to feel numb. What shocked Lu Ming even more was that after the 3 netherworld dragons were forced back, they shook their heads and were completely fine. Shocking defensive strength. If it were any other level 9 Empty God Realm wild beast, they would definitely die on the spot after being pierced by Lu Ming's spear. Roar! 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 The 3 netherworld dragons roared, following which a few more netherworld dragons appeared between the mountain peaks. They were filled with killing intent as they charged towards them. Kill! Lu Ming also charged forward, circulating his sovereign's god force with all his might. The 4 divine fires in his body burned fiercely, and 3 types of king-grade god force merged with his sovereign's god force, bursting forth with shocking might. The nether dragon roared. Its razor-sharp claws clawed at Lu Ming. The wind howled, terrifying to the extreme. Bang! 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 The 2 sides continued to clash, but Lu Ming was still stronger. His spear struck the 3 nether dragons, and 15 layers of power exploded, sending the 3 nether dragons flying. However, after the nether dragon was sent flying, it shook its head and body as if nothing had happened. This strength! Lu Ming was extremely shocked. The nether dragon's strength completely exceeded his expectations. No wonder the inner sect elders said that the nether dragon core dragonbone flower was very powerful. Only those who could break through the light screen could enter. Lu Ming was sure that even a rank 9 Empty God Realm expert wouldn't be a match for a nether dragon. If they wanted to kill a nether dragon, they would need at least a few people to work together. On the other side, Yuling Long was also fighting with a few nether dragons. A soft whip appeared in Yuling Long's hand. As she waved the whip, the sky was filled with whip shadows, trapping the nether dragons in the middle. What strength! Yuling Long's strength had also exceeded Lu Ming's expectations. Yuling Long's cultivation was at the rank 9 Empty God Realm, but Lu Ming felt that Yuling Long wasn't weak compared to many of the top geniuses of the Empty God Realm. However, Yuling Long's identity wasn't ordinary. She wasn't an outer sect disciple, but an inner sect disciple. There were many examples like this in the Kongxian school. Many descendants of great figures were directly nurtured in the inner sect and wouldn't join the ranks of outer sect disciples. Naturally, they wouldn't enter the Empty God Realm, but their strength was very shocking. Roar! Roar! The nether dragon was continuously sent flying by Lu Ming. It let out a furious roar, and a baleful aura filled the sky. Its body was covered in a layer of black flames as it glared at Lu Ming and charged at Lu Ming. Boom! 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 The 2 sides once again engaged in an intense battle. However, the nether dragon's defense was too shocking. It was continuously hit by Lu Ming, but it was as if nothing had happened. Lu Ming couldn't break through its defense at all. Lu Ming's strength could completely suppress a few nether dragons, but he couldn't break through their defense and kill them. No, there must be a weakness. As long as I can find the weakness of the nether dragon, I can kill it. Lu Ming's mind was racing. If there weren't any weaknesses, then how did the people who entered 100,000 and 200,000 years ago kill it? If even Lu Ming couldn't kill it, then there weren't many people below the true God realm who could. After thinking about this, Lu Ming began to probe. The long spear constantly stabbed at different parts of the nether dragon. Finally, after hundreds of probing, Lu Ming finally found the weakness of the nether dragon. Puff! Lu Ming's spear pierced the nether dragon's neck. The nether dragon roared as blood flowed out. It then fell to the ground and twitched a few times before losing its vitality. The neck was the nether dragon's weakness. Yuling Long, attack its neck. Lu Ming shouted. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yuling Long's attack changed. The soft whip hardened and stabbed out like a long spear. Puff! The soft whip pierced the nether dragon's neck and killed it. It's the neck. Yuling Long was excited and began to attack crazily. At the same time, Lu Ming also attacked. Although the nether dragons tried to dodge, they couldn't and were killed by Lu Ming. On the other side, Yuling Long also killed the last two nether dragons. Then, the two dug out a few beast cores from the nether dragon's chests. There were a total of 6 beast cores, 3 for each person. These beast cores could be used to refine divine pills and were very useful. They were even helpful to true gods and heavenly gods. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so expensive. Lu Ming was delighted. 1 beast core was worth 100 points, which was equivalent to 1 million divine gems. Let's continue. Lu Ming's eyes were burning as he flew forward with Yuling Long. Roar! Roar! They hadn't flown far when roars came from the front. There were at least a dozen nether dragons leaping from the mountain and running towards them. We didn't go looking for you, but you came to us yourself. Just in time. Lu Ming laughed and charged at the dozen nether dragons. The nether dragon was very powerful and had shocking strength. However, since Lu Ming knew its weakness, given his combat ability, it was not too difficult to deal with it. Lu Ming and Yuling Long worked together and killed the dozen nether dragons. Each of them obtained 7 beast cores. Adding the 3 from before, they had 10 now. If exchanged for points, it would be 1,000 points. 1,000 points could be exchanged for a slightly inferior King Grey Divine Art. This speed of earning points made Lu Ming very happy. Of course, this was also because they were strong enough to kill the nether dragons. If it were others, they wouldn't be so fast. Even if an outer sect disciple at the 9th level of the ethereal god realm knew the weakness of the nether dragon, they would still need many people to work together to kill it. If they encountered a dozen nether dragons at once, they wouldn't be able to deal with them and could only run away. Chapter 2698. In just a short while, he had obtained the beast core of 1,000 points. Lu Ming was excited and wanted to continue forward with Yuling Long to kill more netherworld dragons. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful pressure came down from the sky. It was filled with a domineering aura. Then, a few young men slowly descended from the sky. Dong Fong Hao. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. There were 3 youths, and one of them was Huang Qinggan, who was ranked 98th on the empty god list back then. Of course, Lu Ming had defeated 3 people in a row and defeated the 51st ranked Scorpion Tiger. Huang Qinggan's ranking had dropped to 99th. Lu Ming was not concerned about Huang Qinggan, but the other 2 youths, especially a youth in black armor. This youth in black armor was tall and muscular. Black armor covered his entire body, and even his palms were covered by the armor. Only his head was exposed, and he was filled with a domineering aura. Kuang Dao, its little tyrant Kuang Dao. Yuling Long exclaimed when she saw the youth in black armor. It's him. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. In this period of time, he had some understanding of some of the top people on the empty god list. Little tyrant Kuang Dao was ranked 5th on the empty god list. He was a terrifying figure and very powerful. In the entire outer sect, there were only a handful of outer sect disciples who could suppress him. Those in the top 10 of the empty god list all had shocking battle records and had defeated true gods before. This was terrifying. Like the Scorpion Tiger, it had only escaped from the hands of a true god realm expert before. It was completely different from being defeated. The difference was like heaven and earth. It was said that the top 3 on the empty god list had the strength to kill true god realm expert. Little tyrant Kuang Dao was undoubtedly more terrifying. Although little tyrant Kuang Dao did not have the strength to kill a true god realm expert, he had defeated many true god realm experts, and his combat strength was unquestionable. You are Lu Ming, The one who killed many of my Floating Light Sect's junior brothers? Kuang Dao's eyes were like a ferocious beast as he stared at Lu Ming with cold, murderous intent. If people don't provoke me, I won't provoke them. If people provoke me, no matter who they are, I'll kill them all. Lu Ming replied coldly. Is that so? Kill them all? Let's see if you have the ability. Crazy Dao's face turned even colder. The aura on his body suddenly burst out. The violent pressure was like a mountain pressing down on Lu Ming. Whoosh! Whoosh! Huang Qinggan and the other young man moved in a flash and formed a triangle, surrounding Lu Ming and Yu Linglong in the middle to prevent them from escaping. Lu Ming, I wasn't there when you fought so many people in the life and death arena. Otherwise, I wouldn't have allowed you to be so arrogant. His name was Lan Shang, and he was also an expert on the Empty God list. He was ranked 33rd on the Empty God list. You talk too much. Don't you know that villains usually die from talking too much? Lu Ming coldly glanced at Lan Shang. You're courting death. Senior brother Kuang Dao, leave this brat to me. Lan Shang's eyes were cold as a war blade appeared in his hand. Unfortunately, they did not know that Lu Ming had already defeated Lu Yang and Fangya. Although Lu Yang and Fangya were ranked lower than Lan Shang on the Empty God list, their combined strength was definitely above Lan Shang's. If he knew about it, he would not be so confident. Sky Blade, 10 slashes. Lan Shang shouted coldly. Blade chi soared into the sky. A blue blade radiance was crystal clear and filled with terrifying power as it slashed towards Lu Ming. Buzz! Lu Ming's long spear shook as he lashed it out. Rumble! The long spear lashed out, and there was a violent explosion. Then, the long spear struck Lan Shang's blade radiance. Break it! Lan Shang began to roar, wanting to break Lu Ming's spear radiance. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened and he let out a miserable shriek. Not only did he fail to break Lu Ming's spear radiance, but his own blade radiance also shattered. The long spear was like a hot knife through butter as it struck Lan Shang's body. Lan Shang screamed as his body flew out like a cannonball. He brought along a long stream of air as he crashed into a mountain. The mountain crumbled and Lan Shang's body was lying on a pile of rocks. His body was twitching nonstop, and he was already half dead. What? Huang Qing'an's eyes widened as he was almost scared to death. His body instinctively retreated. Even the eyes of the little tyrant, Kuang Dao, narrowed. Obviously, Lu Ming's combat strength had exceeded his expectations. Although Lan Shang's combat strength was far from his, he was already a top expert in the Empty God realm. However, he was now half dead after being struck by Lu Ming's spear. So you do have some strength. No wonder you're so arrogant. However, this strength is not enough in my hands. Kuang Dao opened his mouth and his divine force exploded. His tall figure looked even more mighty. Boom! Kuang Dao stepped out. His body was like a mountain as he pressed down on Lu Ming. Let me see how strong you are. Overbearing divine fist. Kuang Dao roared. The black armor on his body emitted a bright black light as he threw a punch at Lu Ming. His fist was wrapped in black armor. When he threw a punch, it was like a mountain pressing down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming was not afraid as he circulated his divine force. In his elixir field, for divine fires burned. Divine force gushed out and entered the long spear as he threw out a spear. Boom! Like two meteorites exploding, the sky shook violently and formed a terrifying shockwave that rushed out in all directions. Swoosh! A figure retreated a few dozen miles and stood in the air. His aura fluctuated. This figure was Kuang Dao. How can this be? Huang Qing'an was shocked to the core. Lu Ming's combat strength was shocking. Even Kuang Dao, who was ranked 5th on the Empty God list, was pushed back by Lu Ming. Kid, not bad. Your strength is not bad. Take another blow from me. Overbearing divine fist, fist of the world. Kuang Dao roared as the aura on his body became more terrifying. He threw out a punch, and the fist force was like a meteorite as it flew towards Lu Ming. The terrifying fist force continued to press toward Lu Ming even though it was still a distance away. Peak of Level 2 Divine Skill. Lu Ming saw the level of Kuang Dao's divine skill at a glance. Kuang Dao's divine power was definitely at the top of the King Grey divine power, very close to the Saint Grey divine power. His divine skill had been cultivated to the peak of the second level. In addition to his black armor, the combination of his divine power was shockingly strong. Even someone like Lan Shang would be killed with a single punch from this punch. First move of the 3 annihilating strikes, Sky Piercing. Lu Ming used the first move of the 3 annihilating strikes. Although the 3 annihilating strikes was only at the peak of level 1, the power of the 3 annihilating strikes was already strong. With the support of the battle word secret art, the power was not weak at all. Swoosh! A meteor-like spear radiance shot out and collided with Kuang Dao's fist force. Rumble! An even more terrifying explosion occurred as the violent force swept out in all directions. Not good. Huang Qing'an's face changed as he retreated. Otherwise, he would be injured by the force. Chapter 2699. In the sky, one could only see a ball of black light and a ball of purple light colliding with each other. However, after a few breaths, the black light suddenly retreated and shook violently. Bam! In the end, the black light dissipated and Crazy Dao's tall and strong body was thrown back. As he was thrown back, there were clanging sounds and sparks on the surface of his body. This was Lu Ming's remaining strength attacking the black armor on Crazy Dao's body. Boom! In the end, Crazy Dao crashed into a mountain like Lan Shang. However, his situation was much better than Lan Shang's. When he hit the mountain peak, he stomped his feet on the mountain peak. The mountain peak rumbled, cracked, and then exploded. Mad Dao used the force of the stomp to rush back into the sky. However, Crazy Dao was in a sorry state. His hair was disheveled and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. There were cracks on his black armor and blood was seeping out. How can this be? How can this be? On the other side, Huang Qing'an was trembling in fear. He couldn't believe it. Crazy Dao was ranked 5th on the Empty God list. His combat strength was almost at the peak of the Empty God realm, and he had defeated many rank 1 true gods. In Kongxian School, there were only a few Empty Gods who could defeat Crazy Dao. But now, in the battle between Lu Ming and Crazy Dao, Lu Ming actually had the upper hand. The clash between the two ended with Crazy Dao being injured. Moreover, Lu Ming had just entered the sect, and his cultivation was far from the peak of the Empty God realm. If Lu Ming's cultivation was at the peak of the Empty God realm, how terrifying would his combat strength be? Crazy Dao is indeed powerful. Looking at Kuang Dao, who was not far away, a thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, he could kill an ordinary rank 9 Empty God in one move. However, his attack was blocked by Crazy Dao. However, Lu Ming knew that Crazy Dao had not used his full strength. Crazy Dao's current combat strength was not enough for him to defeat a true god, even if they were ordinary true gods. You still have trump cards that you haven't used yet, right? Use them all. Otherwise, you're no match for me, Lu Ming said nonchalantly. He was looking forward to seeing the combat strength of the person ranked 5th on the Empty God list. This was because he hadn't used his full strength either. The battle formula hadn't been activated yet. Lu Ming, it looks like I've really underestimated you. Your strength is beyond my expectations. Now, then, bear the full brunt of my fury. Kuang Dao's eyes were filled with madness. His rage was about to burst out. He did not know how many years it had been since an Empty God had forced him into such a state. In Kongxian School, there were only a few Empty Gods who were stronger than him. He usually did not fight with those people. He was almost invincible among the Empty Gods. But now, Lu Ming had made him bleed. He wanted to return the favor 10-fold, 100-fold. Rioting skill. All of a sudden, Crazy Dao let out a roar. His hair stood on end, and his aura erupted like a volcano, increasing by a large margin. This is a secret skill that temporarily increases combat strength. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. overbearing divine fist, conquering the world. Crazy Dao roared. He was like a mountain as he pressed down on Lu Ming. Both of his fists were like mountains. Wong, Wong. Lu Ming waved his long spear, and spear shadows that were as thick as mountains shot out. Boom, boom. There were continuous explosions in the sky as the two of them fought fiercely. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 blows. What an amazing secret skill. My combat strength has doubled. In the midst of the fight, Lu Ming judged that Crazy Dao's secret skill had doubled his combat strength. It was very similar to the battle formula. However, Crazy Dao's secret skill was naturally incomparable to the battle formula. For a secret skill like Crazy Dao's, there were no side effects. Moreover, its limit was to double one's combat strength. However, there was no limit to the battle formula. As Lu Ming continued to comprehend it, the power of the battle formula would become stronger. Now, Lu Ming was able to triple his combat strength. In the future, it was possible for him to triple his combat strength, quadruple his combat strength, quintuple his combat strength, sixfold his combat strength, and so on. The battle formula in his sea of consciousness was like a treasure that could be unearthed endlessly. Kill, kill, kill. Crazy Dao roared. His long hair danced in the wind. His aura was wild, and his killing intent was as cold as a knife. His secret skill was indeed flawed. There was a time limit. Once the time limit was up, it would drop to its previous level. Therefore, he had to kill Lu Ming before the time limit was up. Clang, clang. The two of them exchanged a few blows. The battle was intense. It seems like this is your limit. I won't waste my time with you, Lu Ming said coldly. Then, the battle formula was activated. Boom! Lu Ming's combat strength increased sharply. With a sweep of his spear, he broke through Crazy Dao's fist force and sent Crazy Dao flying. How can this be? Crazy Dao was shocked. It was unbelievable. Until now, Lu Ming had not used his full strength. This kind of combat strength was abnormal. It was more abnormal than any monster he had ever seen. Apocalyptic triple strike, Sky Piercer. After repelling Crazy Dao, Lu Ming immediately used the apocalyptic triple strike. It turned into a dazzling spear light and attacked Crazy Dao. No, block it. I must block it. Facing Lu Ming's attack, Crazy Dao's face changed drastically. He felt the threat of death. This strike could very well kill him. Black Gold's secret art. Crazy Dao roared. His body emitted a black light. A layer of black metal-like light emerged from his body. This was another kind of divine skill. It was a defensive divine skill. After using the defensive divine skill, Crazy Dao continued to punch. Finally, a huge fist force blasted towards Lu Ming. Boom! The fist force was directly dispersed. The spear light bombarded Crazy Dao's body. Crazy Dao's body shook violently. He was sent flying like a meteor. In an instant, he was sent flying thousands of miles away. Puff! He vomited blood. His defensive divine skill was penetrated. The black armor on his body shattered. A big hole appeared in his chest. However, he was not dead. He managed to block Lu Ming's attack. Run, run, run. Crazy Dao only had one thought. He used his full strength and even burned his divine power. His whole body was like a ball of fire as he rushed towards the distance. His speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he was tens of thousands of miles away. This guy's life-saving ability is really strong. Lu Ming shook his head slightly. He was a little surprised that he did not kill Crazy Dao in one move. However, Crazy Dao's life-saving ability was indeed strong. He used a secret technique that increased his combat strength, an offensive divine skill, a defensive divine skill, and that armor together to block Lu Ming's killing blow. Moreover, Lu Ming did not cultivate a speed-type divine skill. His speed was limited, and he might not be able to catch up to Crazy Dao. Then, Lu Ming looked to Huang Qingan. Baidu, search Xing 81 Chinese network. No advertising message. Chapter 2700. Lu Ming's gaze suddenly turned towards Huang Qingan, causing Huang Qingan's face to turn pale. Lu Ming, don't kill me. Huang Qing'an's face was filled with fear as his voice trembled. He had never dreamt that crazy Dao would lose to Lu Ming and be forced to run away by Lu Ming. At this moment, his legs were trembling, and he even forgot to run away. "Don't kill you? You just said that you wanted to kill me," Lu Ming said coldly as a cold, killing intent surged out of his body and enveloped Huang Qing'an. "No!" Huang Qing'an screamed and turned to run. Lu Ming didn't move and stabbed out with his spear. A spear light crossed thousands of miles and stabbed towards Huang Qing'an. Huang Qing'an's defense was pierced through like tofu. His body was pierced and blood spurted out. "Lu Ming, you'll die a horrible death. The Chosen will not let you go," Huang Qing'an roared and then breathed his last. Lu Ming's expression was calm. He came to the top of the half-dead Lan Shang and stabbed the other party to death while the other party was in despair. Lu Ming would never be merciful to his enemies. As long as there was a chance, he would kill until the other party trembled in fear. "Let's go," Lu Ming said as he walked past Yulinglong. "Lu Ming, your strength is really shocking. You've already surpassed me." Yulinglong followed Lu Ming's footsteps as she blinked her eyes and asked curiously, "I was lucky and learned a secret technique to increase my battle strength." Lu Ming casually gave an excuse. The two continued to fly forward. However, after flying for a while, they didn't encounter a single nether dragon. Instead, they encountered quite a few nether dragons. Obviously, there were no more nether dragons in this area. Even if there were, they would have been killed by others. The two of them went deep into the nether dragon's secret realm, heading towards its depths. The terrain became more and more desolate. Roar! Roar! In the distance, a thunderous roar pierced through the heavens. More than a dozen nether dragons leapt over with shocking speed. They seemed to have discovered them from far away. These nether dragons are strange. We haven't discovered them, but they seem to have discovered us from far away. Yulinglong asked curiously. Lu Ming was also a little surprised. This was indeed the case. Several times in a row, it was always the nether dragons that took the initiative to attack them. And each time, there would be 7, 8, or even a dozen. But no matter what, this was a good thing. At least they didn't have to waste time looking for it. But in the next moment, Lu Ming and the others' expressions changed. In the distance, roars and howls sounded again, rising and falling. Then, the void trembled and numerous nether dragons appeared in the distance. There were at least 100 of them. More than 100 nether dragons stepped through the air and charged towards Lu Ming and the others. Their auras were like mountains and seas. "So many nether dragons, run!" Yulinglong shouted and turned to run. Her reaction was extremely fast. However, Lu Ming's reaction wasn't any slower than hers. He also turned and ran. What a joke! There were too many nether dragons. There were more than 100 of them, and each of them was invulnerable. Their only weakness was their neck. With so many nether dragons charging at them together, no matter how strong Lu Ming was, he would probably be torn apart. Roar! 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 Behind them, the nether dragons roared and chased. The two sides, one running and one chasing, crossed tens of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. "Save me," Yulinglong yelled, because there were other figures in front of her. They were the other outer disciples of the Kongshin school. "This guy is very unkind." This was Lu Ming's evaluation of Yulinglong. Obviously, Yulinglong wanted to drag others down to distract the nether dragons. Of course, Lu Ming naturally followed closely behind Yulinglong. "It's the nether dragons. Nether dragons, there are so many of them. Don't come over." When the outer disciples saw the nether dragons, they were overjoyed. However, when they saw more than 100 nether dragons charging at them, their faces turned pale. They screamed and ran. "Don't run. Let's work together and fight these nether dragons." Yulinglong yelled. "It'd be strange if we didn't run. Little girl, don't come over. Scram." Those people roared and ran faster than anything else. "Let's split up with them and distract the nether dragons." Lu Ming transmitted to Yulinglong. Yulinglong nodded, and the two flew in another direction. This way, if the nether dragons were attracted by those people, the pressure on them would be much lighter. However, What they didn't expect was that the nether dragons didn't even look at them. The 100 or so nether dragons still chased after Lu Ming. Nether dragons, you can't play like this. Lu Ming was speechless. These nether dragons seemed to be fixated on them. Battle character art, activate. Lu Ming's heart stirred as he constantly activated the battle formula. Not long after, he successfully activated the battle character art to triple his combat strength. After activating the triple combat strength, Lu Ming's speed increased by a notch. Let's go. Lu Ming pulled Yu Linglong and rushed forward. This way, they gradually pulled away from the nether dragons. After a while, they finally shook off the nether dragons and found a quiet place to meditate and recover their divine power. After recovering their divine power, the two began to discuss. That's strange. Why are those nether dragons so fixated on us? Yu Linglong was puzzled. Lu Ming shook his head. He had no idea about this as well. Could it be that there's something on us that's attracting the nether dragons? Lu Ming said, "What's attracting the nether dragons?" Yu Linglong's eyes flashed, but the two couldn't think of anything on them that was attracting the nether dragons. After a while, the two left this area and continued deeper into the nether dragon mystery realm. But what made them speechless was that not long after, they attracted another group of nether dragons. They could only run. After escaping, they didn't dare to be too obvious. They carefully approached the mystery realm from another direction. This time, more than 10 nether dragons attacked them. They weren't afraid of more than 10 nether dragons. After fighting for a while, they killed the nether dragons and obtained their beast cores. In the following time, they wandered around this area. Whenever they encountered a large number of nether dragons, they would turn and run. If there were only a few, they would stop and hunt. In the blink of an eye, they had been in the nether dragon mystery realm for a month and a half. They had only been in here for 3 months. Half of it had already passed. However, they had also gained a lot. Lu Ming already had more than 200 beast cores. If converted to points, that would be more than 20,000 points. He was getting closer and closer to 50,000 points. The nether dragons in this area were attracted by them in batches and slowly killed. Finally, they had killed almost all of them. The two left this area and continued deeper into the nether dragon mystery realm. Baidu search Xing 81 Chinese Network O. No advertising message. Chapter 2701. A few hours later, they arrived at a huge canyon. Be careful, there might be nether dragons here, Yu Linglong said softly. The two of them retracted their auras and carefully walked into the canyon. After this period of fighting, Lu Ming had a rough understanding of Yu Linglong's combat strength. This girl's combat strength was shockingly strong. Lu Ming judged that she was at least above the crazy Dao. If she was an outer disciple, she would at least be in the top 5 of the empty god list. The two of them walked forward, but they did not encounter a single nether dragon. This canyon was unusually quiet. The two of them were surprised. According to their previous experience, nether dragons usually like to stay in places like this. Soon, they reached the end of the canyon. In front of the canyon was an endless plain with green grass that was taller than a person. A light breeze blew and a fragrance assailed their nostrils. The two of them arrived at the plain and walked on the grass. Sha sha sha. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound in the distance. Look, what's that? Yu Linglong suddenly pointed to the front of the plain. At this moment, Lu Ming also noticed the difference. In that direction, the green grass was like a wave that was undulating and spreading towards them. There's something in the grass. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. There was something walking in the grass which caused the waves. Moreover, the range was shockingly large. Sha sha sha. The sound became clearer and clearer. The waves were moving at an extremely fast speed towards Lu Ming and Yu Linglong. Lu Ming's expression changed. He could finally see clearly what was in the green grass. It was something that looked like a dragon bone. It was not big, only 1 meter long and half a meter tall. It was like a small dragon bone. However, on top of the dragon bone, there was a blood-red flower. The most terrifying thing was that on top of the flower, there was a large mouth full of fangs. It was terrifying. Dragon bone flower. A few words popped up in Lu Ming's mind. Their trip to the Nether Dragon's secret realm this time had two main objectives. One was the beast core of the Netherworld dragon, and the other was the dragon bone of the dragon bone flower. Each one was worth 100 points. However, there were simply too many dragon bone flowers. At a glance, the entire grassland was shaking. There were at least a few hundred of them. Whoosh! One of the dragon bone flowers shot toward Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. Let's test its power. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He gripped his spear and charged forward, testing out the power of the dragon bone flower. Wong! The long spear trembled as it swept towards the dragon bone flower. However, the dragon bone flower's dragon tail swept out and collided with the long spear. Dong! A violent tremor rang out as the dragon bone flower was sent flying. It smashed into the ground, wiping out a large patch of green grass. However, after shaking the flower, it stood up again, completely unharmed. However, Lu Ming's long spear was vibrating nonstop. What a powerful battle strength! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The power of this dragon bone flower was actually not any weaker than the Nether Dragon. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, there were at least a few dozen dragon bone flowers that charged toward Lu Ming and the others. Many of the dragon bone flowers' mouths opened and closed, biting toward them. Lu Ming's long spear constantly stabbed out, sending a few dragon bone flowers flying. However, due to a moment of carelessness, the long spear was bitten by dragon bone flower's teeth. A row of teeth marks immediately appeared on the long spear. What a terrifying bite! This was a low-grade 9th-tier divine artifact, and it actually had teeth marks on it. Retreat! Lu Ming shouted. Together with Yuling Long, they turned and ran. There were too many dragon bone flowers. At a glance, there were at least a few hundred of them. They were no match for them. Surrounded by so many dragon bone flowers, they would probably die. The two of them frantically retreated back into the valley. However, at this moment, their expressions changed drastically. The reason for that was because at that moment, many figures had appeared in the ravine. Nether dragons. They were all nether dragons. At a glance, there were at least a few hundred of them, filling the valley. They had been surrounded. This was a trap. The nether dragons and dragonbone flowers had actually cooperated to dig a hole for them to jump into. Roar! 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 The nether dragons roared, their eyes ferocious as they charged toward Lu Ming and the others. Charge out! Lu Ming roared. At the same time, he continuously activated the battle character art. Soon, he successfully tripled his battle strength. Furthermore, his divine artifact had changed to a mid-grade, first-tier divine artifact battle sword. Kill! Lu Ming roared as he slashed out, slashing the head of a nether dragon. The nether dragon was sent flying by the violent force. It collided with the other nether dragons, causing 7 to 8 of them to fly out. It was clear that Lu Ming's sword was very powerful. At the same time, Yuling Long also attacked with all her strength. One moment, her whip was like a sword, and the next moment, it was like a spear. However, no matter how strong the two of them were, there were too many nether dragons and dragonbone flowers. Moreover, their defenses were shockingly strong. These nether dragons and dragonbone flowers charged toward the two of them as if they didn't care about their lives. Bang! Yuling Long was careless and was swept by a dragonbone flower's tail. Her delicate body trembled as a wound appeared on her body, causing her to spit out blood. Careful! Lu Ming came to Yuling Long's side. A scarlet gold battle armor appeared on his body. It was the divine skill, 9-layered scarlet gold armor. At the same time, Lu Ming's battle sword continuously slashed out. In an instant, hundreds of sword lights shot out. However, the nether dragons and dragonbone flowers charged forward without fear of death, attacking Lu Ming. 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Although Lu Ming's battle strength was strong, he was still constantly hit. The sharp claws of the nether dragon, the fangs of the dragonbone flower, and the tail of the dragonbone flower constantly bombarded the reddish-gold armor on Lu Ming's body. The reddish-gold armor vibrated continuously, as if it would collapse at any time. Their situation was precarious. Dying. Lu Ming attacked continuously with his sword. A few sword gleams pierced the necks of the nether dragons, killing a few of them. Two more sword lights stood on the dragonbone flower's stem and cut it in half. The dragonbone flower also died on the spot. The stem was the dragonbone flower's weakness. Once the dragonbone flower died, the scarlet-red flower would quickly wither, leaving behind a meter-long dragonbone. However, there were too many nether dragons and dragonbone flowers. They densely surrounded the two of them. The two of them couldn't charge out at all. Crack! Cracks appeared on Lu Ming's scarlet gold battle armor. A terrifying force entered Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's face paled as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The scarlet gold battle armor couldn't hold on any longer. Are we going to die here today? Yu Linglong's face was as white as snow. Impossible. How can I be killed by some mindless monsters? Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming roared. His face was filled with unyielding determination. He pushed his potential to the limit, and his divine power crazily circulated. Baidu Search Dong 81 Chinese Network. No advertising message. Chapter 2702. Lu Ming didn't give up. He pushed his potential to the limit and fought against the nether dragons and dragonbone flowers. Suddenly, his body shone with a reddish-gold light. It was much brighter than before. The scarlet gold armor that had appeared on his body was originally filled with cracks, but at this moment, those cracks had all disappeared. The scarlet gold armor shone brightly, and it looked even more solid. He had broken through. The 9-layered armor had broken through at the crucial moment. Lu Ming had already cultivated the 9-layered crimson gold armor to the peak of the first layer. He had been stuck at the peak of the first layer for some time. However, at this moment, after a fight, his potential was stimulated and he finally broke through. After breaking through to the second layer, the armor's defensive power had increased greatly. It had temporarily blocked those attacks. However, Lu Ming wasn't happy at all. Their defense had increased, but they still couldn't break out. Their offensive power hadn't increased. They were still surrounded by the nether dragon and the dragonbone flower and were constantly attacked. Lu Ming tried his best to protect Yu Linglong. However, if this continued, even with the defensive power of the crimson gold armor, it would not be able to hold on for long. It would be broken soon. Linglong. Just then, a loud shout came from the sky. Rays of sword light fell, slashing at the nether dragons and dragonbone flowers beside Lu Ming. These rays of sword light were powerful. They sent many nether dragons and dragonbone flowers flying. Then, a figure rushed in. It was a handsome young man in a snow-white robe. Wu Zifeng, why are you here? Why are you here? Seeing this young man, Yu Linglong was very surprised. I came to find you. I heard that you might have entered the nether dragon mystery domain, so I came to find you. My efforts didn't let me down. I finally found you. The young man rushed to Yu Linglong's side. Why are you so stupid? You rushed in to die. Be careful, Yu Linglong exclaimed. Nether dragons and dragonbone flowers were constantly attacking them. Wu Zifeng waved his sword to meet the attack. Sword light burst forth, sending a few nether dragons and dragonbone flowers flying. Such strong combat power. That's divine power. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This Wu Zifeng actually controlled Saint Grey divine power, and the power of his divine skills was also very shocking. He was only a level 9 empty god, but his combat power was far stronger than Crazy Dao. However, Wu Zifeng's name wasn't on the empty god list. The weakness of the nether dragon's neck and the dragonbone flower's stalk, Lu Ming reminded them. Wu Zifeng glanced at Lu Ming and dragonbone flowers. Instantly, a few nether dragons and dragonbone flowers and dragonbone flowers and dragonbone flowers. With the addition of Wu Zifeng, the pressure on them decreased slightly. However, it was still very difficult for them to charge out. Roar! Roar! On the other side of the valley, the roars continued, making their faces turn ugly. Even more nether dragons were charging over. On the other side of the grassland, rustling sounds could be heard. More dragonbone flowers had arrived. What's going on? Why are there more and more nether dragons and dragonbone flowers? Their attacks are crazy, as if they don't care about their lives. When I first came in, I wasn't that crazy. Wu Zifeng exclaimed. It was easier for him to kill his way in. But now, it was much harder for him to kill his way out because the nether dragons and dragonbone flowers were crazy and wanted to keep them here. Looking from afar, the three of them were surrounded by the nether dragons and dragonbone flowers. There was no way out. Pung, pung. Lu Ming was hit continuously. The crimson gold armor vibrated continuously and cracks appeared on it once again. Then, more and more cracks appeared. Pung. A nether dragon's sharp claw pierced through Lu Ming's defense and scratched Lu Ming's body. It tore off a piece of flesh from Lu Ming's body. Dying. Lu Ming's eyes were red as he stabbed his sword into the nether dragon's neck. Blood sprayed out and mixed with Lu Ming's blood. But at this moment, something strange happened. Runes that looked like small snakes appeared on Lu Ming's body. They intertwined and covered Lu Ming's body. Nether Dragon Blood Curse. This was the Nether Dragon Blood Curse that the Kongxian School's sect master had placed on Lu Ming's body. Whoosh! The moment the Nether Dragon Blood Curse appeared, the Nether Dragon's blood was completely absorbed by the Nether Dragon Blood Curse. At this moment, Lu Ming felt a violent energy erupt from his body. At the same time, a violent evil intent filled Lu Ming's heart. Kill! Lu Ming roared and slashed out. Poof! This slash split the Nether Dragon's head in half. The Nether Dragon's defense was shocking, but at this moment, it couldn't block Lu Ming's slash. The Nether Dragon's blood was completely absorbed by the Nether Dragon Blood Curse, and Lu Ming's energy became even stronger. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming's eyes were red, and his killing intense sword. His battle sword continuously slashed out, killing several nether dragons in succession. What's going on? On the side, Yuling Long and Wu Zifeng were dumbfounded. How did Lu Ming's battle power suddenly increase? He became invincible. Roar, roar, roar. The nether dragon and dragonbone flower roared like thunder, becoming even more violent. Pairs of red eyes stared greedily at Lu Ming as if they were looking at a rare treasure. Then, they crazily charged at Lu Ming, completely ignoring Wu Zifeng and Yuling Long. I understand now. These nether dragons and dragonbone flowers are crazily attacking us because of the curse on his body. Yuling Long suddenly shouted. Indeed, what a strange curse. Just what kind of curse is this? It looks incomparably evil. Wu Zifeng also frowned. No, he's about to be drowned. Let's go save him. Yuling Long shouted, wanting to save Lu Ming. Don't come over. You guys go charge out first. At this moment, Lu Ming's voice rang out. Now, Lu Ming also understood what was going on. These nether dragons and dragonbone flowers were all attacking them because of Lu Ming. More accurately, it was because of the nether dragon blood curse. It could be said that they were completely attracted by the nether dragon blood curse. It was no wonder they didn't even need to look for nether dragons on their way here. There were so many nether dragons coming for them. Nether dragon blood curse, nether dragon secret realm, nether dragon beast, dragonbone flowers. There was definitely a connection between all of these. No, we came together. If we have to leave, we have to leave together. Yuling Long shouted. If you stay here, you'll only be a hindrance. You guys go first. I have a way to charge out. Lu Ming roared and slashed his sword, killing a nether dragon. Once the nether dragon died, the nether dragon blood curse absorbed its blood, causing Lu Ming's energy to become even more berserk. But Lu Ming had a faint feeling that this wasn't a good thing. After absorbing the nether dragon's blood, the nether dragon blood curse would most likely become even stronger. If he wanted to break free from it, it would become even more difficult. Baidu, search translator. Zefizi, editor. Zefizo. No advertisement. Chapter 2703. However, they couldn't care about that now. They had to get out first. Linglong, he's right. Let's get out first. He might be able to escape. Wu Zifeng said to Yuling Long. Let's go. Lu Ming roared. Lu Ming, you have to get out. Yuling Long gritted her teeth and rushed in another direction with Wu Zifeng. As expected, the nether dragon and dragonbone flower didn't care about them. They easily got out of the canyon and arrived at a mountain peak outside. They looked from afar and waited for Lu Ming. They waited for more than 10 minutes. Why isn't he out yet? Yu Linglong was anxious. He's out. Suddenly, Wu Zifeng's eyes flashed. In the canyon, a figure was rushing over. It was Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming was covered in blood. His entire body was covered in the Nether Dragon blood curse. As soon as he got out of the canyon, he turned into a ray of light and rushed into the distance. Roar! Roar! Behind him, the Nether Dragon and Dragonbone Flower chased after him like a tide. However, they were slower than Lu Ming. Let's follow him. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng followed from another direction. The Nether Dragon and Dragonbone Flower weren't as fast as Lu Ming and soon lost him. They slowly stopped and retreated. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng flew. After a while, they finally found Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming was lying in a small stream, unconscious. On his body, the Nether Dragon blood curse was like small snakes swimming around. Slowly, it disappeared. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng brought Lu Ming to a cave and waited patiently. This is a disciple of your Kongxian school? His strength is really shocking. Wu Zifeng sized up Lu Ming and said, "It is indeed shocking. Moreover, he just joined not long ago." Yu Linglong said, "Just joined not long ago." Wu Zifeng's eyes widened in surprise. The two chatted as they waited. A few hours later, Lu Ming finally woke up. Pain. When Lu Ming woke up, his first feeling was intense pain all over his body. Lu Ming got up, took out a few healing elixirs, and swallowed them. He began to refine the medicinal effects to recover. A few days later, Lu Ming finally adjusted his condition to peak condition. The injuries on his body had also fully recovered. Lu, are you all right? Yu Linglong. I'm fine now. Thank you for your help. Lu Ming smiled. He had fainted outside previously. If Yu Linglong and the rest were not around, it would have been very dangerous. He might have died under the fangs of the Nether Dragon. I should be the one thanking you. Yu Linglong hurriedly said, "That's right. We should be thanking you. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to break out of the encirclement of the Nether Dragon and the Dragonbone Flower." Wu Zifeng also hurriedly stepped forward and held Yu Linglong's hand. He looked at Lu Ming warily. Yu Linglong blushed slightly and said, "Lu Ming, let me introduce you. This is my fiancé, Wu Zifeng." I see. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. So Wu Zifeng was Yu Linglong's fiancé. No wonder he risked his life to save her, and no wonder he was wary of him. However, Wu Zifeng's character should be considered pretty good. If other people saw their fiancé together with other people, they would probably reveal killing intent. Moreover, he could see that Wu Zifeng and Yu Linglong's relationship was not bad. Of course, he would not be narcissistic enough to think that Yu Linglong had approached him because she was interested in him. It was more likely out of curiosity. "Brother Wu, you're too polite. I'm only letting you go because I'm confident." Lu Ming smiled. "By the way, Brother Lu, what's with the curse on your body?" Wu Zifeng changed the topic. Lu Ming knew that Wu Zifeng was asking about the Nether Dragon blood curse. However, the Nether Dragon blood curse was created by the Kongxian school's sect master. Lu Ming naturally could not reveal it. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. "I accidentally found it when I was exploring an ancient ruin. There was nothing strange about it, but I don't know why it acted up today." Lu Ming casually lied. "I see. Brother Lu, I feel that this curse is extremely evil. It's bad for you after a long time. You should think of a way to get rid of it." Wu Zifeng suggested. His expression was sincere, and it did not seem like he was putting on an act. "Thank you, Brother Wu, for your reminder," Lu Ming said. "Lu Ming, I feel that those Nether Dragons and Dragonbone Flowers are here for your curse. We should be careful in the future to avoid being surrounded." Yu Linglong said, "It's a pity that we're still too weak. Otherwise, we could kill a large number of Nether Dragons and obtain points." Lu Ming said, "That's right. Why didn't I think of that?" Yu Linglong's eyes lit up. "My cultivation has already reached the peak of the empty god realm. I didn't break through because I wanted to enter the Nether Dragon's secret territory. However, I can break through after entering this place. I can break through to the true God realm now. Once I reach the true God realm, it will be much easier to kill nether dragons. That's right. I can break through to the true God realm too. Wu Zifeng nodded. All right, then we'll cultivate here for a while. After we break through, we'll go hunt nether dragons. Lu Ming's eyes also lit up. All right, we'll work together. We'll split the beast cores and dragon bones equally. Yu Linglong said. The three of them discussed and started to cultivate. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng started to break through to the true God realm. On the other hand, Lu Ming began to cultivate in another direction. His cultivation had just broken through to level 5 empty God realm. It was basically impossible for him to break through in a short period of time. The only way he could increase his strength was through the divine skills and the battle word formula. Lu Ming realized that after the previous battle, not only had he broken through to the 9th layer Crimson Gold armor, but he had also made great progress in the 3 strikes of extinction and the battle word formula. Lu Ming felt that the battle word formula needed to be activated about 8 times to triple his combat strength. The success rate had increased to 1 in 8. The 3 strikes of extinction was not far from breaking through to the 2nd layer. It seemed like it could break through at any time. Lu Ming immediately focused on the 3 strikes of extinction. Indeed, half a month later, the 3 strikes of extinction successfully broke through and reached the 2nd layer. The 3 strikes of extinction had reached the 2nd layer, and its attack power had undoubtedly increased by a large margin. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, coupled with the 2nd layer of the 3 strikes of extinction, the 9th layer Crimson Gold armor, and the tripling of his combat strength, Lu Ming's strength would reach a shocking level. If he met Mad Dao again, he would be able to crush his opponent in one move if he went all out. At that moment, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng's auras were getting stronger and stronger. Time flew by, and another half a month passed. Boom! Boom! Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng's auras exploded at the same time. The two of them broke through to the true God realm at almost the same time. Baidu, searching 81 Chinese network. No advertising message. Chapter 2704. After a month of cultivation, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng had finally broken through the bottleneck and reached the true God realm. They took out large amounts of God crystals and started to absorb them. Piles of divine crystals turned into tangible divine qi that was absorbed by the two of them. Not long after, their auras stabilized and they hid themselves. The two had completely stabilized at the first level of the true God realm. I've finally reached the true God realm. Yu Linglong smiled and waved her fist. Let's go kill the nether dragons. Lu Ming, you're in charge of being the bait. Yu Linglong was confident. Before she and Wu Zifeng had broken through, their battle power was already very shocking. Now that they had reached the first level of the true God realm, their battle power had increased greatly. Naturally, they were full of confidence. Lu Ming rubbed his nose. How did he become the bait? There was no time to lose. There was less than half a month until the 3-month deadline. The three of them left and charged toward the canyon. But when they reached the canyon, they didn't see a single nether dragon. It's that move again. There are many nether dragons lying in ambush. Yu Linglong spread out her spiritual sense and found many nether dragons. Now that her cultivation had broken through, her spiritual sense was more sensitive and could cover a wider area. That was why she could find those nether dragons. Clearly, the nether dragons wanted to use the same trick again. They would wait for them to enter the canyon and surround them with the dragonbone flowers. However, Lu Ming and the others were bold and had no fear. They might as well beat them at their own game. The three of them pretended that they hadn't found the nether dragons and entered the canyon. After passing through the canyon, they returned to the grassland. The grassland had been a mess after the battle, but in just a month, lush green grass had grown again. Sha sha sha. In the distance, rustling sounds came. They're here. Yu Linglong's eyes lit up. In the distance, ripples appeared in the sea of green grass. Then, hundreds of dragonbone flowers appeared. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Some of the dragon bone flowers shot out like bolts of lightning and charged toward Lu Ming's group, attacking fiercely. Kill. Yu Linglong had just made a breakthrough in her cultivation. She was eager to give it a try and rushed over. This time, she did not use a whip. Instead, she took out a battle sword, which was a middle-grade divine artifact. Whoosh! The sword radiance flashed like a fairy flying from the heavens. Then, the two dragon bone flowers were cut in half by Yu Linglong. They died on the spot and lost all signs of life. As for the dragon bones, Yu Linglong put them away with a wave of her hand. Lu Ming and Wu Zifeng also moved, rushing towards the dragon bone flower. In the process of rushing out, Lu Ming activated the battle formula with all his might. First, he activated double combat strength. Puff! Lu Ming swung his sword and sent a dragon bone flower flying. Then he swung his sword again and cut off the stem of another dragon bone flower. As soon as the three of them attacked, they killed more than 10 dragon bone flowers in a row. It was as if they had angered the remaining dragon bone flowers. The remaining dragon bone flowers let out ear-piercing screams and rushed toward Lu Ming's group. At this moment, Lu Ming had successfully activated triple combat strength. First move of the 3 annihilating strikes, Sky Piercing. Lu Ming used his battle sword to perform the first move of the 3 annihilating strikes. A sword radiance that was hundreds of miles long flashed past. Puff, puff, puff. More than 30 dragon bone flowers were cut in half by Lu Ming. Now, Lu Ming had activated triple combat strength and reached the second move of the 3 annihilating strikes. This move was Lu Ming's strongest move. Its power was shocking. In one move, he had killed more than 30 dragon bone flowers. However, the amount of divine power consumed was also shocking. With my divine power, I can unleash the 3 annihilating strikes in a few moves. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. His weakness was that his cultivation rank was not high enough, and his divine power was not strong enough. Although he had cultivated other king-grade divine powers, and his divine power was much stronger than other cultivators of the same cultivation rank, he was only a rank 5 empty god realm martial artist. Although the 3 annihilating strikes were powerful, he could not use them to his heart's content. Similarly, he could not use the 9 stacks of golden armor to his heart's content. After the stems of the dragon bone flowers were cut off, the dragon bone flowers fell to the ground. Lu Ming used his divine power to collect them. What shocking power! Wu Zifeng and Yu Linglong were shocked by Lu Ming's move. Wu Zifeng was knowledgeable and had seen many powerful geniuses. However, this was the first time he had seen someone as powerful as Lu Ming. They gathered their thoughts and focused on killing the dragon bone flowers. With the combined strength of the 3 of them, it was much easier for them to hunt down the dragon bone flowers now. It was a complete one-sided slaughter. Compared to a month ago, it was a world of difference. Soon, more than 150 dragon bone flowers were killed by them. Roar! Roar! At that moment, a roar came from afar. The nether dragon had appeared. The space shook as the nether dragon charged toward them. Let's do it! The 3 of them worked even harder to kill the dragon bone flowers. They used all their techniques to kill more dragon bone flowers before the nether dragon arrived. Whoosh! Lu Ming once again used the first move of the 3 annihilating strikes, Sky Slicing. In one move, more than 30 dragon bone flowers were killed. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng also used their ultimate moves. Their fighting strength was shocking. A large number of dragon bone flowers died at their hands. There were originally 300 dragon bone flowers. Before the nether dragon arrived, there were less than 100 dragon bone flowers left. Roar! Roar! A large group of nether dragons, at least 300 of them, charged towards Lu Ming's group. There were even more behind them. Lu Ming's group moved and charged towards the nether dragons. They began a fierce battle. Nether dragons died at their hands one after another. Although the nether dragons and dragon bone flowers were strong, they had weaknesses. Now that their strength had increased, it was not too difficult to kill them. This battle lasted for half an hour. A few hundred nether dragons and a few hundred dragon bone flowers had been killed by the three of them. Only a few dozen nether dragons were still attacking them. Lu Ming catch. At this moment, Yu Linglong waved her hand, and a divine pill flew towards Lu Ming. Spirit-strengthening pill. Lu Ming saw it and knew that it was a spirit-strengthening pill. However, the medicinal fragrance was thick, and the medicinal effect was many times better than the ones Lu Ming had obtained before. This was a supreme-grade spirit-strengthening pill. The market price was shockingly high. Refining a spirit-strengthening pill could allow one to quickly recover divine power. Lu Ming swallowed it, and the spirit-strengthening pill immediately turned into medicinal energy. It flowed through Lu Ming's body and was quickly absorbed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's divine power, which had almost dried up, quickly recovered. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng both consumed supreme-grade spirit-strengthening pills to recover their divine power. There were only a few dozen nether dragons and a few dragon bone flowers left. They did not need to use their ultimate moves. They slowly fought while recovering their divine power. The supreme-grade spirit-strengthening pill was extraordinary. Soon, the four divine fires in Lu Ming's dantian burned once more. His divine power had recovered by 80%. After recovering a large portion of their divine power, they were invigorated. Their attacks became fierce, and the remaining nether dragons and dragon bone flowers were quickly killed by them. Baidu search Xing 81 Chinese Network O. No advertising message. Chapter 2705. After killing all the nether dragons and dragon bone flowers, Lu Ming's group of three smiled. This was a huge harvest. There were more than 700 nether dragons and dragon bone flowers. If the three of them split it evenly, each person would get more than 200. That was more than 20,000 points. Lu Ming wasn't far from 50,000 points. However, they still had one more thing to do. That was to dig out the nether dragon's beast cores. They could just take the dragon bone flowers' bones, but they had to dig out the nether dragon's beast cores themselves. Let's get to work. Yu Linglong's eyes narrowed as she smiled. She picked up her treasured sword and started digging. The three of them worked together and collected the beast cores one by one. However, at this moment, a beam of light dashed toward Lu Ming at a terrifying speed. Roar! A roar shook the entire valley. The force was like a storm, and like an incomparably sharp blade, it slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, watch out! Watch out! On the side, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng cried out, but it was too late for them to help. Danger! Danger! At this moment, Lu Ming's entire body tensed up. His hair stood on end as he felt an extremely dangerous aura. Without any time to think, he instinctively used the 9-layered scarlet gold armor. A scarlet gold armor covered Lu Ming's entire body. Boom! A huge claw covered in scales viciously clawed at the 9-layered scarlet gold armor. A huge explosion rang out, and the scarlet gold armor shook violently. Cracks immediately appeared on its surface. Lu Ming's body flew out like a cannonball, crashing into a wall of the valley. A huge crater appeared on the wall. Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. At the same time, he finally saw what had attacked him. Nether dragon, another nether dragon. Furthermore, this nether dragon was twice as large as the other nether dragons. Its eyes were blood red, and its aura was frighteningly cold as it stared fixedly at Lu Ming. At this moment, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng finally reacted. In a flash, they stood in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming, are you all right? Yu Linglong asked. It's fine. Lu Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and flew out of the pit to stand shoulder to shoulder with Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng. Luckily, he had activated the 9 stacks of crimson gold armor in time. Luckily, his 9 stacks of crimson gold armor had broken through to the 2nd tier. Otherwise, he would not have been able to block the nether dragon's attack. That nether dragon's attack was shockingly powerful. It was at least 5 times stronger than the nether dragons he had encountered before. It's the Dark Dragon Beast King. Wu Zifeng frowned. The Dark Dragon Beast King. Lu Ming and Yu Linglong's eyes lit up. The Dark Dragon Beast King's Beast Core would definitely be worth a lot of points. The Dark Dragon Beast King's body emitted a faint glow. It kept growling, its eyes cold. Boom! Suddenly, the Dark Dragon Beast King's 4 limbs kicked up a gust of wind as it charged towards Lu Ming's group. Watch how I kill you! Yuling Long was the first to attack. Her body flashed, and she dashed forward, stabbing her sword towards the Dark Dragon Beast King's neck. However, the Dark Dragon Beast King's body was extremely agile. It twisted slightly and dodged the attack. Yuling Long's sword stabbed into the Dark Dragon Beast King's scales. Sparks flew everywhere, but it did not break through the Dark Dragon Beast King's defense. Whoosh! Next, the Dark Dragon Beast King reached out with its sharp claws towards Yuling Long. Yuling Long's expression changed slightly. She quickly pulled back her sword to block. The two exchanged a blow, and Yuling Long's figure floated back. The Dark Dragon Beast King roared, wanting to chase after Yuling Long. However, Wu Zifeng had already arrived. The long sword in his hand released rays of sword light as he stabbed towards the Dark Dragon Beast King. However, the Dark Dragon Beast King's sharp claws continuously slashed out, blocking all of Wu Zifeng's sword light. The two clashed a dozen times, and both retreated. What power! Wu Zifeng was shocked. This Dark Dragon Beast King's cultivation should be at the first level of the true God realm, but its power wasn't any weaker than his. One had to know that Wu Zifeng was a peerless genius. His divine power was at the holy grade, and his battle power far surpassed those of the same level. However, this Dark Dragon Beast King was able to clash head-on with him. Whoosh! On the other side, Lu Ming had also arrived. At this moment, he had activated the battle character art to triple his battle power, bringing his strength to the peak. First move of the 3 Armageddon strikes, sky-shattering. Lu Ming directly used his most powerful move. The sword gleam surged, as if it was breaking through the void, piercing toward the neck of the Nether Dragon. Roar! The Dark Dragon Beast King roared and suddenly turned its head, avoiding the attack and using its head to take Lu Ming's attack. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded out. Lu Ming was pushed back by a wave of power, but the Dark Dragon Beast King's body was also pushed back. A shallow crack appeared between its eyebrows, but it wasn't cut open. Its defense was too shocking. Lu Ming's all-out attack couldn't break through the Dark Dragon Beast King's defense. The Dark Dragon Beast King's defense is too strong. With our attack power, we can't break it. We can only kill it by attacking its vitals. Let's work together to restrain it, then take the opportunity to attack its vitals. Wu Zifeng transmitted to Lu Ming and Yuling Long. Lu Ming and Yuling Long nodded. The 3 of them formed a triangle surrounding the Dark Dragon Beast King. The Dark Dragon Beast King wasn't afraid at all. Its eyes became even more ferocious. With a roar, it pounced towards Lu Ming. The Dark Dragon Beast King was still staring at Lu Ming. Clearly, it was because of the Dark Dragon blood curse. Kill! Lu Ming roared. Without any fear, he charged towards the Dark Dragon Beast King. At the same time, Yuling Long and Wu Zifeng also attacked. They used their divine skills, attacking the Dark Dragon Beast King. The two sides engaged in a chaotic battle. In terms of attack power, Lu Ming's group could completely suppress the Dark Dragon Beast King. However, the Dark Dragon Beast King's defense was too shocking. As long as it avoided the vitals on its neck, Lu Ming and the others could attack the rest of its body. Then, it would take the opportunity to counterattack. Thus, the two sides were tied. After a few dozen moves, there was no clear winner. Lu Ming, Zifeng, I'll use my full power to restrain it. You two take the opportunity to attack its vitals. Yuling Long transmitted to Lu Ming and Wu Zifeng. Then, she waved her hand and put away her battle sword, replacing it with 2 soft whips. Dragnet, Yuling Long cried. Her hands formed a divine art. The 2 whips danced like 2 snakes, intertwining to form a huge net that enveloped the Dark Dragon Beast King. In an instant, the Dark Dragon Beast King was covered. Roar! The Dark Dragon Beast King let out an earth-shattering roar. It struggled violently, waving its sharp claws, causing the net to twist and shake. "Attack!" Yu Linglong cried. "Heavenly Star Strike! Sky Piercer!" Lu Ming and Wu Zifeng used their strongest attacks at the same time, stabbing towards the Dark Dragon Beast King's vitals. Chapter 2706. Two beams of dazzling sword light pierced towards the Nether Dragon Beast King's neck. Their power was terrifying. However, Wu Zifeng's sword light was even stronger. After all, Wu Zifeng was a peerless genius. He had divine-grade divine power, and his cultivation had reached the first rank of true god. Lu Ming had sovereign divine power and had also cultivated the universe myriad Dao art. He had cultivated the other three types of king-grade divine powers, and his divine power was extremely strong. However, he was only at the 5th rank of the empty god realm. Even with all these advantages, he couldn't make up for the huge difference in cultivation level. Thus, the Nether Dragon Beast King was even more wary of Wu Zifeng's attack. It tried its best to twist its head to avoid being hit. Then, it swung out a sharp claw towards Wu Zifeng's sword. However, this way, its weakness would be exposed to Lu Ming. "Kill!" Lu Ming shouted as he became one with his sword. The sword light pierced towards the Nether Dragon Beast King's neck. Success! At that moment, Lu Ming, Yu Linglong, and Wu Zifeng's eyes lit up. Something's not right. However, Lu Ming felt that something was amiss. When his sword pierced the Nether Dragon Beast King's neck, it didn't pierce through as he had expected. Instead, it was blocked. Lu Ming felt as though he had stabbed into an iron wall. Ding! A clear and crisp sound could be heard. Thereafter, a terrifying force erupted from the neck of the Nether Dragon Beast King. Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he flew out directly. He flew for hundreds of miles before he came to a stop. He felt his vital energy and blood surging all over his body, as if his body was about to crack open. How can this be? Lu Ming was shocked. Wasn't the Nether Dragon Beast King's neck a weak point? However, his sword couldn't pierce through the Nether Dragon Beast King's neck. Not only that, a terrifying force exploded out. This force was stronger than the Nether Dragon Beast King's own strength. Lu Ming couldn't figure it out. Could it be that the Nether Dragon Beast King didn't have any weak points? Then how could they fight? Roar! 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 The Nether Dragon Beast King was enraged by Lu Ming's attack. It kept roaring, and the light on its body became even brighter. Roar! The Nether Dragon Beast King roared as it opened its mouth and shot out a light beam. Yu Linglong's heaven and earth net was shattered by this power. Yu Linglong's body trembled, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. She quickly retreated, her face pale. Roar! The Nether Dragon Beast King continued to roar. Another beam of light shot towards Yu Linglong. Watch out! Wu Zifeng arrived at Yu Linglong's side in a timely manner. He brought Yu Linglong with him and dodged the light beam. Boom! The beam of light struck the walls of the canyon, causing them to explode. A huge hole appeared in the wall, and the rocks in the hole were reduced to dust. Terrifying. What terrifying power! Lu Ming, Yu Linglong, and Wu Zifeng's expressions changed. The Nether Dragon Beast King's Nether Dragon Beast King's Nether Dragon Beast King was too powerful. It wasn't something they could block. The Nether Dragon Beast King had such a killing move. Roar! 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 The Nether Dragon Beast King continued to roar as it shot out light beams at Lu Ming, Yu Linglong, and Wu Zifeng. The three of them didn't dare to take it head-on. They could only use their movement techniques to dodge. Huge craters had been blasted out of the canyon and the land. It was a complete mess. The Nether Dragon Beast King was invincible. Its body was invulnerable, and its attack power was shocking. Not to mention them, even a 4th-stage true god wouldn't be able to do anything to the Nether Dragon Beast King. This kind of attack consumes a lot of energy. We just have to dodge for a while. Once its energy runs out, it'll be dead. Yu Linglong transmitted. Lu Ming and Wu Zifeng nodded. They naturally understood this logic. They guessed that the Nether Dragon Beast King's Nether Dragon Beast King's Nether Dragon Beast King's Nether Dragon Beast King would definitely not be able to last long. The three of them did their best to dodge. Once its energy ran out, wouldn't they be at their mercy? 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming and the other two's expressions were extremely ugly. The Nether Dragon Beast King had been attacking like this for 10 minutes. It had shot out at least 1,000 light beams, but it didn't show any signs of stopping. It also didn't show any signs of exhaustion. How is this possible? The three of them were dumbfounded. This defied common sense. The Nether Dragon Beast King seemed endless. This monster, let's retreat. Yu Linglong already wanted to retreat. Lu Ming and Wu Zifeng were also helpless. They weren't willing. There were still many Nether Dragon Beast cores that hadn't been taken out yet. If they left now, it would be a huge loss. However, in the face of such a monster, they could only retreat. The three of them gathered and flew in the same direction. However, the Nether Dragon Beast King had no intention of letting them go. It roared and chased after them. Its mouth was like a machine gun, shooting out a beam of light. The three of them hastily dodged. Like this, the Nether Dragon Beast King caught up. The three of them had ugly expressions. They wanted to leave, but they couldn't. What to do? The three of them quickly thought of a countermeasure. Oh, just at this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. Because at this moment, he felt that the battle character in his sea of consciousness was faintly glowing. There was a mysterious aura coming from it. And at this moment, Lu Ming felt a chill in his eyes. That was because a wave of energy from the battle character had entered Lu Ming's eyes. When this wave of energy entered Lu Ming's eyes, Lu Ming immediately realized that there was something strange about the Nether Dragon Beast King's body. On the Nether Dragon Beast King's neck, there was a bright ball of light that seemed to contain a terrifying amount of energy. And the reason why the Nether Dragon Beast King could keep shooting out beams of light was because of this ball of light. Previously, Lu Ming couldn't see it at all. It was only after the battle character's energy entered his eyes that he could see it. In the next moment, Lu Ming's jaw dropped in shock. He could see that ball of light clearly. The source of the ball of light was actually a word. It looked like the word for quantity. The word for quantity of energy. Looking at the font, it was extremely similar to Lu Ming's battle character. No way. Could this quantity in battle have the same origin? That's why the battle character in my sea of consciousness reacted. Lu Ming thought as he dodged the Nether Dragon Beast King's attacks. At this moment, the battle character in his sea of consciousness became brighter and brighter. In the end, it started to sparkle. At the same time, Lu Ming's sharp senses caught that the quantity character on the Nether Dragon Beast King's neck vibrated. It seemed to have sensed the battle character in Lu Ming's body. Only Lu Ming could sense all of this. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng couldn't see or sense it. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Baidu, search Tian 81, Chinese Networko. No advertising message. Chapter 2707. Lu Ming finally understood why this Nether Dragon Beast King was so powerful and had seemingly endless energy. It was all because of the word quantity. It was also because of this that the Nether Dragon Beast King's neck, which was supposed to be its weak point, was no longer a weak point. It could even explode with shocking power. I can take down this word. At this moment, this thought suddenly appeared in Lu Ming's mind. There was no reason for this. However, this thought was very strong. Lu Ming had a strong feeling that as long as he could get close to it and borrow the aura of the word battle, he would be able to remove the word quantity. Let's take a gamble. Lu Ming made his decision. Miss Linglong, Brother Wu, can you guys help me stall this Nether Dragon Beast King? I have a way to break its defense. Lu Ming transmitted to Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng. You have a way? Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng were both surprised. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. Okay, then we'll help you stall it. Let's take a gamble. Wu Zifeng was very decisive and nodded. Let's go. Yu Linglong charged towards the Nether Dragon Beast King. Her figure flashed rapidly, and her figure filled the sky. She successfully dodged the Nether Dragon Beast King's attack. Wu Zifeng also used his movement technique and rushed over. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng's attacks successfully attracted the Nether Dragon Beast King's attention. It attacked even more of its attacks towards Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng. Lu Ming also took the chance to charge towards the Nether Dragon Beast King. Bright Moonheart! After getting close to the Nether Dragon Beast King, Yu Linglong cried out. She went all out and used a terrifying secret technique. Originally, with her cultivation, she couldn't use this secret technique. If she used it, she would be injured. But now, she could only take a gamble. A full moon suddenly appeared and pressed down on the Nether Dragon Beast King. 9 heavenly mountains. Wu Zifeng also used a secret technique. His body seemed to become as heavy as a mountain. Divine power gushed out, transforming into a mountain that pressed down on divine King Yulong. The two of them used a secret art at the same time, causing the Nether Dragon Beast King's body to stiffen and stop in midair. Lu Ming attack! Yu Linglong shouted. The Nether Dragon Beast King continued to explode with terrifying energy. It charged in all directions, wanting to break through Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng's secret technique. Their secret techniques began to vibrate vigorously. Given their cultivation, they would not be able to hold on for too long. Whoosh! At this moment, Lu Ming was close to the Nether Dragon King. However, Lu Ming put away his sword and reached out with his hand to grab the Nether Dragon King's neck. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng were flabbergasted. Before, Lu Ming's full-force attack with his sword had not been able to break through the Nether Dragon Beast King's defense. Now he was going to grab it with his bare hands. How is that possible? Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng were confused, but they could only choose to believe in Lu Ming at this moment. Battle word, it's up to you, Lu Ming said in his heart. As Lu Ming's hand approached, the battle word in his sea of consciousness shone brightly. Energy poured into Lu Ming's hand. PFF. Lu Ming's hand pierced into the Nether Dragon Beast King's neck. Success. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Roar. At this moment, the Nether Dragon Beast King let out an earth-shattering roar. It struggled wildly, and then a terrifying energy erupted from its body. This energy was like a shockwave that could destroy everything. Bam! Bam! Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng's secret techniques directly collapsed. Their bodies violently shook as they were struck by this terrifying power. Their bodies were like cannonballs as they were sent flying. They crashed onto the ground and slid for a long distance. They constantly coughed up blood as cracks appeared on their bodies. The two were heavily injured at the same time, and their auras withered. Grab it! The moment the Nether Dragon Beast King released the shockwave, Lu Ming roared and grabbed the quantity word on the Nether Dragon Beast King's neck. Afterward, Lu Ming was also hit by the shock wave and his body was thrown backward. Even though Lu Ming had activated the 9-layered crimson gold armor, the armor still shattered in an instant. Lu Ming's body heavily smashed into the canyon wall. He was heavily injured. Roar! 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 The Nether Dragon Beast King stood in the air, constantly roaring. Its aura was insane. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng's faces were pale. At this moment, they no longer had the strength to fight back. If the Nether Dragon Beast King continued to attack, they would most likely die here. But fortunately, after the Nether Dragon Beast King roared a few more times, its aura rapidly withered. Then its huge body fell to the ground, shattering a huge rock with a boom. Dead. The Nether Dragon Beast King was dead. There wasn't any aura left. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng both let out a sigh of relief. Success. They knew that they had succeeded. They had finally killed the Nether Dragon Beast King. Linglong, are you all right? Wu Zifeng staggered to Yu Linglong's side and asked with concern. I'm fine. Let's hurry and heal. Yu Linglong said. She took out a healing pill, swallowed it, and began to heal her injuries. The Nether Dragon Beast King seemed to be dead, but this place wasn't safe. At this moment, they were both heavily injured. If others or other nether dragons or dragonbone flowers came, they would be in danger. At this moment, Lu Ming had already forgotten to heal. He was inspecting his sea of knowledge. After Lu Ming caught hold of the word quantity, it integrated into his palm. It then ran to the side of the word battle, flashing and emitting a dazzling radiance. The aura is the same. It's practically the same as the battle character. They're definitely of the same origin. Various thoughts flashed across Lu Ming's mind. Kid, why are you looking at me so closely? What do you want? Suddenly, a voice rang out in Lu Ming's mind. Who's talking? Lu Ming was startled. He hastily looked around, but he didn't see anyone. It's me talking. Who else is talking? Weren't you looking at me the whole time? That voice rang out again. This time, Lu Ming finally found where the voice came from. It was the quantity character. Oh my, the character has gained sentience. Lu Ming shouted. Yuling Long and Wu Zifeng both looked over, confused. A character could actually speak. At this moment, Lu Ming was confused. What sentience? Bullshit. I'm one of the origin ancient characters. I'm born with intelligence. Isn't it normal that I can speak? That voice rang out again. Lu Ming was 100% sure that it came from the quantity character. It really is an origin ancient character. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had once heard White Fan mention that the battle character was also one of the origin ancient characters. And the quantity character in front of him was also one of the origin ancient characters. Lu Ming's heart thumped. He had experienced the mysteries of the battle character. It was truly mysterious. Chapter 2708. Comprehending the battle character technique could strengthen his attacks and battle awareness. No matter what godly technique it was, its power would increase by a notch under the battle character technique's buff. In addition, as he continued to comprehend the battle character formula, he would be able to double, triple, or even quadruple, or even 5 times his combat strength, or even higher. Mysterious and unfathomable. The quantity character was also one of the origin ancient characters. How mysterious could it be? Lu Ming was looking forward to it. Kid, consider yourself lucky. I've stayed on that nether dragon for countless years. That beast doesn't have the slightest bit of intelligence. How could it be worthy of me? It has no future. Previously, I coincidentally bumped into you guys. Furthermore, I saw that you were in control of war, so I simply left the nether dragon and ran over to you. Otherwise, how could you have easily killed that nether dragon? The quantity character technique continued. Lu Ming secretly rejoiced. It turned out that the quantity character technique looked down on the nether dragon king. Because Lu Ming had mastered the battle character technique, the quantity character technique had left the nether dragon king. Otherwise, they would really be in danger. Right? Since you have intelligence and can speak, why can't the battle character technique speak? Lu Ming asked curiously. Who said he doesn't know how to communicate? He's just being coquettish and pretending to be deep. The quantity character technique said disdainfully. You talk too much. Suddenly, a deep male voice sounded. It was clearly the voice of the battle character manual. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. The battle word sutra really had spirituality and could speak. However, Lu Ming had never heard of the battle word sutra speaking, even though he had obtained it for so many years. In the past, he had thought that the battle character technique was just an ancient character and couldn't possibly have intelligence. Now, he realized that he was completely wrong. Hey, what did you say? You dare say that I'm talking nonsense? Say it again, if you dare. The quantity character technique roared, his voice sharp. Luckily, this voice only sounded in Lu Ming's mind. Those outside couldn't hear it. Nonsense. The battle formula's deep voice sounded again. You're pissing me off. I can't be bothered with you. The measuring character formula seemed to be very angry. The characters were trembling, which was very human-like. Lu Ming found it rather interesting. Oh right, the battle character formula can increase one's combat strength. What's so special about your quantity character? Lu Ming finally couldn't help but ask what was on his mind. I'm very useful. Brat, let me tell you something. Each of the origin ancient characters have their own mysteries. Since I'm the character for quantity, I'm naturally related to energy. The quantifying formula said, something to do with energy? Lu Ming was surprised. That's right. That nether dragon from before was constantly attacking. Did you feel that its energy was endless? The quantifying formula said, "That's right. Is it because of you?" Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he asked. "Of course it's because of me. My first effect is that you can store the energy you cultivate in my body. When you need it, you can directly borrow this energy. I'll store as much as you can." The quantifying formula said, "I can actually do that?" Lu Ming's eyes immediately lit up and his heart pounded. He now had a weakness, which was that his cultivation was too weak and his divine power wasn't strong enough. When he used divine techniques, he had to be careful and not use them carelessly. Otherwise, his divine power would be easily exhausted. But with the quantifying formula, as long as he stored more divine power in the quantifying formula, he wouldn't be afraid of exhausting his divine power in a battle. If that was the case, his strength would increase by another level. That was because he would be able to unleash his ultimate move at all times. He finally knew why the Nether Dragon King's energy light beam could be shot out continuously. It was because it usually stored a large amount of energy. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. "Brat, do you think this is all I have?" "You're wrong." The quantifying formula's slightly proud voice sounded again. "What other mysteries do you have?" Lu Ming's heart pounded wildly. "Let me tell you, I can absorb many different kinds of energy. When all kinds of energy are absorbed in my body, I can transform them into your divine power and directly improve your cultivation." The quantifying formula said again. "What?" This time, Lu Ming almost shouted in shock. The quantifying formula could absorb different kinds of energy and then transform them into the divine power he needed, directly improving his cultivation. This function was simply heaven-defying. "How is it? Isn't my function very heaven-defying? Your battle formula is much better, right?" The quantifying formula chuckled proudly. This, Lu Ming didn't know how to answer. Although the quantifying formula was heaven-defying, when a battle formula was cultivated to a high level, one's combat strength could continuously double, which was also extremely heaven-defying. The two were not easy to compare, as they each had their own strengths. "Brat, you're in luck. I'll stay with you for the time being. In the future, follow me, and I'll make sure you live a good life and become an expert in the universe." The quantifying formula chuckled. "You seem to have followed a lot of people in the past, but they're all dead. So, it's better to keep a low profile." At this time, the battle formula's deep voice sounded. "Hey, are you deliberately going against me? Are you not convinced? Come. If you're not convinced, let's have a duel." The quantifying formula shouted. Lu Ming had a headache. The quantifying formula was indeed heaven-defying, but the only downside was that he talked too much. It seemed like it would be difficult for him to have peace in the future. Not good. At this time, Lu Ming suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. He could feel a powerful energy coming down from the sky towards him. Without thinking, Lu Ming used his remaining strength and jumped to the side. Boom! A fist force bombarded the place where Lu Ming was just standing, creating a huge hole in the ground. "Your spiritual sense is quite sharp. You can still avoid my attack even though you're injured." In the sky, a voice filled with murderous intent was heard. "Guangdao," Lu Ming whispered with a gloomy face. The person who had ambushed him was Guangdao, who was ranked 5th on the empty god list. "Lu Ming, I'm here today to take your life," Guangdao shouted. His gaze swept across the scene. When he saw the ground covered with the corpses of the netherworld dragons and dragonbone flowers, his eyes burned with passion. Lu Ming and the rest had actually killed so many netherworld dragons and dragonbone flowers, which shocked him. At the same time, he was overjoyed. He knew that he had made the right choice. Although Lu Ming and the rest had killed a large number of netherworld dragons and dragonbone flowers, they had also suffered serious injuries. "Loser, you still dare to appear in front of me. Then you'll stay here forever," Lu Ming said coldly. "Ha, you don't have to scare me here. You're strong and can actually kill so many netherworld dragons. But now you're all seriously injured and can't even use 10% of your strength. You still want to kill me?" Guangdao laughed arrogantly. Chapter 2709. Dao laughed wildly. His eyes were cold and filled with a cruel light. Boom! Then, a powerful aura exploded from Kuang Dao's body. True God Realm. True God Realm aura exploded from Kuang Dao's body. Obviously, he wasn't an empty God Realm expert, but had already broken through to the True God Realm. This was normal. Those who were at the top of the empty God list had already reached the limit of the empty God Realm and could have broken through to the True God Realm. However, they had suppressed their cultivation for the Nether Dragon secret territory that only opened once every 100,000 years. Once they entered the Nether Dragon secret territory, they would be able to break through. Kuang Dao was such a person. Oh no! Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng's faces changed drastically. Kuang Dao was originally a top genius. After breaking through to the True God Realm, his combat strength would be even more shocking. Ha ha ha! Lu Ming, are you feeling despair? Today, the three of you will be the ones to die. Kuang Dao laughed loudly as his violent aura pressed down on Lu Ming. He wanted to see Lu Ming's expression of despair and even see Lu Ming begging for mercy. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. Lu Ming only frowned slightly. Lu Ming was trying to think of a countermeasure. Pretending to be calm. I want you to kneel before me. Lu Ming's expression made Kuang Dao unhappy. He took a step forward, causing the void to tremble as he punched out. A fist force, as huge as a mountain, pressed down on Lu Ming. Swoosh! Lu Ming took out a middle-grade divine artifact, long spear, and thrust it out. Boom! The long spear pierced the fist force, and there was a loud explosion. Thereafter, the spear gleam collapsed, and Lu Ming was sent flying by the powerful force, sliding thousands of meters away. You still want to fight me? You're courting death. Kuang Dao snorted. Now that he had broken through to the true divinity realm, his confidence had greatly increased. Not to mention that Lu Ming was heavily injured. Even if he wasn't injured, he had full confidence in suppressing Lu Ming. Back when he had been injured by Lu Ming and forced to flee, leaving Lan Shang and Huang Qinggan behind, he had regarded it as a great humiliation. Today, he would make Lu Ming pay 10 times the price. Damn it, my physical body is too heavily injured. I can't activate double combat strength, let alone triple combat strength. Lu Ming steadied himself. Thoughts flashed through his mind as he thought of countermeasures. Previously, in order to deal with the Nether Dragon Beast King, Lu Ming had been struck by the Nether Dragon Beast King's energy. His physical body had been severely injured, and he couldn't even sustain double power. This was because triggering double or even triple battle prowess had a very high requirement on one's physical body. If one's physical body wasn't strong enough, one wouldn't be able to withstand it and would be torn apart by the powerful force. Now that Lu Ming's body was injured, he couldn't hold on either. Lu Ming, Yu Linglong, and Wu Zifeng were anxious. Unfortunately, their injuries were more serious, and they couldn't help at all. Kid, don't worry. I still have a surge of energy in my body. I'll transfer it into your body now. It will not only heal your injuries faster, but also help you break through in a short time. Then, the voice of the measure formula was heard. Really, Lu Ming was overjoyed. Of course. I like you, and I'm determined to nurture you into an overlord. How can I let you die like this? Kid, be careful. As soon as the measure formula finished speaking, Lu Ming felt a surge of energy emerge from the measure formula. This energy was extremely pure and without any impurities. It could be easily refined. Refine. Lu Ming circulated the universe 10,000 Dao art with all his might to refine the energy. In an instant, large amounts of energy were refined and seeped into the depths of Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's injuries were recovering at an astonishing speed. The 4 divine fires in his body that were already exhausted burned fiercely and constantly grew stronger. Lu Ming's aura suddenly became stronger. Kuang Dao also felt it, and his eyes narrowed. This kid is evil. Let's cripple him first. Kuang Dao didn't talk nonsense and directly attacked. His fist force was like a mountain, blasting towards Lu Ming. Buzz! The long spear in Lu Ming's hand vibrated continuously. At this moment, Lu Ming activated double combat strength. A spear light rushed up and collided with Kwang Dao's fist force. The energy was rampant. This time, Lu Ming blocked the fist force of Crazy Dao. He blocked it. Yuling Long and Wu Zifeng's eyes lit up. Kwang Dao, even though you have broken through, your combat strength is only SOSO. Lu Ming's eyes were like stars as his aura became stronger and stronger. Soon, it reached the peak. This kid, die. Kwang Dao was shocked and then enraged. His divine force surged as he executed a divine skill. Overbearing divine fist. Kwang Dao continuously punched out with his fists. His fist force was like a comet falling from the sky. It was much more terrifying than when he was in the empty god realm. However, Lu Ming's current combat strength was also much stronger than before. The Armageddon 3 strikes had broken through to the second level. Swoosh! Lu Ming executed the first style of the Armageddon 3 strikes, sky-piercing. Spear gleams burst forth and soared into the sky, constantly bombarding Kwang Dao's fist force. Lu Ming broke the fist force one by one. Lu Ming's figure quickly approached Kwang Dao. Suddenly, Lu Ming's spear force changed and became stronger. The battle character art activated triple combat strength. Boom! Lu Ming swept out with his spear. The spear light was as huge as a mountain, and it brought with it a terrifying aura. This was Lu Ming's current peak combat strength. Such combat strength made Kwang Dao's eyes shrink. Without hesitation, Kwang Dao unleashed the secret technique that increased his battle prowess. Instantly, his battle prowess doubled. Boom! 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 The two of them had raised their combat strength to the maximum, and they continuously attacked each other in the air. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 10 blows. To be honest, Kwang Dao was very strong. He was originally ranked 5th on the empty god list. Now that he had broken through to the level 1 true god realm, his combat strength had increased tremendously. When Kwang Dao was at the level 9 empty god realm, he could already defeat a level 1 true god. Now that he had broken through to the true god realm, he could even kill a level 2 true god. Defeating and killing were two completely different concepts. Hence, after a long battle, Lu Ming was still at a disadvantage, and he was forced to retreat. Quick, quick, quick! Yuling Long and Wu Zifeng were anxious. The two of them tried their best to refine the healing divine pill as they wanted to recover some of their strength as soon as possible. As long as they recovered some of their strength, they would not be afraid of Kwang Dao. Lu Ming, go to hell, go to hell! Kwang Dao roared. At that moment, he was extremely shocked. Lu Ming's strength was much stronger than the last time he had fought with him. He was only at the level 5 empty god realm, and yet he was so strong. It was unheard of. Kwang Dao had thought that he could easily suppress Lu Ming after breaking through to the true god realm. However, the truth was not so. He naturally did not know that Lu Ming did not have time to use the battle character art to double his combat strength. Moreover, the destructive 3 strikes was only at the first level. Now that he had used his full strength, his combat strength was much stronger than before. Chapter 2710. Lu Ming and Kwang Dao exchanged more than 10 blows, and Lu Ming was pushed back a few hundred miles. However, at this moment, the energy in Lu Ming's body was surging continuously. The energy that gushed out from the bright character art was too strong and pure. It could be absorbed and refined quickly. The divine power in Lu Ming's body grew stronger, and the 4 divine fires in his elixir field grew brighter. In just a short while, Lu Ming's cultivation rank had reached the peak. The peak of rank 5 empty god realm. Breakthrough! Lu Ming bellowed. He circulated the heaven and earth 10,000 Dao arts and started to break through to the 6th level of the void god realm. Boom! There was a loud explosion in Lu Ming's body. Afterward, Lu Ming's aura suddenly soared, breaking through the peak and reaching another peak. Rank 6 empty god realm. Lu Ming's cultivation level had successfully reached level 6 of the Void God Realm. His divine power was much stronger, and his combat strength had also increased tremendously. Virum! The long spear shook and swept out. The spear radiance shone brightly and destroyed Kuang Dao's 9-fist forces. Kuang Dao's face changed, and he threw out a punch with all his might. It collided with Lu Ming's long spear. Dong! There was a muffled explosion as the sky shook violently. Then, Kuang Dao's body shook violently as he was blasted away by a terrifying force. He retreated dozens of miles. Your cultivation rank. How is that possible? Kuang Dao shouted in disbelief. Lu Ming had been severely injured and Kuang Dao could not have sensed wrongly. However, Lu Ming's injuries had healed all of a sudden. Moreover, his combat strength was much stronger than the last time he had fought with Kuang Dao. Kuang Dao was already in disbelief. However, in the midst of the battle, Lu Ming's cultivation rank had increased. It was a miracle. He must have used some terrifying secret skill. He won't be able to hold on for long. Kill, kill! Kuang Dao shouted in his heart. His eyes were ferocious, and he attacked Lu Ming with all his might. Today, the one who will die is you. Lu Ming said coldly. He had just broken through, and there seemed to be an endless amount of energy in his body. The most shocking thing was that his cultivation rank had not stopped increasing and was still climbing towards rank 7 Empty God Realm. The energy that emerged from the measure formula was too strong. Even now, it was far from being completely refined. Whoosh! Lu Ming used the first move of the 3 annihilating strikes, sky-piercing. A dazzling spear light tore through the void and charged towards Kuang Dao. Boom! The two of them collided like 2 meteors. Following that, Kuang Dao was once again sent flying. His body trembled nonstop as a wound appeared on his body and blood flowed out. After Lu Ming broke through to level 6 Void God Realm, his combat strength was completely above Kuang Dao. After Lu Ming repelled Kuang Dao, he did not give his opponent a chance to catch his breath. He continued to charge at his opponent, his spear light sweeping across, enveloping Kuang Dao. Boom! 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 The two of them clashed continuously, and in an instant, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Crazy Dao was no match for them, and he kept retreating. Damn it, D****, Kuang Dao screamed in his heart, feeling extremely indignant. He had originally come to kill Lu Ming, but he had not expected to be suppressed by Lu Ming in the end. He was so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. He began to think of retreating. Lu Ming, you have killed so many of our men. You will definitely die. Just you wait. I will settle this score with you. With that, Kuang Dao started to charge madly, wanting to escape. Today, you will not be able to escape, Lu Ming said coldly. He thrust out several spear gleams toward Kuang Dao. However, Kuang Dao started to fight with all his might, even burning his divine power. He was about to escape. Lu Ming, just you wait. Soon, I will make sure that you die without a burial place. Kuang Dao roared ferociously. However, at that moment, Lu Ming's aura suddenly surged. The terrifying aura was like a huge wave pressing down on Kuang Dao. Kuang Dao's eyes widened rapidly, and he shouted hysterically, Rank 7 Empty God Realm, impossible, impossible. He was scared silly. Lu Ming had just broken through to rank 6 Empty God Realm, but now he was about to break through to rank 7 Empty God Realm. This was beyond terrifying. Previously, when Lu Ming had broken through to rank 6 Empty God Realm, it was still possible that he had reached the peak of rank 5 Empty God Realm for a long time, and it was not impossible for him to break through. However, he had just broken through to rank 6 Empty God Realm, and now he was about to break through to rank 7 Empty God Realm. What was going on? This, from afar, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng looked at each other, dumbfounded. Shouldn't one's cultivation progress be done step by step? How could there be continuous breakthroughs like this? Boom! At that moment, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached rank 7 Empty God Realm, and his combat strength had reached the peak, completely suppressing Kuang Dao. Boom! The long spear swept out, breaking through all of Kuang Dao's attacks and defense, and hit his body. Kuang Dao screamed in pain, and half of his body was smashed. His body flew out like a cannonball, and he vomited blood. He was almost split into two, and his aura was weak. He was severely injured. Kill! Lu Ming charged towards Kuang Dao, and he became one with his spear. He turned into a dazzling spear radiance and stabbed towards Kuang Dao's forehead. No. Kuang Dao was scared out of his wits, and he frantically retreated, trying to dodge the attack. However, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached rank 7 Empty God Realm, and Kuang Dao was severely injured. How could he dodge the attack? Poof! The spear radiance pierced through Kuang Dao's forehead, and his soul was extinguished. Kuang Dao, who was ranked number 5 on the Empty God list, had fallen. After killing Kuang Dao, Lu Ming kept Kuang Dao's storage ring and his long spear. He then sat down with his legs crossed and stabilized his cultivation base. He had broken through 2 levels in one go, and this speed was too shocking. He needed to stabilize his cultivation base. 2 hours later, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng's injuries had stabilized, and they came to Lu Ming's side to protect him. After 3 days, Lu Ming finally ended his cultivation. His cultivation base had completely stabilized at rank 7 Empty God Realm. This quantifier formula is really mysterious and unfathomable. Lu Ming exclaimed. A surge of energy surged out from the quantifying word skill, and his cultivation base had broken through 2 levels. If this news were to spread, it would cause a huge uproar. Brat, now you know how powerful I am. The quantifying word skill said proudly. It is indeed powerful. I wonder when you will give me another surge of energy? Lu Ming said with a smile. Of course, he was communicating through his mind, and Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng could not hear him. You wish. I need to absorb a large amount of energy to refine before I can pass it to you. The previous energy has been used up. In the future, if you find a treasure that contains a large amount of energy for me to devour, I will then have energy for you. Do you understand? The quantifying word skill said unhappily. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and nodded his head. So that was the case. However, this was normal. If he could pass on an unlimited amount of energy, his cultivation base would continue to increase, and he would become a true god, or even a true god. Chapter 27:11. He shook his head and got rid of this unrealistic idea. Cultivation needed to be done step by step. This time, he broke through 2 levels at once. Even if the measure formula still had energy, he couldn't continue to improve. He needed time to stabilize it. However, since the measure formula had such a heaven-defying effect, he couldn't waste it. How could he find a treasure with powerful energy for the measure formula to absorb? Lu Ming began to think. Boy, even if there's no treasure with powerful energy, I can absorb the energy between heaven and earth all the time and slowly accumulate energy. It's just that the speed is much slower. The measure formula said again. Is that possible? Lu Ming was elated. He sensed it carefully. True enough, he discovered that the energy of heaven and earth was slowly gathering toward him and surging into the quantifier formula. Although it was slow, it would accumulate over a long period of time, and it would be very impressive. Boy, if you want to accumulate energy as soon as possible, I can guide you to a place in this secret realm. There's a treasure there. If I absorb and refine it, I'm sure it can improve your cultivation by a lot. The measure formula continued. There's such a treasure? Where is it? Lu Ming asked quickly. He was a little excited. He had tasted the sweetness just now and was looking forward to it. That place is called Night Dragon Cave. There's a kind of night dragon blood jade inside, which contains terrifying energy. As long as you get it and let me refine it, I'll transfer the energy to you. Then, your cultivation will skyrocket. The measure formula said. Okay, I'll go. I'll definitely go. Lu Ming made up his mind. Phew. After communicating with the measure formula, Lu Ming took a deep breath and ended his cultivation. Lu Ming, you can break through your cultivation continuously. That's crazy. Yu Linglong shouted exaggeratedly when she saw that Lu Ming had ended his cultivation. I was lucky. I had a fortuitous encounter in the past and accumulated a surge of energy. Just now, when I was in danger, I risked my life and unleashed all of it. I didn't expect that my gamble was correct and allowed my cultivation to increase by a level. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Despite Lu Ming's explanation, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng were still shocked. That's right, I know of a place in the Nether Dragon Mystery Realm called the Night Dragon Cave. There might be treasures inside. Should we go check it out? Lu Ming's tone changed. Yes, of course, Yu Linglong said. She was very curious. Once she heard that there were treasures, how could she not go? Of course, before they left, there was one more thing they had to do, and that was the Nether Dragon's beast core. The three of them worked together to collect the Nether Dragon's beast core and left. However, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng had not fully recovered from their injuries. They had not recovered to their peak condition yet. The three of them immediately found a secluded place. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng focused on healing their injuries. After a few more days, their injuries were completely healed. Their cultivation and battle strength had also returned to their peak condition. Currently, there were only 6 days left until the 3-month deadline. Lu Ming immediately headed toward the Night Dragon Cave under the guidance of the quantifying character formula. The Night Dragon Cave was located deep inside the Nether Dragon Mystery Realm. As the three of them advanced, there were still Nether Dragons and Dragonbone flowers attacking them. They were all attracted by the Nether Dragon blood curse in Lu Ming's body. Of course, with Lu Ming, Yu Linglong, and Wu Zifeng's current strength, it was easy for them to kill the Nether Dragons and Dragonbone flowers. It took them 3 days to reach the Night Dragon Cave that the quantifying character formula had pointed out. Along the way, they had a great harvest. They had killed a large number of Nether Dragons and Dragonbone flowers, obtaining a large amount of beast cores and dragon bones. The three of them split the beast cores and dragon bones equally. Lu Ming now had enough beast cores and dragon bones to exchange for 50,000 points. This time, he had achieved his initial goal of coming in. 50,000 points were enough to exchange for the first layer of a sacred technique. This is the Night Dragon Cave? Lu Ming, are you mistaken? Yu Linglong was a little shocked as she looked at the splashing lake water in front of them. At this moment, there was an endless lake in front of them. Where was the cave? There's a formation here that's affecting our senses. Don't worry about it. We'll just go straight ahead. Lu Ming said. Of course, this was what the quantifying character formula had told him. The three of them stepped forward. After walking for a while, they suddenly felt a layer of barrier in front of them. It was like a layer of bubbles. Don't use your divine power to block it. The stronger your divine power, the stronger the barrier. We won't be able to go in. We can go in without divine power. Lu Ming reminded them again. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng nodded. They didn't use their divine power to block it and stepped forward. With a poof, the three of them seemed to have passed through a layer of bubbles. The next moment, they arrived in a dark tunnel. The three of them were stunned. There was really a formation here. The previous ones were all illusions. Lu Ming couldn't help but be amazed by the wonders of the formation. The more divine power was used, the stronger the barrier. When ordinary people encountered such a barrier, they would subconsciously use their divine power. That way, they wouldn't be able to pass through. Only by not using divine power could they pass through the formation. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng looked at Lu Ming curiously. In their hearts, Lu Ming was becoming more and more unfathomable. Is Lu Ming really an outer disciple who just joined the sect? Yu Linglong blinked her big eyes and took a few more glances at Lu Ming. Of course, she wasn't interested in Lu Ming. She was just curious. Let's be careful, Lu Ming reminded them. The three of them retracted their auras and walked deeper into the tunnel. The tunnel was quiet and very long. The three of them walked for a few thousand meters before reaching the end. They arrived at a huge underground cave. The cave was empty. Only an altar attracted their attention. The altar was engraved with densely packed runes that looked like miniature true dragons that were entwined together. At the top, there was a piece of blood jade. There were actually small blood dragons swimming in it. There were different kinds of gemstones embedded in other parts of the altar. They were of different colors. "That's a rainbow divine stone," suddenly, Yulinglong exclaimed. Her eyes lit up as she stared at the 7-colored gemstones. Rainbow divine stone. Lu Ming was puzzled. He had never heard of such a gemstone. It's really a rainbow divine stone. The rainbow divine stone can be used to refine a type of healing pill. It has a strong recovery effect on the divine body. It can even heal the injuries of a heaven god. It can be sold for a high price. Yulinglong's eyes lit up. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Then his eyes lit up. To be able to concoct a healing divine pill that could even help heavenly gods, its value was definitely extremely high. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the divine body. Once injured, it would be harder to recover. Chapter 27:12. The stronger one's cultivation was, the harder it was to recover from injuries. For example, Lu Ming had cultivated the indestructible Heaven Scroll, which was a heavenly skill in the heaven world. No matter how serious his injuries were, he could recover quickly. His vitality was shockingly strong, and he was known to be immortal. However, it was only effective for those below the demigod realm. Now, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached level 7 empty god realm, and his divine body was strong. Now that he was injured, using the indestructible Heaven Scroll to heal his injuries would be ineffective. It was the same for healing elixirs. For those with higher cultivation, it was naturally more valuable. The rainbow sacred stone could be used to refine elixirs that were useful for heavenly gods. Its value was unimaginable. "Kid, wait a minute. Don't go over." At this moment, the voice of the measure formula suddenly rang out. Lu Ming jumped and quickly shouted, "Wait a minute. Don't go over." The reason for that was because at that moment, Yulinglong and Wu Zifeng were about to approach the altar to retrieve the 7-colored divine stones. After being shouted by Lu Ming, Yulinglong and Wu Zifeng were shocked and stopped in their tracks. "What's wrong?" Yulinglong asked. Shaking his head, Lu Ming did not speak. In fact, he did not know what was in front of them. "There's a large array in front. Once you step in, you will be trapped by the array," the measure formula said. "It's another array." Lu Ming frowned. The array in the primitive universe was far more mysterious than the primordial realm. With Lu Ming's attainments in array formations, he could not see through it. "If there is an array, how do we get the Nether Dragon Bloodjade?" Lu Ming asked the measure formula with his mind. "Of course we have to find the formation I of the Grand Formation and break it." "Hey, you were familiar with that formation guy back then, so you should have some understanding of formation Tao. Can you break it and find the formation I of this Grand Formation?" The measure formula asked the battle formula. Lu Ming's heart jumped. Array? Could it be another origin ancient word? Array? As soon as he heard those words, he could tell that it was incredibly useful in the field of formations. "You talk too much. I'm looking for it." The battle symbol Ju's deep voice rang out. "Hey, what are you talking about? What nonsense? You better make it clear to me today, or else I won't let you off." The measuring character formula shouted. The entire character was jumping as if it was going to pounce on the battle character formula. Lu Ming was speechless. A single word could actually give birth to such a weird personality. The battle character formula didn't bother with the measure character formula. It seemed to be sizing up the formation, looking for a way to crack it. "Ha ha ha, someone's finally here." Right at this moment, laughter suddenly rang out from within the cave. Lu Ming, Yulinglong, and Wu Zifeng jumped in fright. They hadn't expected there to be someone else in the cave. "Who?" Yulinglong shouted. The three of them looked behind the altar. At that moment, a figure walked out from behind the altar. This person had actually been hiding behind the altar. Just now, the altar had blocked this person's figure. Moreover, his aura was concealed very well. They didn't discover him at all. This was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. He was very handsome and had an extraordinary bearing on him. Moreover, the aura exuding from this person was extremely powerful. He was also a true God realm existence. There was actually someone who had already entered here. Junior brothers and sisters, I'm Sky Star. The young man cupped his fists and said, What? You said you're Sky Star? Impossible. Yu Linglong cried out in disbelief when she heard this name. Lu Ming and Wu Zifeng were a little surprised. Why would Yu Linglong have such a big reaction when she heard this name? Moreover, she revealed an expression of disbelief. Junior sister, I'm indeed Sky Star. The young man said with a smile. Linglong, who is Sky Star? Wu Zifeng asked. 100,000 years ago, the number 1 on the Kongxian school's empty god list was called Sky Star. However, 100,000 years ago, the Nether Dragon's secret realm opened. Sky Star entered the Nether Dragon's secret realm and never returned. Everyone thought that he had fallen. Yu Linglong said, the number 1 on the empty god list 100,000 years ago. Lu Ming and Wu Zifeng's eyes flashed. Could this person really be Sky Star? Junior brothers and sisters, I'm indeed Sky Star. 100,000 years ago, I entered the Nether Dragon's secret realm and didn't fall. I just missed the time to leave because I wanted to obtain the treasures here. Junior brothers and sisters, you've come at the right time. There's a 7-colored divine stone and a Nether Dragon blood jade on this altar. They're both priceless treasures. However, they're inlaid on this altar and are difficult to remove. Junior brothers and sisters, please lend me a hand and remove them. We'll split them equally. Sky Star said. Don't believe him. There's a large array here. This kid is trapped by the array and can't get out. Once you get close to the altar, you'll also be trapped by the array and share his pressure. That way, he'll have a chance to break out of the array. The quantifying character formula called out. The quantifying character formula had been around for a long time. Although it wasn't proficient in arrays, it still had a good eye. Wait a minute. Lu Ming stopped Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng, who were ready to move. He then looked at Sky Star and said, Senior Brother Sky, since the 7-color divine stone and Nether Dragon blood jade are so difficult to remove, why don't you leave with us first and call for more helpers? It'll be much easier that way. No, Sky Star said, the treasures are limited. How are we going to split them if we call for more helpers? Junior brothers and sisters, don't hesitate. I've studied this altar for 100,000 years and am very familiar with it. As long as we work together, we'll definitely be able to take the treasures on it. Is that so? Lu Ming smiled faintly, which surprised Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng. Why aren't you helping me yet? Void Star shouted, clearly impatient. Haha, you don't need to shout. I can already see that there's a large array here. You're trapped by it and can't get out. That's why you've been trapped for 100,000 years. If we go forward, we'll also be trapped by the array. At that time, we'll help you share the pressure and you'll be able to escape, right? Lu Ming said with a smile. What? Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng's expressions changed. On the other hand, Sky Star's face turned sullen. He did not expect Lu Ming to be able to tell what was going on and see through his intentions. Don't guess blindly. Come over quickly and take the treasures here together. Sky Star's voice became louder, and there was an unquestionable majesty in it. Back then, he was ranked first on the empty god list and was the top person in the outer sect. Naturally, he had an imposing manner. Back then, there were very few people in the outer sect who dared to go against his will. However, Lu Ming, Yu Linglong, and Wu Zifeng were all extraordinary people. How could they care about him? Not only did the 3 of them not advance, they even retreated a few steps. Good, very good. If you won't come in, then I'll pull you in, Sky Star said coldly, completely turning hostile. A powerful aura erupted from his body. Chapter 27:13. Sky Star had completely turned hostile as he unleashed a terrifying aura that surged towards Lu Ming's group. 3rd level, True God Realm. Lu Ming, Yu Linglong, and Wu Zifeng's expressions changed. Sky Star's cultivation was not at the 1st level True God Realm, but the 3rd level True God Realm. Even though he had been trapped by the array in the Nether Dragon's secret domain for many years, his cultivation had still broken through and reached the 3rd level True God Realm. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh! Skystar attacked. With a wave of his hand, his palm prints filled the sky and enveloped Lu Ming's group. Attack! Yu Linglong shouted and immediately attacked. She did not dare to be careless in the slightest when facing Skystar. She immediately attacked with her full strength. At the same time, Lu Ming and Wu Zifeng also attacked. All kinds of attacks collided with Skystar's palm prints. Boom! 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 Intense rumbling sounds could be heard coming from the cave as all sorts of attacks exploded out. Shockwaves spread out in all directions, shattering Void Star's palm imprints. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Lu Ming, Yu Linglong, and Wu Zifeng were forced to retreat. Skystar was indeed worthy of being ranked first on the Empty God list 100,000 years ago. His battle strength was shocking, and ordinary supreme talents could not compare to him. If he had not been trapped by the array, his cultivation would not have reached the third-level true God realm and would have reached a shocking realm. However, Lu Ming and the other two were also very powerful. When Skystar exchanged blows with the three of them, he was also forced to retreat a few steps. You have some strength. Skystar's eyes were filled with shock. He did not expect Lu Ming's group to be able to block his attack. 100,000 years ago, in the Kongxian school's outer area, he had no opponents who were at the same level as him. Now, his cultivation was far above Lu Ming's group, but he was not able to suppress them. This was beyond his expectations. Let's see how many of my moves you can block. Get over here. Skystar shouted coldly as he stepped forward. He stretched out his palm, and a series of palm prints appeared and blasted towards the three. The power of each move was stronger than before and gave off a strong pressure. Yu Linglong's and Wu Zifeng's faces turned grave as they circulated their divine power to the maximum. As for Lu Ming, he continuously activated the battle formula. Boom! After continuous attempts, Lu Ming finally activated his tripled combat strength. Whoosh! Lu Ming cast the first move of the three destructive strikes, sky-piercing. In an instant, spear gleams appeared in the void like meteors, colliding with Skystar's palm print. Whoosh! 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 He had to admit that the Skystar was indeed very powerful. Lu Ming sensed a gush of terrifying energy surging toward him. He retreated hurriedly. The qi and blood in his body were surging, and he almost vomited blood. What Suemo did not know was that Skystar was even more shocked. Although he did not use his full strength, he was a level 3 true god. His attack was blocked by Lu Ming alone, and Lu Ming was only a level 7 empty god. I never thought that such a powerful genius would appear in the Kongxian school after I was trapped for 100,000 years. But today, your days will come to an end. Skystar's eyes were filled with murderous intent and deep jealousy. Yes, jealousy. It was obvious that Lu Ming's combat ability and talent were far above his. He wanted to kill him completely. Whoosh! He moved and was about to pounce on Lu Ming. Lu Ming and the other two gathered together and planned to give it their all. However, just as Skystar was close to them, runes suddenly appeared on the ground. These runes were dazzling and filled with energy. It was extremely strange. At the same time, runes also appeared on Skystar's body. They were exactly the same as the runes on the ground. These runes were like tentacles that wrapped around Skystar's body tightly. Skystar's pouncing figure came to an abrupt halt in the air and could not move forward. He is trapped by the array and can't leave the range of the array. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he said to Wu Zifeng and Yu Linglong, "Damn it!" Skystar roared and unleashed his full strength. He wanted to break out of the array, but to no avail. He could not break out of the array's obstruction. "It seems like you can't get out." Lu Ming sneered and mocked. "All of you, hurry up and get over here. Help me break this damned formation. Otherwise, when I get out, I'll tear all of you to pieces." Seeing that he couldn't escape, Void Star roared madly and began to threaten them. "You still want to come out? Now you are a fish on the chopping block. Instead of begging us, you are threatening us. You are digging your own grave." Lu Ming said coldly, "I heard that Skystar is a narrow-minded person who takes revenge. 100,000 years ago, he was not the first on the Xianxia school's empty god list, but it was another person. He killed that person and took the first place. If we don't kill him today, he will definitely take revenge on us when he comes out, Yu Linglong said coldly. Then get rid of him, Wu Zifeng said. Since they had offended someone like Skystar, they had to get rid of him. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. Attack! Lu Ming immediately attacked. Standing in the distance, he attacked with a spear light and attacked Skystar. At the same time, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng also attacked. They used their killing moves and attacked Skystar. Skystar made a move to block the attacks of Lu Ming and the other two. You want to kill me with just the three of you? Dream on. Skystar shouted coldly. His eyes were extremely ferocious and evil. He could not wait to cut Lu Ming and the others into pieces. Lu Ming and the other two kept attacking, but they were all blocked by Skystar. Their cultivation was not as good as Skystar's. Moreover, they were attacking from a distance, so their attack power was naturally reduced. Lu Ming frowned. In this way, it was indeed difficult for them to kill Skystar. If they could not kill Skystar, they would not be able to get the Nether Dragon Blood Jade and the Rainbow Divine Stone. This large formation has a few Death Formation eyes. Once attacked, the formation's power will increase sharply. Lu Ming attacked the Death Formation eyes. At this time, the voice of the battle character manual sounded. He finally found some of the formation eyes of this large formation and immediately instructed Lu Ming on how to attack. Okay, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He changed the direction of his spear, and the spear light changed direction. Instead of attacking Skystar, he attacked an empty space. Boom! When Lu Ming's spear light attacked that empty space, the runes of the large formation suddenly shone brightly and became more powerful. At the same time, the runes wrapped around Skystar's body also became more powerful. They were like steel cables that tightly tightened, trying to break Skystar's body into pieces. What's going on? Damn it, what did you do? Skystar suddenly screamed in horror. Then his body trembled and he vomited blood. Die, Lu Ming said coldly. He attacked again, attacking the Death Formation eyes of the large formation, increasing the power of the large formation. Skystar could not bear it anymore. Cracks appeared on his body, and he vomited blood. He was seriously injured. Chapter 27:14. A large array would usually have a life gate or a death gate. These life gates and death gates could also be used as the array eye. The life array eye and the death array eye. Attacking the life array, I would break the large array, but attacking the death array, I would trigger the power of the large array, making it even more terrifying. Lu Ming was attacking the death array eye of this large array, making the power of the large array even more terrifying. The Skystar could not withstand it all and was severely injured in an instant. Save me! Save me! Void Star roared in horror. His eyes were filled with deep unwillingness. Go in peace, Lu Ming said coldly. Since he had offended such a person, he had to get rid of him. Otherwise, he would only bring trouble to himself. Swoosh! Lu Ming continued to attack the death array eye. Skystar screamed in despair and roared. You will die a horrible death. You will die a horrible death. In the next moment, the large array shone. Under the power of the large array, Skystar's body exploded and turned into dust. Skystar, the #1 supreme talent on the Xianxia school's empty god list 100,000 years ago, had died under the large array. This guy is finally dead. Yu Linglong heaved a sigh of relief. Skystar was indeed powerful. If it were not for the large array blocking him, the three of them would not be his match even if they joined forces. After all, Skystar's cultivation was at level 3 True God. Lu Ming, can you understand this large array? Wu Zifeng looked at Lu Ming and asked. A little. Lu Ming nodded and did not say much. He then scanned the ground. At the same time, the battle word manual told him the location of the life array eye. Breaking the life array, I will not completely break the large array. It will only suppress it for a short period of time. You only have 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, you must leave the range of the large array. Otherwise, you'll be trapped. The battle word manual said. 10 minutes is enough. Lu Ming muttered. He then started to attack the life array, according to the battle word manual's instructions. Bang, bang, bang. One attack after another landed on the ground, but the ground only emitted a slight sound. Those attacks were like stones sinking into the sea. However, the runes on the ground dimmed and then disappeared. The formation is being suppressed. Let's hurry up and take down all the rainbow divine stones within 10 minutes. Lu Ming shouted and dashed toward the altar. He grabbed at the Nether Dragon Blood Jade with his palm. His goal this time was the Nether Dragon Blood Jade. Bang! The Nether Dragon Blood Jade was firmly embedded into the altar. Lu Ming's grab was actually unable to grab it. It only caused the altar to shake. At the same time, Yuling Long and Wu Zifeng also rushed over and tried to grab a rainbow immortal stone. However, they didn't manage to grab it because it was embedded firmly. This was also because the formation was being suppressed. If the formation wasn't suppressed, they would have been stopped by the formation and wouldn't be able to do anything to the Nether Dragon Blood Jade or the Rainbow Divine Stone. If we can't take it down, why don't we just destroy this altar? Yuling Long suggested. Okay, destroy it. Lu Ming nodded. They only had 10 minutes, so they had to end this quickly. The three of them retreated a few steps, and each of them unleashed their strongest attacks. 3 attacks blasted towards the altar. Boom, boom, boom. The altar shook violently, and a crack appeared on its surface. It was effective. The 3 attacked even harder. In less than 2 minutes, the entire altar exploded with a boom. The Nether Dragon Blood Jade and the Rainbow Divine Stone flew out. Lu Ming's figure moved like an arrow and flew out, grabbing the Nether Dragon Blood Jade in his hand. At the same time, Yuling Long and Wu Zifeng also reached out and grabbed the Rainbow Divine Stones. Wong. At this moment, the entire cavern began to shake. Then, on the ground and on the walls of the cavern, numerous runes suddenly appeared. Then, a yellow liquid suddenly appeared on the ground. Sizzle. The feet of the 3 were touched by the yellow liquid, making sizzling sounds and wisps of green smoke. The corrosiveness of this liquid was shockingly strong. One had to know that the 3 of them were surrounded by divine power, but this liquid could even corrode their divine power. If it landed on their bodies would be directly corroded. The 3 of them were shocked and immediately flew up. However, the amount of yellow liquid on the ground was increasing, as if it was constantly emerging from the ground. It's the god transforming corpse water, an array within an array. There's actually an array within an array here. Can't you see it? In his mind, the measuring character formula shouted. I'm not a professional, the fighting character formula replied. The measuring character formula was so angry that he was trembling. Let's go, let's leave first. Lu Ming roared. The yellow liquid was increasing. Once it filled the entire cave, they would be in danger. The 3 of them immediately rushed towards the entrance of the cave. However, when they got close to the entrance, a light screen spread out and blocked them. Clearly, this was also a part of the array. Break it! Yuling Long shouted and kept attacking, but the light screen didn't budge. Then, Lu Ming and Wu Zifeng also attacked, but the result was the same. They couldn't break it at all. Ha ha, you still want to leave? Let's die together and be buried together with me. A sharp and crazy laughter sounded. Skystar, Lu Ming and the other 2's faces changed. This voice was obviously Skystar's, but wasn't Skystar already dead? At this moment, the place where the altar was just now shown and a figure emerged. It was Skystar. However, Skystar wasn't real at this moment, but a phantom. A wisp of remnant soul. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Now he understood that Skystar had indeed perished. However, because he had been trapped in the spell formation for 100,000 years, he had formed a connection with it. After being killed by the spell formation, a wisp of his soul had fused with it. You can't escape it all. Die, die. All of you will die here. Skystar's eyes were full of madness. He raised his hands, and the runes in the cave shone brighter. The yellow liquid came out faster from the ground, and soon it was a meter deep. Lu Ming and the other two could only hover in the air to avoid it, but they couldn't go on like this. This is the god transforming corpse water. Its corrosive power is terrifying. With our cultivation base, we can't block it at all. What should we do? Yu Linglong's face was a little pale. Continue to attack the light screen. Lu Ming shouted and continued to attack the light screen. Now, they could only get out by breaking this light screen. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng also joined in the attack. Chapter 27:15. Battlestar. Hurry up and find the eye of the formation. Otherwise, these guys will die here and we'll be buried here. I finally found a guy who is somewhat pleasing to the eye. I can't let him die like this. The measure formula kept urging the battle formula. I'm looking for it. Cut the crap, and I'll find it faster. The battle formula said unhappily. The measure formula immediately shut up. It's useless. It's useless. You guys can't get out. Stay here and be buried with me. Ha ha. Skystar laughed maniacally. He did his best to stimulate the formation, causing it to emit resplendent light. At this moment, it wasn't just inside the cave, but outside the cave as well. In fact, when Lu Ming and the others destroyed the altar just now, there was a strange sound outside. A beam of light shot up to the sky. It could be seen even from far away. At the same time, the illusion formation that prevented Lu Ming and the others from entering also disappeared. The lake disappeared and was replaced by a peak that reached into the clouds. At this moment, the entire peak was shining brightly. What's that over there? Such a shocking phenomenon. There must be a treasure appearing. Let's go and see. Let's go and see. Everyone who saw this strange phenomenon rushed over. In the cave, Lu Ming and the others were still bombarding the light curtain. However, it was almost useless. The light curtain was still motionless. The god transformation corpse water in the cave was increasing. It was almost half of the cave. What should I do? Am I going to die here today? I don't want to be submerged by the god transformation corpse water. If I'm submerged by the god transformation corpse water, I won't be able to find my body. Yu Linglong was about to cry. He was scared to death at the thought of being submerged by the god transformation corpse water. Don't attack first. Save your strength, Lu Ming said. Since they couldn't break it open, they wouldn't attack. When the battle formula found the eye of the formation, they would concentrate all their strength to attack it. Die. Seeing that Lu Ming and the others couldn't break it open, Empty Star screamed crazily. The god transforming corpse water in the cavern quickly filled 2/3 of the cavern. The space that Lu Ming and the other two could move about in was getting smaller and smaller. Found it. Lu Ming, you guys attack a spot 3 feet to the left, quick. At this moment, in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, the voice of the battle character manual rang out. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he shouted, "Attack the left side together." Boom. At this moment, Lu Ming used his full strength, directly activating the battle character art to triple his combat strength. He pushed his divine power to the limit, and then used the first move of the 3 Armageddon strikes, Space Splitter. A dazzling spear light blasted towards the left side of the light screen. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng did not suspect anything and attacked with all their might. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive powerful attacks landed 3 feet to the left of the light barrier. The light barrier violently shook, and this time, a crack appeared on the light barrier. It's effective, continue. Yu Linglong was exhilarated. The 3 of them attacked with their strongest moves again, and the cracks on the light barrier increased. No, impossible, no. Empty Star roared crazily, his face distorted to the extreme. Now, he was only left with a wisp of soul, and it would not be long before this wisp of soul completely disappeared. He was unwilling to accept this, and wanted to drag Lu Ming and the other 2 down with him. But now, Lu Ming and the other 2 seemed to be escaping. Lu Ming and the other 2 did not bother with Empty Star and continued to attack. After a few more moves, The light barrier exploded with a bang. "Let's go." With the light barrier shattered, Lu Ming and the other two rushed out of the passage without hesitation. "Damn it, damn it!" Empty Star roared, and the god, transforming corpse water surged, splashing onto the walls above the cavern. Those walls were directly corroded and turned into ashes. Rumble. The entire mountain shook violently, and it seemed like it would collapse at any time. Lu Ming and the other two exerted all their strength and quickly rushed out of the passage. As soon as they rushed out, the three of them frowned and stopped, because there were many people floating in the air outside, blocking the way. "It's him, it's Lu Ming," someone shouted, recognizing Lu Ming. These people were attracted by the strange phenomenon here, and they did not expect to see Lu Ming and the other two running out of the mountain as soon as they arrived. "Lu Ming, where did you get in there? Show me." A young man in golden robes stepped out, his eyes flickering as he stared at Lu Ming and the other two, and said coldly, "Ing Song." Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. Ing Song was from the Tenho Seiko faction. Back then, he had asked someone to invite Lu Ming to join the Tenho Seiko faction, but Lu Ming had rejected him. At that time, Lu Ming did not know Ing Song's identity. Later, he found out that Ing Song was ranked 4th on the Empty God list, and also the top expert of the Tenho Seiko faction in the outer sect. "Ing Song, are you thinking too much? What did I get? Why should I show it to you?" Lu Ming sneered, not giving Ing Song any face. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he did not fear anyone in the outer sect. However, the others did not know Lu Ming's combat strength, and they were all shocked at this moment. This Lu Ming is really bold. How dare he speak to Ing Song like this? He's overestimating himself. He's just courting death. Some people sneered in disdain. Sure enough, Ing Song's eyes darkened. Back then, when Lu Ming had rejected his invitation to join the Tenho Seiko faction, he had wanted to kill Lu Ming. He had ordered the people from the Tenho Seiko faction to kill Lu Ming when they had the chance outside. However, when they went to the Jiwu Forest to train, the people from the Tenho Seiko faction had indeed attacked Lu Ming, but they had all died in the hands of Lu Ming. This had enraged Ing Song, and he had been looking for a chance to kill Lu Ming personally. Now, he finally had the chance. Someone who has just entered the sect doesn't know how to respect your seniors. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the sect. Ing Song said coldly as he took a step forward. A powerful aura burst out and pressed down on Lu Ming. First level, true God realm. Without a doubt, after Ing Song had entered the Nether Dragon secret territory, his cultivation had also broken through and reached the first level of the true God realm. With his battle prowess, breaking through to the first stage of the true God realm was slightly stronger than Kwang Dao. However, Lu Ming did not put him his eyes at all. Just as Lu Ming was about to make a move, rays of light flew over from afar. More people had arrived. Among them, there were a few rays of light that were shockingly fast and emitted a shocking aura. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived. The people at the front were all young men and women. Each of them had an extraordinary aura and were dragons and phoenixes among men. It's Feng Yuan Dao, ranked 2nd on the Empty God list. There's also Guangzi, ranked 3rd on the Empty God list. Li Kunshin, ranked 7th on the Empty God list. Around them, many people exclaimed and widened their eyes. This was because the people who had just arrived were too powerful. They were all outer disciples of the Kongxian school and were ranked in the top 10 of the Empty God list. Usually, any one of these people would be able to dominate the outer disciples. However, they had arrived one after another. Chapter 27:16. Seeing Feng Yuan Dao, Feng Zi, Li Kunshin, and the others, Ing Song's face turned solemn as he stopped moving towards Lu Ming. Ing Song, you're quite early. Why? Did you find anything? Feng Yuan Dao looked at Ing Song with a strange light flickering in his eyes. Obviously, Feng Yuan Dao suspected that Ing Song had obtained something. Ing Song's complexion changed. He reluctantly squeezed out a smile and said, Brother Feng must be joking. How could I have any harvest? I also just arrived. As for these people, they just came out from that mountain. I'm interrogating them right now. Song did not dare to offend Feng Yuandao. Feng Yuandao's background was not any weaker than his. At the same time, Feng Yuandao's battle strength was above his. He had fought with Feng Yuandao a few times and lost every single time. When he was at the 9th Empty God Realm, Song only had the experience of defeating a true God Realm expert. But Feng Yuandao had the battle record of killing a true God Realm expert. Defeating and killing were two completely different things. Oh, Feng Yuandao turned his gaze towards Lu Ming, Yu Linglong, and Wu Zifeng. When he saw Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng, his eyes narrowed. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng were both at the first rank of True God Realm. Obviously, Wu Zifeng and Yu Linglong had broken through after entering the Nether Dragon Secret Realm. To be able to do so, they were definitely experts amongst experts. On the other hand, Lu Ming, an Empty God Realm expert, was ignored by him. How should I address the two of you? Feng Yuandao cupped his fists towards Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng. Yu Linglong, Wu Zifeng, Yu Linglong, and Wu Zifeng replied. Feng Yuandao, Feng Zi, Li Kunshin, Song, and the others frowned as they had never heard of the two of them in the outer sect. Gentlemen, what did you obtain in there? Feng Yuandao narrowed his eyes and asked, What do we get? It has nothing to do with you. Yu Linglong said, What do you mean it's none of your business? Don't you guys know that? Song's reprimand made Yu Linglong frown. Rumble. Right at this moment, a loud rumbling sound came from the mountain. Then with a loud boom, it exploded. The mountain peak exploded and shattered rocks flew everywhere. There was even some divine transformation corpse water among them. Not good, quickly dodge, Lu Ming shouted. Together with Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng, their figures flickered as they dodged the splattering corpse water. However, there were still people who were splashed by the god transforming corpse water. Their bodies were corroded, and they let out miserable shrieks. However, after a few moments, the shrieks came to an abrupt end, because their entire bodies had been corroded to the point that not even dregs were left. The others were shocked and tried their best to dodge. After everything calmed down, they stopped with lingering fear. However, there were at least 5 to 6 outer disciples who had died under the god transforming corpse water. You guys are so vicious. You knew that there was danger inside, but you didn't warn us. Are you trying to trick us? Song stared coldly at Lu Ming and the other two, directly putting a label on them. Trick you guys? You think too much. Linglong, Brother Wu, let's go. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered with Song and the others. He flew forward, wanted to leave. You want to leave? Hand over what you got before you leave. Song shouted coldly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at Lu Ming. His palm emitted a dazzling golden radiance, as if it was made of gold. Get lost! The one who made the move wasn't Lu Ming, but Yu Linglong. A soft whip appeared in her hand. The soft whip was like a poisonous snake, curling towards Song. Bang! The two of them collided. With a loud bang, Yu Linglong retreated 3 steps. However, Song retreated 5 steps, which was more than Yu Linglong. What? The others were shocked and looked at Yu Linglong in shock. Yu Linglong actually had such strong combat strength. Not only could she block Song's attack, but Song also retreated more than her. Where did this genius come from? At the side, Feng Yuandao, Madman, Li Kunshin, and the others' faces turned solemn. Song also looked at Yu Linglong in shock. After the collision, he knew how powerful Yu Linglong was. Even if he went all out, he might not be a match for Yu Linglong. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to leave by yourself. Song turned his gaze and looked at Feng Yuandao and the others, wanting to drag them down with him. Is that so? At this moment, Wu Zifeng spoke. He stepped forward and a shocking aura burst out from his body. Wu Zifeng's aura was stronger than Yu Linglong's, which shocked the others. It's really lively today. At this moment, a cold voice sounded in the sky. Then, a young man stepped on the air and stood above the crowd. This was a young man from the Wingmen tribe. He had a pair of purple wings and a tall figure. His aura was strong, and he carried a sense of arrogance. "It's the winged demon, the winged demon," many people exclaimed. Even Feng Yuandao, Madman, and Ying Tsang's faces changed drastically. There was no other reason. The winged demon was too famous in the Kongxian school's outer sect. He was above everyone. The number one on the empty god list, the winged demon. That guy is here too. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Of course, he had heard of the number one on the empty god list. Swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, rays of light flew over from afar. There were more and more people here. In just a short while, there were already a few hundred people gathered. "It's Wang Gao. There's Ming Jiao," many people exclaimed. There were too many experts, and a few of them were among the top 10 on the empty god list. The crowd was shocked to find that 9 of the top 10 on the empty god list were here. Other than Madman, almost all of them were here. When these people knew that Lu Ming, Yuling Long, and Wu Zifeng had just come out from the mountain, they all looked at Lu Ming and the other two. They even moved slightly and surrounded Lu Ming and the other two to prevent them from escaping. "Yes, we can't let them escape. We can't let them escape." At this moment, a sharp voice sounded. It came from a mountain that had just exploded. Everyone couldn't help but look in that direction. There were still rays of light shining from the mountain. Then, a figure appeared. It was Sky Star's remnant soul. Who is that? Many people didn't recognize Sky Star and were surprised. "You're Sky Star?" When the winged demon saw Sky Star, he shouted in shock. He couldn't hide the shock on his face. The winged demon had seen Sky Star before. 100,000 years ago, when Sky Star was still around, he was the number one on the empty god list. If Sky Star hadn't disappeared, the winged demon might not have been the number one on the empty god list. What? Sky Star? The number one on the empty god list 100,000 years ago? Hearing the winged demon shout, many people recalled. It can't be. It's really him. Didn't they say that he was dead? He's not dead. Many people exclaimed in shock. Chapter 27:17. Sky Star. Feng Yuandao, Feng Zi, Li Kunshan, Ying Tsang, and the others all looked at Sky Star in shock. They had never imagined that they would meet such a legendary figure here. "Winged Demon, we meet again. Looks like you've improved a lot." Sky Star glanced at the winged demon and said. Then, he looked at Lu Ming's group with a ferocious expression. "You can't let them go. They have obtained a supreme treasure." "What? Supreme treasure?" Many people were shocked. They looked at Lu Ming and the other two, their eyes burning with excitement. "Do you know why I disappeared for 100,000 years? It was because I wanted to obtain the treasure here. Unfortunately, I was careless and was trapped by the formation. I didn't expect it to be obtained by him." Sky Star sighed and pointed at Lu Ming. At this point, his body twisted. He hated Lu Ming the most. Lu Ming had seen through his scheme and used the death formation eye of the formation to harm him. All of this was because of Lu Ming. He wanted Lu Ming's end to be extremely miserable. His remnant soul could not hold on for long and was about to dissipate. Thinking that he was about to vanish, his hatred for Lu Ming's group became even more intense. "That is a supreme treasure. Once you obtain it, you will definitely soar into the sky and dominate the Qin heavenly starry sky in the future. It will depend on who is fated to obtain it." Ha ha ha. After saying that, Void Star's body exploded with a bang and turned into ashes, completely disappearing into thin air. However, his words ignited the flames in everyone's hearts. Those were the flames of desire. No one doubted Sky Star's words. Sky Star had stayed here for 100,000 years for that treasure. That was 100,000 years. If the treasure was not precious, why would he stay here for 100,000 years? What kind of treasure could make Sky Star go crazy for it? Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, everyone erupted with a shocking aura. With the winged demon, Feng Yuandao, and the others in the lead, they suppressed Lu Ming's group. Especially Lu Ming, because Sky Star had clearly stated that the treasure was in Lu Ming's hands. "Lu Ming, hand over the treasure. Song could not bear it any longer and took the initiative to attack. His entire body was covered in a golden light as he pounced towards Lu Ming. Song, your opponent is me. Yu Linglong brandished her soft whip, which transformed into thousands of whip shadows that swept towards Song. Bang! Bang! The two continued to exchange blows. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves. The result was that Song was forced back 1,000 meters, his hands trembling. He was no match for Yu Linglong. Hand over the treasure. Today, no one can protect you. The winged demon spoke coldly. He looked down from above and stepped towards Lu Ming. Boom! In the final step, the sole of his foot burst forth with astonishing power. His divine power was like raging waves that pressed down on Lu Ming. They were both first-level true gods, but the winged demon's strength was indeed astonishing. Just this move alone was much stronger than Crazy Dao's. Kongxian School's #1 on the empty god list. I like to see how strong you are. Wu Zifeng's eyes burst forth with resplendent radiance. His body charged upwards, and his finger was like a sword as he pointed it out. Swish! Swish! Sword chi swept out and collided with the winged demon's attack. A shocking explosion erupted, and the two figures retreated slightly. What? He's so strong? Everyone looked at Wu Zifeng in shock. Wu Zifeng could actually fight with the winged demon. Where did this supreme talent come from? You're not from the Kongxian school? The winged demon looked at Wu Zifeng with a grave expression. Of course not, Wu Zifeng said. His battle intent was even stronger, and his divine power was like an avalanche. Sacred divine power. This person is the same as the winged demon. He controls sacred divine power. This person isn't from the Kongxian school, but he can enter the Nether Dragon's secret territory. Which force does he come from? Many people guessed. Today, you want to protect the treasure with just the two of you? You're too naive. The winged demon said coldly as he glanced at Feng Yuandao and the others. Feng Yuandao, Crazy Dao, Li Kunshan, and the others couldn't wait any longer, and they all charged towards Lu Ming. Brat, hand over the treasure, and I'll spare your life. Li Kunshan roared, taking the initiative to attack. His divine item was a war hammer, and as he swung it, it caused the void to explode. Its power was shocking. The giant hammer smashed towards Lu Ming. It was as if in the next moment, Lu Ming would be smashed into meat paste. However, Lu Ming's face was calm. He took a step forward and threw out a punch without even taking out a weapon. He wanted to use his fist to take on Li Kunshan's giant hammer. This brat is courting death. Some people shook their heads. As soon as Lu Ming attacked, they could see that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 7th level of the empty god realm. It was already good enough for a 7th level of the empty god realm to enter the Nether Dragon's secret territory. However, he dared to take on Li Kunshan's giant hammer. Wasn't he courting death? However, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng were calm. They knew how terrifying Lu Ming's battle strength was. Dong! Lu Ming's fist accurately collided with Li Kunshan's giant hammer. It was as if two stars had collided, causing a loud explosion. However, the result made everyone's jaws drop. After the collision, the one who retreated was Li Kunshan, while Lu Ming's figure only swayed slightly. How is this possible? At this moment, the winged demon, Feng Yuandao, Song, and the others' pupils contracted as they revealed an expression of disbelief. Lu Ming was actually able to take on Li Kunshan's attack with his bare hands. Even the winged demon couldn't do it. Lu Ming was only at the 7th level of the empty god realm. How could he have such powerful battle strength? Li Kunshan himself was also in a daze. I don't believe it. Storm God Hammer. Li Kunshan roared as he raised his giant hammer and attacked Lu Ming like a storm. A divine weapon appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It was a middle-rank 1 divine weapon. Wong. Lu Ming swept out his spear. The long spear carried a terrifying power as it flew towards Li Kunshan. Boom! The two collided for the second time. However, this time, Li Kunshan grunted as he was pushed back and spat out a mouthful of blood. This. Everyone was dumbfounded as they thought they were dreaming. Lu Ming was actually suppressing Li Kunchen. In a head-on collision, Li Kunchen spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Li Kunchen was ranked 7th on the empty god list. His battle strength far surpassed other experts of the same level. Moreover, his cultivation had already broken through to the first level of the true god realm. Even with such battle strength, he wasn't a match for Lu Ming. What kind of monster was this? At this moment, the winged demon, Feng Yuan Dao, and the others had grave expressions. Let me tell you, I have indeed obtained a treasure, but it isn't that precious. However, I know that no matter what I say now, you won't believe it. Since you want the treasure, then I'll accompany you in a battle today. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand as he looked around and said, Miss Ling Long, Brother Wu, both of you stand down. If they want to fight, I alone am enough. Chapter 27:18. I alone am enough. Lu Ming's words exploded in many people's hearts, causing them to be stunned. Lu Ming's words clearly meant that he wanted to challenge all the experts at the scene. Oh my God! Many people shouted in their hearts. If this news were to spread, it would shake the outer sect. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng's eyes flashed, but they did not object. In a flash, they retreated to the side. Everyone, this kid is too arrogant. Since that is the case, how about we teach him a lesson? Ing Tsang's gaze shifted. To be honest, from the combat strength that Lu Ming had displayed, Ing Tsang had no confidence in facing Lu Ming alone. Since Lu Ming was arrogant, he had a reason to join forces with the others. That's right, this kid took the treasure and wants to keep it for himself. Today, there is no need to talk about the rules. Let's suppress him together and force him to hand over the treasure. Feng Yuandao said coldly. Frenzy, Li Kunchen, and the others stepped out and surrounded Lu Ming. Finally, even the winged demon did the same. His purple wings flapped, and his body was covered in purple radiance. He looked extremely majestic as he appeared in front of Lu Ming. He was surrounded. There were a total of 9 people surrounding Lu Ming. These 9 people were the top 10 on the empty god list. Other than Frenzy, all of them had taken action. The others could only retreat far away. They wanted to intervene, but they could not because Feng Yuandao and the others were true gods. The top 10 on the empty god list had entered the true god realm. The 9 experts surrounded Lu Ming, and Lu Ming was only a level 7 empty god realm martial artist. Such a thing had never happened in the history of Kongshin School. I have to say that this Lu Ming is indeed a peerless genius. He is only a level 7 empty god realm martial artist, and he is able to suppress Li Kunchen. His combat strength is terrifying. However, he is too arrogant. He actually wants to challenge 9 experts at the same time. It's impossible for him to win. Even the divine sons of the 3 overlords would be crushed in such a situation. The difference in cultivation is too great. It's impossible for him to win against 9 of them at once. That's right, you're overconfident. Many people were discussing this matter. Lu Ming, hand over the treasure and I'll spare your life. The winged demon said coldly. With so many people attacking at the same time, it would not be good for his reputation. If he could make Lu Ming hand over the treasure, he would not attack. However, Lu Ming obviously wouldn't agree. Make your move. If you can defeat me, I will give you all of my treasures. However, since you have attacked, you will have to pay the price, Lu Ming said coldly. Price? What a joke. You? Kneel down. Ing Song was the first to attack. He looked like a golden man. With a move, he appeared in front of Lu Ming and pressed down on Lu Ming with a palm. A golden palm print pressed down on Lu Ming with frightening might. He was ranked 4th on the empty god list. His combat strength was even stronger than Quang Dao. Buzz! The long spear in Lu Ming's hand trembled slightly due to the crazy influx of divine force. Then, the long spear stabbed out towards Ing Tsang. Puff! The golden palm print that Ing Tsang had sent out was shattered. The sharp spear light continued to pierce towards Ing Tsang. Ingsong's face changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. However, he was still a step too late. His palm was pierced by Lu Ming's spear light and exploded. Ah! Attack! Attack together! Ingsong screamed. He circulated his divine body and allowed his shattered palm to recover quickly. Attack! Feng Yuandao and the rest attacked at the same time. All kinds of shocking attacks flooded towards Lu Ming. Only the winged demon's eyes flashed. He hesitated for a moment and did not attack. With so many people attacking at the same time, the power was terrifying. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. In an instant, Lu Ming triggered the double combat strength of the battle character art. Almost at the same time, the triple combat strength was successfully triggered. Before he made his move, Lu Ming had already triggered 3 times his combat ability. Therefore, once he made his move, he successfully triggered 3 times his combat ability. Swoosh! 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 Lu Ming's long spear stabbed out, sending out more than 10 spear lights that collided with the attacks of Feng Yuandao and the rest. A series of explosions rang out between heaven and earth. Lu Ming was pushed back by the force. However, he had successfully blocked so many attacks. He blocked it. Oh my God! When the others saw this scene, they were almost scared to death. Their eyeballs were about to pop out. Lu Ming actually blocked the attacks of Feng Yuandao and the rest in a head-on collision. What kind of combat strength was this? Even Feng Yuandao and the rest were shocked to the extreme. Your combat strength is only SOSO. Now it's my turn. Lu Ming's indifferent voice rang out. A reddish-gold armor appeared on his body. Kneel for me. Lu Ming used the 9-layer reddish-gold armor to protect himself. He ignored the attacks of the others and rushed towards Ingsong. Ingsong was the most arrogant. Lu Ming had to deal with this person first. Boom! Lu Ming swept out with his spear. The spear light was like a mountain, causing the air to explode. This caused Ingsong's expression to change drastically. Attack, attack together! Ingsong roared. Then, he retreated frantically. Both of his hands continued to attack. In an instant, hundreds of golden palm prints were blasted out. However, these palm prints collapsed under the pressure of Lu Ming's spear light. Attack! Feng Yuandao and the rest launched a second round of attacks. But this time, Lu Ming didn't dodge. He planned to take it head-on. Boom! Boom! Feng Yuandao and the rest's attacks landed on the reddish-gold armor, causing it to tremble violently. It seemed like it would collapse at any moment. But in the end, it was blocked by Lu Ming. And Lu Ming's spear had already landed on Ingsong's body. Bang! Ingsong screamed miserably. His entire body was sent flying diagonally. Then, he crashed heavily on the ground, creating a huge pit. Continue attacking. He can't block it anymore. Feng Yuandao roared and launched another attack. Attacks continued to bombard Lu Ming. Come on! Lu Ming's eyes revealed a crazed look. He still used the reddish-gold armor to block. He wanted to use his opponent to temper his armor. Only then could he improve quickly. Boom! 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 The continuous attacks landed on the reddish-gold armor. A few cracks appeared on the armor. Lu Ming's body was also sent flying. The direction he flew was the same direction that Ingsong was sent flying. At this moment, Ingsong was lying on the ground and vomiting blood. When he saw Lu Ming flying over, he was almost scared to death. Boom! Lu Ming swept his spear down from a high vantage point, crushing his opponent. The earth trembled. A 100-mile-long spear scar appeared. It also looked like a valley. Ingsong was lying inside. All the bones in his body were broken. He couldn't move at all. Although he didn't die, he had lost the ability to fight. The battle had just started, and one of them was crippled by Lu Ming. This caused many outer court disciples to be dumbfounded. Chapter 27:19. His defensive divine skill is too sturdy. Winged Demon, why aren't you making a move? Are you waiting for him to defeat us one by one? Feng Yuandao suppressed the shock in his heart and looked at the Winged Demon. Just now, the Winged Demon had not made a move. The Winged Demon frowned and then flapped his wings. He turned into a purple lightning and charged towards Lu Ming. "Quick, attack together!" Feng Yuandao shouted and continued to attack Lu Ming with the others. The show has just begun. Sky-piercing. Lu Ming directly used the Annihilation 3 strikes. This attack was aimed at the Winged Demon. Lu Ming was now in his peak state. How strong was his combat strength? Although the Winged Demon's combat strength was terrifying and his cultivation was at the first level of True God Realm, his actual combat strength far exceeded the first level of True God Realm. However, compared to Lu Ming, there was still a gap. An incomparably resplendent spear light shot towards the Winged Demon like a flying immortal, causing the Winged Demon's expression to change. This move made him feel a fatal threat. Wings breaking 1,000 army. The Winged Demon roared. His purple wings were like heavenly blades as he slashed out crazily, forming an endless sharp blade storm that swept towards Lu Ming. Dang! 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 Intense collision sounds rang out. The two of them exchanged over 100 moves in an instant, causing sparks to fly everywhere. "Break!" Lu Ming's voice rang out. The spear light surged and suddenly suppressed the sharp blade storm. The sharp blade storm formed by the Winged Demon was constantly destroyed. Then, his body shook violently and flew backwards. His face was somewhat pale and filled with shock. He was actually not a match for Lu Ming and was suppressed. "Continue!" Lu Ming shouted. His spear light was like a rainbow as he continued to attack the Winged Demon. As for the attacks of the others, he completely ignored them. Among these people, the Winged Demon's combat strength was undoubtedly the strongest and the most threatening to him. As long as he suppressed the Winged Demon first, it would be much easier for the others. Boom! Boom! Feng Yuandao and the others' attacks landed on Lu Ming's crimson gold armor, causing a violent explosion. Although cracks appeared on the crimson gold armor, it was still blocked. Lu Ming's attack was aimed at the Winged Demon. The Winged Devil did his best to fight with Lu Ming, but the result was that he retreated repeatedly. The surrounding outer sect disciples were all dumbfounded. This is too terrifying. Lu Ming can actually fight the Winged Devil, Feng Yuandao, and the others at the same time. Most importantly, he even has the upper hand. How terrifying. Is he still human? There's actually such a monster in this world. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Third strike of annihilation, sky-piercing. Lu Ming once again used the world-destroying 3 strikes. The sky-lifting spear light swept out in all directions, crushing the Winged Devil. This time, the Winged Devil was unable to block it. Its attack was broken by the spear light, and it heavily bombarded its body. Bang! The Winged Devil's body was thrown out, vomiting blood. However, before he could stabilize his body, Lu Ming attacked again. With a thrust of his spear, it pierced through the Winged Devil's chest. The Winged Devil screamed in pain. Purple feathers flew out from his wings, and he couldn't even float in the air. His body fell to the ground heavily. The Winged Devil was severely injured. Not good. Feng Yuandao, Li Kunxin, and the others were shocked. The Winged Devil was defeated. Their minds were shaken, and even their attacks stopped. They retreated one after another with a look of horror on their faces. "Now it's your turn." Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and looked at Feng Yuandao and the others. He was like an invincible god of war, and his battle-intense sword. When he cast the battle word incantation, his fighting spirit was already extremely strong. Coupled with Lu Ming's prowess from defeating the Winged Demon, Feng Yuandao and the rest did not have the slightest bit of fighting spirit. This is a misunderstanding. I have no intention of fighting for the treasure. Goodbye. One of them actually wanted to retreat, leaving behind a sentence, and turn to leave. You attacked me so many times just now, and now you want to leave? Did I let you leave? Stay. Lu Ming shouted coldly. His divine force burst out, and his body rushed out like a cannonball. He pressed his long spear, and a spear light pressed down on that person like a mountain, sealing off all his escape routes. You're too arrogant. That person roared and used all his strength to resist. However, Lu Ming's current battle strength was too strong for him to resist. He was directly smashed to the ground by Lu Ming. He vomited a large mouthful of blood, and his body twitched. He was seriously injured. After suppressing that person, Lu Ming twisted his body, and the momentum of his spear changed, and he attacked the others again. Because the others all wanted to retreat, they already knew that they were definitely not Lu Ming's opponent today. Leaving was the best plan. However, how could Lu Ming let them escape? Boom! Lu Ming's spear was aimed at Li Kenshin. Li Kenshin roared. His pair of giant hammers danced wildly and instantly blasted out 1,000 hammer strikes. However, even if he used all his strength, it was difficult to resist Lu Ming. He followed in the footsteps of the previous few people and was injured by Lu Ming. Go! Feng Yuandao and the others did not dare to stay and wanted to escape. This battle is not over yet. Where are you going? Wu Zifeng's figure flashed, blocking in front of Feng Yuandao. Get lost from me! Feng Yuandao roared and launched an attack at Wu Zifeng. However, how powerful was Wu Zifeng? He could not rush out at all. On the other side, Yuling Long took out 2 soft whips and waved them with both hands. The sky was full of whip shadows, entangling the other few people. As for Lu Ming, he took the opportunity to launch an attack. Even the winged demon could not block Lu Ming's attack in a head-on battle. These people were not Lu Ming's opponent. One by one, they were suppressed by Lu Ming. Not long after, including Feng Yuandao and the others, the top 9 on the empty god list were all seriously injured by Lu Ming. They fell to the ground and could not get up, no longer having the strength to fight. Gulp, gulp. Many people swallowed their saliva desperately. Their eyes were full of horror and disbelief. Lu Ming had actually defeated 9 of the top 10 on the empty god list, including the winged demon. Such combat strength was unprecedented. Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? Now that we have lost, I don't want the treasure. You can let us go now. Ing Song roared. Let you go? Ridiculous. Lu Ming sneered. Previously, I have said that if you want to attack me, you have to be prepared to pay the price. Lu Ming walked towards Ing Song. Ing Song's face changed drastically as he roared. Lu Ming, you dare to kill me? Let me tell you, an intersect elder has secretly accepted me as a disciple. If you kill me, my master will not let you go. Many people's hearts moved, but they were not surprised. Some of the top ranked on the empty god list had amazing talent. Usually, before they were promoted to inner disciples, they would be fancied by some intersect elders and secretly accepted as disciples. Only when they were officially promoted to inner disciples would they be announced. It was normal for Ing Song to be accepted as a disciple by an intersect elder. Not only Ing Song, but the winged demon, Feng Yuandao, Feng Zi, Li Kenshin, and the others had also secretly accepted a master. Who said that I want to kill you? Hand over your storage ring. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Chapter 2720. What? You want my storage ring? No, impossible. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Ing Song cried out hysterically. Most of his wealth was in the storage ring. Furthermore, there was also the beast core of the Nether Dragon that he had killed in the Nether Dragon Mystic Realm this time, as well as the Dragon Bone of the Dragon Bone Flower. They were all in the storage ring. If he gave them to Lu Ming, how was he going to live? He would become a pauper in an instant. If you lose now, I can kill you at any time. But if you die, your storage ring will still be mine. Do you understand? Lu Ming said coldly. Don't even think about it. Let me tell you, unless you kill me, I won't give my storage ring to you. If you have the ability, then kill me. Kill me. Do you dare? Ing Song roared. He had already become an intersect elder's disciple. He was certain that Lu Ming wouldn't dare to kill him. He wouldn't give it to him. Let's see what Lu Ming would do to him. Whoosh! Ing Song hadn't even finished his words when a spear light burst out and directly pierced through Ing Song's glabella. Puff! The spear light directly pierced through Ing Song's forehead, nailing him to the ground. Why you? Ing Song's eyes widened as he stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. His eyes were filled with disbelief, fear, and unwillingness. In the end, his vision turned black and he lost consciousness. Song was dead. See, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming actually dared to kill Song. Song was a genius ranked 4th on the Nihility God list. Moreover, he had been accepted as a disciple by an inner sect elder. But now, he was killed by Lu Ming in front of everyone. Audacious, simply audacious. Everyone now knew that not only was Lu Ming strong, but he was also a lawless person. I've already given you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. I've already said that if I kill you, your storage ring will still be mine. Lu Ming mumbled as he grabbed Song's storage ring with a wave of his hand. Hearing Lu Ming's words, the hearts of the winged demon, Feng Yuandao, and the others twitched. Originally, they had the same plan as Song. If Lu Ming wanted their storage rings, they would rather die than comply. They all had great backgrounds and didn't believe that Lu Ming would dare to kill them in public. But now they had changed their minds. They had no doubt that if they disobeyed Lu Ming would really dare to kill them. Now, hand over your storage rings. As expected, Lu Ming's gaze swept over the winged devil, Feng Yuandao, and the others, making them wail in their hearts. Lu Ming, here you go. The winged demon was the most decisive. Gritting his teeth, he took off the storage ring and threw it to Lu Ming. Then, he staggered in a certain direction. Lu Ming accepted the storage ring and did not stop him. What about you guys? There were still a few days before the 3-month deadline. In the next few days, the few of them rushed towards the exit and hunted the Netherworld dragon beasts and dragon bone flowers. The exit was at the edge of the Netherworld dragon's secret territory. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed, and Lu Ming and the others arrived at the exit. A large number of outer sect disciples had already gathered here. At one glance, Lu Ming saw the winged demon, Feng Yuandao, and the rest. Right now, their injuries had already recovered. However, after seeing Lu Ming, their expressions changed. That's Lu Ming. The Lu Ming who defeated the winged demon and the other 9 experts? When Lu Ming arrived, almost all the outer disciples looked at Lu Ming. There were only a few hundred people present in the previous battle. But now, the news had spread to all the outer disciples who had entered the Netherworld dragon's secret territory. Is this true? A rank 7 empty god, realm martial artist, defeated the winged demon and the other 9 experts? It can't be fake, right? Many people did not see it with their own eyes and found it hard to believe. But when they saw that the winged demon, Feng Yuandao, and the others did not deny it, they knew that it was most likely true. Rumble. Not long after, a huge whirlpool appeared in the sky. This was the exit. Shush, shush, shush. The winged demon, Feng Yuandao, and the others rushed out of the exit. Then, the others followed suit. Let's go, Lu Ming said as he, Yu Linglong, and Wu Zifeng rushed into the whirlpool and disappeared. Chapter 27-21. After leaving the Nether Dragon's secret realm, Lu Ming bid farewell to Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng headed to the mission hall, ready to exchange the Nether Dragon's beast core and dragon bone flower for points. Of course, Wu Zifeng wasn't from the Kongxian school, so he couldn't exchange them for points. He gave the beast core and dragon bone flower to Yu Linglong for Yu Linglong to exchange them for points. Lu Ming didn't go directly to the mission hall, mainly because he still needed to organize the storage rings that he had obtained from the winged demon and the others. However, Lu Ming didn't return to the outer sect. Now that he had caused such a big commotion, if he returned to the outer sect, it would definitely alarm the outer sect. It would be troublesome then. Lu Ming found a random spot in the inner sect area. He then took out his storage ring and began to tap it lightly. Divine crystals were piled up like mountains, and there were also plenty of refining materials, as well as low-grade divine artifacts of various grades. Little ball, for you to eat. Now, Lu Ming was rich and overbearing. He took out a few low-grade level 9 divine weapons and gave them to Little Ball. Previously, Little Ball had been in the form of a bracelet, wearing it on Lu Ming's wrist. Now, it had turned into a ball, hugged the divine weapons, and started munching on them. All these years, Lu Ming had not stopped feeding Xianxia. Xianxia's ability had been improving. Now, it had reached level 8 of the Void God realm. It was very powerful and could fight with those who were ranked at the top of the Void God list. As Little Ball ate, Lu Ming started counting the Nether Dragon's Beast Core and Dragon Bone Flower. There were 9 storage rings, including Crazy Dows. It could be said that this time, all the storage rings of the top 10 geniuses on the Empty God list were in Lu Ming's hands. These geniuses were all very powerful and had gained a lot. The Nether Dragon's Beast Core and Dragon Bone Flower from the 10 of them added up to more than 3,000. If they were exchanged for points, it would be 300,000 points. In addition, Lu Ming's own Nether Dragon Core and Dragon Bone Flower could be exchanged for around 60,000 points. Great harvest. This was truly a great harvest. As expected of the top 10 empty gods on the Empty God list, the 10 of them had gathered such a great harvest. It had to be known that Lu Ming and the others were able to hunt large amounts of Nether Dragons and Dragon Bone Flowers because of the Nether Dragon blood curse in Lu Ming's body. As for the others, they had to rely on themselves to find them, which was much more difficult. The Winged Demon and the others had contributed so much, which was already very good. Saint Grey Divine Arts, Mystical Arts, and Secret Arts, here I come. Lu Ming laughed in his heart, then put away Xianxia and headed toward the mission hall. When the people from a mission hall saw Lu Ming take out so many Nether Dragon Cores and Dragon Bones, they almost fell over in fright. In their shock, they exchanged them for points for Lu Ming. 360,000 points. Lu Ming had exchanged a total of 360,000 points. Satisfied, he left the mission hall and headed toward the Hidden Scripture Pavilion. The people guarding the Hidden Scripture Pavilion were still the same old men. Senior, I would like to exchange for a Saint Grey Divine Art. Can I? Lu Ming cupped his fists toward an old man. You want to exchange for a Saint Grey Divine Art? The old man looked at Lu Ming in surprise. That's right. Lu Ming nodded his head. Exchange, you can exchange for it, but you can only exchange for the first few levels. It's not very useful, and the price is very high. Do you really want to exchange for it? The old man asked again. There were very few people who came to the Hidden Scripture Pavilion to exchange for a Saint Grey Divine Art. This was because the Saint Grey Divine Art could only be exchanged for the first few levels. It wasn't very useful, but the price was shockingly high. Almost no one would exchange for it. Senior, I want to exchange for the first level mainly because I want to study it. Please help me. Lu Ming said sincerely. According to the rules, you can exchange for it. Since you insist, this old man won't stop you. Here are the introductions of a few Saint Grey Divine Art. Take a look. The old man gave Lu Ming a jade talisman. Lu Ming took it and looked at it carefully. There were a few simple introductions of a few Saint Grey Divine Art. They were all powerful and had their own merits. Senior, I'll choose the first level of the Ultimate Chill Divine Art, Lu Ming said after returning the jade talisman to the old man. He had his eyes on a Saint Grey Divine Art called the Ultimate Chill Divine Art. If the Ultimate Chill Divine Art was cultivated to the peak, one could cultivate Saint Grey Divine Art. The Ultimate Chill Divine Art was extremely powerful and could freeze everything. The reason why Lu Ming chose this Ultimate Cold Divine Technique was that he had previously cultivated a King Grey Divine Technique, the Han Bing Divine Technique. With the Han Bing Divine Art as a foundation, the speed of cultivating the Ultimate Chill Divine Art would be faster. Okay, give me your identity token in exchange for the first level of the Ultimate Chill Divine Art. It costs 50,000 points. The old man said. Lu Ming gave the identity token to the old man. The old man took it and swiped it on a disk array. Lu Ming lost 50,000 points. The price was really expensive. If it wasn't Lu Ming, no one else would exchange for it. However, Lu Ming didn't have the slightest reluctance. One had to know that if he obtained the first level, it was equivalent to obtaining the entire Ultimate Chill Divine Art. This is the first level of the Ultimate Chill Divine Art. Take it. Then, the old man took out a scroll from his storage ring and handed it to Lu Ming. "Thank you, Senior." Lu Ming received it happily and kept it in his storage ring. Then, Lu Ming walked into the scripture depository and looked around. This time, the first thing he wanted to do was to exchange for a Saint Grey Divine Art. In addition, he also wanted to exchange for a Divine Skill and a Secret Skill. Now that he had the quantum formula, he could store divine power in it. In the future, he could use divine skills to his heart's content. Naturally, he wanted to cultivate another divine skill. He wanted to find a speed divine skill to cultivate. At his level of cultivation, the incomplete Rockwing technique that he had previously cultivated was no longer of much use. What others cultivated were complete speed-type divine techniques. His speed could no longer keep up with others. Lu Ming looked around, and soon, he came to the 4th floor. There were level 7 or level 8 divine skills here. 9 Heavens Rock Technique. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw a speed divine skill called the 9 Heavens Rock Technique. His eyes immediately lit up. The 9 Heavens Rock Technique was a level 7 speed divine skill. Once it was used, one speed would be as fast as a rock. The Kuan Peng was not an ordinary giant rocks. Even in the untainted universe, the Kuan Peng was a terrifying existence. It was said that a newly born Kuan Peng could travel freely in the universe and travel between different star areas at an unimaginable speed. This 9 Heavens Rock Technique was not complete. It seemed to be incomplete and only had the first 7 levels. There seemed to be more after that, but it had been lost. The exchange price was 30,000 points. This is it. Lu Ming decided to exchange for the 9 Heavens Rock Technique. Now that he had a speed divine skill, the next step was the secret skill. Lu Ming came to the 5th floor. Chapter 27-22. On the 5th floor, there were only a few 9th-level divine skills and a few secret techniques. There was a huge difference in the value of secret skills. Some of the cheaper secret skills were very cheap. For example, the transformation skill that Lu Ming had bought previously could conceal the color, aura, level, and so on of divine power. This kind of secret skill was of little value to most people. Therefore, the price was not high. However, some secret techniques were shockingly expensive. For example, the secret techniques on the 5th floor of the Kongxian School's scripture depository were all very precious and useful. The cheapest secret technique cost 100,000 points. Lu Ming looked through them one by one. He was very tempted by many of them. However, not all the secret skills were suitable for him. In fact, there were many secret arts that had very strict cultivation conditions. There were all kinds of restrictions. For example, some secret skills required a corresponding amount of divine power, or some special materials, or some requirements for the divine body, and so on. The more powerful the secret technique, the more stringent the requirements. Therefore, many people who could cultivate 1 or at most 2 kinds of secret techniques were already amazing. Generally, it was impossible for them to master too many secret techniques. Ice shackles. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw a secret technique called ice shackles. This kind of secret technique required one to control extreme, cold divine power to cultivate. Lu Ming had cultivated the Frost Divine Formula before, and now he had exchanged for the first level of the Frost Divine Formula. As long as he could cultivate extreme, cold divine power, he would be able to cultivate the ice shackles. Once the ice shackles was successfully cultivated, it would form several ice shackles with astonishing power. It had the effect of attacking and trapping enemies. Moreover, as one's cultivation increased in the future, its power would also increase. However, the price of the exchange was shocking. It required 250,000 points. 250,000. Lu Ming's heart ached. Lu Ming only had slightly more than 370,000 points. He had obtained 360,000 points from this trip to the Nether Dragon's secret domain. He had more than 10,000 points left, so he had a little more than 370,000 points. He had used 50,000 points to exchange for the Frost Divine Formula and 30,000 for the Nine Heavens Garuda Art. If he continued to exchange for the Ice Shackles, Lu Ming would only have a little more than 40,000 points left. Yes, Lu Ming clenched his teeth and decided to exchange. The remaining 40,000 points were enough for the time being. The key was to convert them into strength. After making his decision, Lu Ming went to the door and exchanged for the 9-layered Kuan Peng technique and freezing ice chains from the old man. When the old man saw that Lu Ming was only a level 7 empty God realm martial artist, he was shocked as well. He guessed that Lu Ming might be a disciple of some big shot in the Kongxian school. After successfully redeeming the 9-fold Kuan Peng technique and chilling ice chains, Lu Ming went straight to the Holy Vein Tower to cultivate. In a secret room in the Divine Vein Tower, Lu Ming sat cross-legged. He took out the first level of the ultimate cold divine technique and started to comprehend it. Lu Ming only started to cultivate after he had more or less understood everything. It was indeed very difficult to cultivate the sacred grade divine art. Even a first level was the easiest. Given Lu Ming's talent, he had to cultivate for a few months before he succeeded in cultivating it. After cultivating the first level, Lu Ming's body produced a strand of ultimate cold divine force. Immediately, Lu Ming started to circulate the universe 10,000 Dao technique. Just like that, the ultimate cold divine force became thicker and thicker. In the end, a divine flame was formed in Lu Ming's elixir field. The fifth divine flame was formed by the ultimate cold divine force. The ultimate cold divine force was a divine grade divine force, and its power was shocking. Swoosh! Lu Ming circulated the ultimate cold divine force and waved his hand. His palm was covered with a layer of ultimate cold divine force, and it was extremely cold. The temperature in the secret room dropped sharply, and it was bone-chilling. With such a temperature, even an empty God Realm expert would be frozen if he were to come in. What a strong power! No wonder it is a divine grade divine force. Lu Ming smiled. He was satisfied with the power of the ultimate cold divine force. Now, he had 5 divine forces in his body. The power of the ultimate cold divine force was second only to the sovereign divine force. The Eldritch universe was completely different from the primordial realm of the heaven realm. When he was in the primordial realm of the heaven realm, Lu Ming had mastered many laws. He had also mastered the ice force. However, the ice force was only the ice force of the primordial realm of the heaven realm. It was produced by the heaven path of the primordial realm of the heaven realm. The heaven path of the primordial realm of the heaven realm was useless to the Eldritch universe. Even though Lu Ming had mastered the mysterious destiny law, space-time law, and chaos law in the heaven realm of the primordial realm of the heaven realm, they were based on the heaven path of the primordial realm of the heaven realm. In the Eldritch universe, there were naturally divine laws of the Eldritch universe. Those divine laws were useless in the Eldritch universe. The power that was controlled in the Eldritch universe and the divine force was the supreme power. For example, if the ultimate cold divine force that Lu Ming had cultivated struck the primordial realm of the heaven realm of the primordial realm of the heaven realm of the primordial realm of the heaven realm of the evil god world would be frozen. Even a heavenly Tao would be sealed in ice. Whether it was the destiny law or space-time law, it would be useless. They would all be frozen. This was because the power that belonged to the Eldritch universe, the supreme power of the great thousand world, continued to cultivate. Lu Ming closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. The divine flame of the ultimate cold divine force had just been ignited. It was not as strong as the other divine flames, and it needed time to grow stronger. Time flew by, and Lu Ming had cultivated in the Divine Vein Tower for 10 years. In 10 years, Lu Ming had finally cultivated the divine flame of the ultimate cold divine force to the same size as the other divine flames and the same density of divine force. Lu Ming's cultivation had also improved, and he was close to level 8 empty God realm. Without a doubt, Lu Ming's strength had become stronger. If he were to fight with the Winged Demon, Feng Yuan Dao, and the others, Lu Ming would win easily. Lu Ming did not leave immediately. Instead, he started to store divine force in the measure character formula. When his divine force was depleted, Lu Ming would absorb divine force from the outside world to replenish it. Then, he would continue to store divine force in the measure character formula. A year later, Lu Ming left the Divine Vein Tower and went to another place to cultivate. He started to cultivate the Nine Heavens Kuan Peng skill and the Ice Chain. After cultivating the ultimate cold divine skill and the Ice Chain, it was not too difficult. Soon, he had succeeded in cultivating them. In a spacious area, a large group of desolate beasts charged towards Lu Ming. They wanted to kill Lu Ming. This was a place to cultivate divine skills. This place was within a large array. These desolate beasts were naturally formed by the array. However, their combat strength was shocking, and they were not afraid of death. Ice Chain. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He waved his hand, and a few chains flew out from his body. These were chains that were formed by the ultimate cold divine force, and they were solid. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 9 chains danced in the air and bound 9 desolate beasts tightly. The terrifying, icy cold energy was about to freeze the desolate beasts. Chapter 27-23. Roar, roar. The 9 wild beasts roared crazily as they struggled to break free from the chains. These 9 wild beasts had the strength of a level 1 true god. Of course, they were only ordinary level 1 true gods and could not be compared to the Winged Demon and the others. However, the 9 ice chains let out creaking sounds, as if they couldn't hold on any longer. Condense. Lu Ming constantly manipulated the ice chains, trying to bind the 9 dire beasts to death. However, as the dire beasts struggled, the creaking sounds of the ice chains became louder and louder. In the end, with a loud bang, the 9 chains exploded. Roar! Roar! The 9 wild beasts roared as they charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming took out a long spear and stabbed out 9 times, killing the 9 wild beasts. Sigh. It seems like the Frost Divine Force alone is not enough to cultivate the Frost Chains to its maximum power. Lu Ming sighed. According to the Ice Chains, if one wanted to master the technique and unleash the full power of the Ice Chains, they would need some special materials. Without these materials, the Frost Chains would be like having no foundation and would break with one strike. It would be difficult to unleash its maximum power. According to the Frost Chains' secret technique, the best material to cultivate the Frost Chains was the Cold Moonstone. The Cold Moonstone contained the Frost Chi and could allow the Frost Chains to reach its maximum level. Lu Ming left the cultivation ground and went to the library. After reading a large number of books, he found out that the Cold Moonstone was extremely rare and precious. It was almost extinct in the Qin Tian star field, and only the Ice Spirit race had it. However, the Ice Spirit race was one of the strongest races in the Qin Tian star field. There were many races in the Qin Tian star field, but only 2 of them were the strongest. One of them was the Ice Spirit race. The Ice Spirit race was stronger than the Kongxian school. They were even stronger than any of the 3 overlords. They could only compete with the Ice Spirit race if a few of them joined forces. This showed the Ice Spirit race's strength. As for the Cold Moonstone, it was an extremely precious treasure of the Ice Soul clan. It was easier said than done to obtain it. It seems like I can only put the ice shackles aside for now. I'll go to the Ice Soul clan and find a way to get some Cold Moonstones when my cultivation level increases. Lu Ming pondered, then returned to the place where he cultivated the divine skill and focused on cultivating the divine skill. Cultivation knew no time. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. In these 20 years, Lu Ming had wholeheartedly practiced all kinds of divine skills and had made great progress. The 9 layers of crimson gold armor had reached the 3rd layer, and the 3 strikes of annihilation had also broken through to the 3rd layer. As for the speed-type divine skill, Nine Heavens Garuda art, Lu Ming had cultivated it to the second layer. On the other hand, Lu Ming's cultivation level increased steadily, and he was slowly approaching the peak of Empty God Realm. When one reached the advanced level of the Void God Realm, it would take thousands or tens of thousands of years to advance to the next level. It was good enough that Lu Ming could advance to the peak of the 8th level of the Void God Realm within 20 years. Moreover, the chances of activating the combat character secret art to triple his combat strength had also increased to a quarter. Out of the 4 activations, he would succeed once. My cultivation level has reached the peak of rank 7 Empty God Realm. Why don't I break through to rank 8 Empty God Realm in one go? Lu Ming pondered. He then went to the Divine Vein Tower and tried his best to break through to the next rank. After a few months, Lu Ming succeeded. Lu Ming's cultivation level had reached rank 8 Empty God Realm, and his combat strength had increased greatly. Lu Ming was satisfied. After a few days of consolidation, he walked out of the Divine Vein Tower. As soon as Lu Ming walked out of the Divine Vein Tower, he saw a familiar person. It was the Outer Elder, Huaquan. Lu Ming, I've been waiting for you for a few days. If you didn't come out in a few days, I would have gone in to call you. Huaquan smiled. Apparently, Huaquan knew that Su Mo was cultivating in the Divine Vein Tower through the guards. It was not difficult to find out. Elder Hua, is there anything I can help you with? Lu Ming asked. It's not me. It's the sect leader. He wants you to do something for him. Huaquan said. Long Zhoushan is finally looking for me. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. It had been a few decades since Long Zhoushan had placed the Dark Dragon blood curse on him. In the past few decades, Long Zhoushan had not looked for Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming knew that it was only a matter of time before Long Zhoushan came looking for him. Why is the sect leader looking for me? Lu Ming asked. I want you to complete a mission related to the Ice Soul Clan. Moreover, you won't be going alone this time. There will be some people going with you. As long as you complete this mission, you will receive a huge reward. Each of you will be rewarded with 20,000 points. Huaquan said, I'm going to the Ice Spirit Tribe to complete a mission. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. What a coincidence. Only the Ice Spirit Tribe had the Cold Moon Stone. Lu Ming had planned to go to the Ice Spirit Tribe after his cultivation was higher. It would be best if he could break through to the True God Realm. However, it seemed that he would have to go there earlier. That's good too. I could see if I can get some Cold Moon Stones. As for the 20,000 points, Lu Ming did not care too much about it. It was just a matter of convenience. How many people from the Kongxian school are going with you? Lu Ming asked again. This time, all the inner disciples who are below 10,000 years old will be going. There are a total of 9 of them. Including you, there will be 10 of them. Moreover, you will be the team leader this time. Huaquan said. At this point, Huaquan sized Lu Ming up carefully. There was deep shock in his eyes. As an outer sect elder, of course, he knew that Lu Ming had single-handedly fought against 9 of the top 10 virtual gods in the Nether Dragon Mystic Realm. When he first heard about it, he was shocked. His first reaction was disbelief. When he saw Lu Ming's cultivation rank, he was shocked again. Rank 8, Empty God Realm. He remembered clearly that when Lu Ming had won first place in the assessment of the 13 sects, he was only a demigod. It had only been a few decades, and Lu Ming's cultivation rank had shot up to rank 8 Empty God Realm like a rocket. No wonder the sect leader wanted to meet him personally. He is indeed a demonic genius. Huaquan thought to himself, I am a team leader? Lu Ming was shocked. He had not expected that he would be the team leader this time. That's right. This is the sect leader's order. Also, this is your team leader's token. It represents your authority as the team leader. In this mission, the other 9 people will have to listen to your orders. With that, Huaquan took out a token that was slightly bigger than his palm. The token was golden in color, as though it was made of gold. All right. Lu Ming was speechless. He nodded his head and kept the token. Come with me. The rest of them have been waiting for you for 2 days. Huaquan smiled. He turned around and flew in a direction. Lu Ming followed him. In an open space in the inner area, there were 9 youths waiting. There were males and females among the 9 of them. They looked very young and were all below 10,000 years old. Moreover, they were all inner disciples, and their cultivation ranks were at true God realm. To be able to break through to true God realm below 10,000 years old, there was no doubt that they were the cream of the crop. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.